analysis as we're heading into map 2 here for Fracture. See them all scuttering away. Yeah,
yeah, I'm just wondering how toxic Ender had to be to get chat banned. what was he doing? How did that happen? How did that one go down? Yeah, we've got ourselves a really interesting map 2 here. It's the same composition that 100 Thieves brought out for Split that they're now pulling out for Fracture, as the vast majority of teams in North America have dropped playing double controller on this map. No one plays Viper here anymore.
Yeah.
Apart from 100 Thieves, they're going to bring it back for one big ride, seeing if they can upset FaZe's map pick.
You can see very different approaches, I imagine, as well to these attack side rounds for both of these teams with the composition they're playing. Neon, pretty used to seeing being these days.
And, yeah, taking a look here at some old footage.
This is the match itself, but this is the final. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Refresh the UI.
Okay, there we go.
And now it's going to be a bit up to date
So
at some point.
already, FaZe have taken some tunnel control here. And you've got the Chamber being able to defend over on A.
Well, I can feel your brain. The
I know,
clock's
my brain really is.
You're like, you can tell when you're thinking because you're leaning so far into the monitor. And we're really making you work for it. You're like a chess grandmaster. You're going to be burning 6,000 calories.
Yeah, well, one of the biggest things that's confusing me here is that it's not the same comp for 100 Thieves. So that's what's really made the brain swivel around. But here's BabyBay getting their way into A site right now, pushing up, taking some tower control away. When you look at the comps as they actually are, it is not the same map, not the same comp that's going to be pulled out here for 100 Thieves. It is kind of
Standard Fracture comp, what they play.
a standard Fracture comp. With Will playing the Chamber, Asna back on Raze, Stella retaking tower control away from FaZe.
Bit of speed being placed once more. There we go, 100 Thieves finding the marks, but now the dicey slide off angle has to find the shots, but with the wall going up anyway, it's futile. Stella locks himself in a prison of his own making. Yeah,
Because
secures
it's
that
too
one. But
balanced.
he's like, guys, I don't want the
She's,
ult.
what
Yeah,
do you
he's
call
giving it to
that?
somebody else.
I mean, bang,
Her mouth.
still 2 points.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be trying to put that
It's too hot.
Brimstone online as quickly as possible.
There we go.
And FaZe win a pistol round. So this was massive for them.
Yeah,
FaZe
Mom,
winning
I
a
know,
pistol
it's so
in
damn
Split's
hot.
second half was what powered the ability for the comeback entirely.
Yeah.
Had FaZe won both of those pistols, I think there is no chance at all that 100 Thieves would have been able to come back from that 9-3 deficit.
But this time around, 100 Thieves.
FaZe with the force.
Yeah, phase with the force. 100 Thieves coming off. Great start for them. You never know what to make of these phase forces.
Yeah, they tried it a ton against EG. I mean, they were just going for it all the time.
Yeah,
And
certainly got the money for it.
a lot of the time it wasn't working out as well.
Yeah, I'm not a
FaZe-
huge fan of it, honestly, most of the time. You can see it's a 4-1 split from them just contacting into dish. Some sort of read that they will be fighting for this one early enough. Knife comes through, especially that fast lane and the stuns, all supplemented together to try and take fast control of the site.
Done a fair old chunk of damage there over to Poised. And they don't have A Hall's control. There is going to be a really late lurk coming through from Dicey and A Main, and they fend off Asuna.
Yeah, shots coming through now. The players swarming out onto the site. 100 Thieves have to be aware of this one. Drop being contained, it's all up to Bang. Left alone. The 1v3, now BabyBay is weak enough that there you go, quick flick of the wrist. He didn't even need the headshot. Single point of damage would have done the job.
And that Molly is fantastic.
Molly dropped down, smoke as well, surely not. He's just going to start now, sticking it. Has to be aware, the bullets flying towards him. The headhunter player right up close. He's already got half. It's all down to Dicey. He has to find it, and the spam does it.
The spam with the classic.
Whips it out, finds the head.
Just an absurd beginning to this map. To have FaZe be so successful on their force. I mean, the wild thing there too is that the economy is just going to be all over the place now for the beginning of this map. But yeah, FaZe, they had a great setup for the 1v3, apart from perhaps you could argue BabyBay shouldn't be facing with 1 HP, but the way that Bang sliced them up there was masterful. And it came down to some wild spam through a smoke.
Yeah. Knew the timings to take, and you're right, Josh, the money is so odd. A couple of players from FaZe forcing into this one. They lost their guns in the follow-up round. Now the fast lane once more dropped across the site, and these execs, this is where the Neon comps, they really shine.
Yeah, full execing into Fracture is very powerful. Awkward positions to
That's
play.
really clear. Fly was facing away, dodges the flash again. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought there.
No, I'm just taking a look at this and seeing whether it could get dangerous. But frankly, it looks like FaZe have got it all locked up. Full horse control, 2 players in sand only with classics in their hand.
Yeah.
And this flank, I mean, Flyer's just watching it too.
Should be a clean one for them, but the stun rips across. Actually does connect onto a couple of the targets. Bang! Do a bit more damage potentially, but 3 players surviving there. Round once more for FaZe.
Now, 100 Thieves are actually going to be posed with the tactical question really early on in the half. How do we stop FaZe from taking a control? And they've proven so far in only 3 rounds that FaZe can run the exec with Dish and they can run the exec with Halls.
Yeah.
It is very difficult as the defending team to hold on to both of those areas of the map. And so trying to preempt where they're coming from when FaZe are just contacting up towards their exec point, that's going to be difficult. One of the advantages here, though, is that 100 Thieves have Bang's ultimate online. Able to get a ton of kills in these priors, got the defuse in one of the rounds as well.
Makes it much easier for retakes as well.
That knife, though, did not catch him in heaven.
No way. Rolling Thunder sent straight up into Jenny. Stella's being caught by it. Bang tries to swing out on top of the tower, seeing if he can help the rest of his team. They knew the aggression was coming through, and they get that first kill. Slow pieces them away. A bit of random spam. Babybay and Poise have been brought down so low in the midst of all of this. But a spike is going to start to go down, or is it? Lead straight into the back of it. Finds it once more with Poised falling now to 4v4, and pressure is still being applied.
Oh, there's still fantastic positions. Dicey, with a kill onto Will, wins the chamber head-to-head. FaZe post-plant positions are fantastic here. 100 Thieves needed to get the kill on another player as they were planting, but it's Superman to respond. And they just drag this round, kicking and screaming into an advantage situation for them.
Stun, flash, Dicey pushed away. So difficult for Derek to win. The crossfires, the angles, Josh, you set it up perfectly.
Trying to retake when they control Arcade and Tree is almost impossible.
Yeah.
As the
and when
defending
Dicey's
team,
got the tour de force in his hands from Tree, that
what do
crossfire, you can't win it.
The only win condition there for 100 Thieves was to keep denying the spike plant and put more and more pressure on these players holding post-plant positions before the spike is planted. Because that's what FaZe did. They instantly went into their post-plant spots. And that's why on Fracture, defensive aggression is so good. If you can push out of the A site and take bridge or take tree, those are amazing positions for you to retake from. I imagine that's what FaZe are going to be doing with their Neon comp. 100 Thieves go back into another defensive round where they've lost Hall's control instantly.
Yeah. It's a difficult puzzle, I think, for 100 Thieves to try and pass their way through. And they're running the Sage. It's a little bit slower, honestly, in terms of the way that you can approach and take that aggressive map control on the defense side of things. And they are just willing to give a lot of space to them. But now there's that null command popped off. The slow orb stops them for but a moment. Stun ripped across the site. And now you see it. Coupled up. The Brimalt dropped down. Asuna just could not run anywhere. Ends up getting chunked down in the process, just trying to evacuate, find their way back to the spawn.
And for 100 Thieves, the question is, how much utility do you want to invest in something like this? Dicey picks up 2. No problems whatsoever. FaZe in complete control. And 100 Thieves are going to need to adjust something for these upcoming rounds.
Yeah, someone's got to shift here.
Having dedicated site anchors that are able to play into Babybay has got to be one of the options that they consider.
Oh. Dodging, juking. I mean, Babybay's making a mockery of this man. He's going for the knife kill at the end. The rest of his teammates are like, listen, we're not taking any chances. Not with the tour de force out. I'm going to go for the kill with the rifles, man, but you see the disrespect, the friendly banter between these two teams, scrim partners. Of course, I mean, the rivalries, they stretch deep as well. You got Dicey and Asuna, former teammates playing against one another.
You've got Derek playing against Superman and Poised, former teammates as well.
The Rised core, who could forget?
And these are the first times that these teams and players are playing against each other. FaZe and 100 Thieves have been scrim partners. You heard it from Babybay when he was discussing it, but they haven't played matches against each other. The last time these two rosters, or rather two teams, played against each other, there was only Asuna and Babybay playing on their respective orgs.
Yeah.
Other than that, both teams have made massive roster moves. And I think 100 Thieves are going to need to make massive strategical moves as well heading into this round. They're going to have weapons in their hand. They need to be able to fight over Hall's control, I think, or at least be able to take some portion of the map away from FaZe so that they can play retakes successfully.
Yeah, I think it's You'll find it harder with their composition. Honestly, though, Hall's control might be the play what you were talking about. Maybe set up so Stella gets a deeper wall in there once you take it. You don't have to worry about the mid-rounding as much.
Sure. They also haven't really had a round thus far where Derek and Asuna fight aggressively over A-Halls, and Asuna has his showstopper to work with now.
We'll see. While all this is going on, the timeout's taken. Everyone on FaZe making their way up to the top bridge, north side. Split up in their approach of which areas of the map they want to try and take. You can see just trying to hold and work their way into positions, maybe expecting aggression from 100 Thieves after that timeout. I see this is so risky.
There's a knife over by Dish. Oh my word.
What?
That's just an absurd push through the smoke. Absurd. And now Bang's got such a task here of trying to flush this out and figure out whether it's real. It is. Superman's there as well.
Cross being held. 100 Thieves.
FaZe are just winning things everywhere. They've broken the trademark over by Dish. 100 Thieves think that it's some kind of B hit. And they're going to be so far away from this post plant.
Yeah, working their way all the way around, they realize, okay, we cleared through Halls, but the rest of the team apparently just holding up top of Dish. Free take for FaZe. They didn't even need to invest that utility, not that they knew that.
And this is yet another round where 100 Thieves don't feel like they're in a good position to use ults. I guess there's potential to go for a Rolling Thunder showstopper retake here, but it would be a major investment in a 3v5. You're probably just throwing the ults away.
He's just not afraid to take the angle, is he, Dicey? Posted up, everything being chucked at him, including the kitchen sink, but now left alone to just Asuna. Glides to the side, not enough to break the crosshair placement. The two of the players holding the different angles.
It's not looking good for 100 Thieves. They are losing out on every opening engagement. To start things off there, even had those kills not come through at Arcade, even if Stella had not been punished going aggressive like this, FaZe already had Dish control and had forced 100 Thieves to play aggressive in Halls.
Yeah.
So they were planning on playing retake A anyway. But if you're playing retake on one side of the map, you can't afford to lose people on the other. Not that you can particularly blame Stella for that one. It was a bold and perfectly timed peek from Dicey with his op. There are so many ults on the board for 100 Thieves, but they just have never been in position to use them.
And they're leaning, they've got a setup with Derek and Asuna, and they're kind of set up for it, honestly, a showstopper engage into Halls if it gets contested. But it's just not. It's been given up.
And Bang is playing anchor positions with his ultimate that's amazing to deny the plant. Could he find the timing here?
Does he want to pre-fire this? Slight angle there. Expecting anything. Oh my goodness. Just playing in it for but a moment. Does he even know that all these players are grouped up? With the Halls push on the other side of the map, he now has to be aware. Slow up, dropping them in their sights. He does not connect the shots though. Still, Stella gets a bit of a cleanup as the damage was done prior to it, but Dicey, he just re-swings into it. He clears the approach. No pincer in play for 100 Thieves on that half buy. They try and take some risks to see if they can find the advantage, but now it's FaZe leading still 6-1 here. These attack rounds, they're finding so much value.
You can't judge them by the ecos, 100 Thieves, but when they've had guns in their hands, they've still been ineffective. I think the way that the prior gun round went down with Stella and Bang dying as the B site anchors instantly was not optimal. But 100 Thieves have been letting these site execs come through far too easily. Will now is going to pick up the operator. Very rarely does this on defense. He's watching over by Dish. Seems like a really successful counter to the way that FaZe are contacting through that area of the map. But it's not where FaZe are playing this time. And there's no pressure Halls as well. It's a very passive Halls hold from both Derek and Asuna, though they have fantastic ults to actually fight it.
Very far back. Dicey's just watching it. As the door opens up, he knows the perfect timing to take the shot.
And this aggro op by Dicey is just finding far too much value. They're giving him too much respect in Halls. He finds an insane timing by Arcade. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Asuna gets rezzed, and now this is going to be a B hit. The players from 100 Thieves are on the retake, again without controlling any other area of the map.
Damage being done, Flyers brought down.
They have awesome ults to deny this plant, but they can't use any of them because of the null command.
No command.
FaZe needs the spike down quick though.
Plant start comes through, there's the showstopper now as it all fades. Asuna! He connects onto the two, but do they know the Superman is there? The reset, Bang swings through, eventually collects that trade. Now just up to poised. One more player left standing between him, but still a safe hands. They do eventually win it in the retake.
It's a good round for 100 Thieves. It gets them onto the board again. 2-6 going to be the score. But Brent, I don't think that's replicable.
I mean, how many rounds are they going to have a showstopper in?
And a Brim ultimate that they can use. And FaZe allowed them... FaZe were too slow to get the spike down, basically. When you pop the null command like that, you're pushing 100 Thieves out of the site, stopping them from using their abilities. The idea is you get the spike plant down as the null command is going.
Yeah.
And they were late. I mean, they had just planted there, so Asuna gets a 2k. While it is a very good round for 100 Thieves to get, I don't see how they can pull off that same strat again.
Winning that round as well off the back, they're going to lose that losing bonus. Because of the money they're getting. Half armor now for the 100 Thieves players. And the disrespect from FaZe once again being shown. Stuns the knife, taking space. Nice and quickly, Baby Bay.
I mean, Will jumping there. Only 85 health to his name, and Asuna finally picks up a first kill.
That's what you want to see. You're 100 Thieves, but it's immediately answered back. That's just the tour de force. Dicey,
The
takes
aggro
liberties with it, man.
It's working so well. He pushes onto the angle from Arcane, picks up a kill, and it's a good crunch. I like the retake of Halls. It's a good decision by 100 Thieves. They're not going to overpush, though. They wait to collect the B here. Dicey's aggro up again. The tour de force is just doing too much work.
They just contact in. They contact all the way in. There's no knowledge to be gained. Bang. Presumably making the core, but not even the Brim or the Orbital strike. Clear him and out. It's FaZe showing respect to their opponents. Derek left in that 1v2, denied the opportunity to even fire a shot.
And Dicey is coming alive. The amount of first kills Dicey gets is just
19 and 3.
It's just
He's
astounding.
19 and 3.
I mean, that's nearly 2 kills per round. In fact, it's more than 2 kills per round every time. It's just absurd. And it's also the positions that he's getting these kills in. While the rest of his team distracts, throwing a lot of utility, being aggressive, Baby Bay's really obvious. You know where Baby Bay is on the map.
Yeah.
You do not know where Dicey is. He's quietly walking into areas, contacting in, up, out. And he's picking up kill after kill. This time, though, chooses not to invest. He's got a Vandal in his hand. Arguably better against the eco that 100 Thieves are scrappily trying to get anything on the board with.
And it is a contact. Just slowly creeping over those ropes. Bebe's the one who's holding down this angle. The 4-1 split. And it's just to the side. Catches it, but it's actually 100 Thieves. The first kill goes their way. A rifle now in the hands of Asuna.
Yeah, pretty awkward angle that Baby Bay's holding, but FaZe are going to make the right decision off the back of it. Quickly, reactively, take the A site. They took an orb onto Flyer as well, so he has his fault line, sorry, the Rolling Thunder available.
Counter flash as well, not a nade. 100 Thieves trying to apply that pressure. Obviously crouched behind this box though. Are they going to expect this kind of angle? It is there with the trade. Will takes him out. Exchange of hands. They can't quite grab onto that rifle though. And still the spike is not down.
Dicey's looking to reposition and play an aggressive spot as Flyer gets the spike plant. Oh, he doesn't quite know. But the sand position is still going to be great for him to play off Flyer.
Yeah. They've got great angles off of each other here. And Flyer with that collection, with that kill. Oh, it's just all up to Stella. Positions known. Dicey holds it down. Even just sat in the slow orb. The full confidence knowing he can hit the shot.
And 100 Thieves unable to win another eco round. You're not favored in any of these situations. You know, people normally win about, or teams normally win about 15% of your eco rounds.
Yeah.
But 100 Thieves have very consistently not been able to get them on the board. Not that it hurt them too badly in map 1. They were able to make a magnificent comeback. But is that really going to be the case again? Is that what 100 Thieves are relying on? When FaZe was so good on their defense side as well. Dicey sat at 21 and 3. He's just pulling 100 Thieves to pieces.
And even if you know the fast play is coming, it's another thing to stop it entirely. Baby Bay, just the disrespect once more being shown. Run straight into Stella, slow up, drop down, but the players are already scaling in. The flash is there. Boys tries to answer back with one of his own. The teammates now just retaking control of Sand. Dicey, though, gonna be ripping off a head or two of his own. Superman in position. Be able to get that spike down with horse control still held by Dicey. They have a crossfire available now in the post plant.
Will and Bang both approaching from the same position. Smoked off.
Oh.
Dicey loves pushing through smokes like that.
It's not being watched. Will's cautious. He thinks there might be a player on the side. Do they have anything to work with? It's a double drop down. They swing through into the smokes. It's all now up to Bang versus Superman. And it's a bit of that Brimmy differential. Starting to come alive. The 3 kills in the round for him. That's the 9th round on the board for FaZe.
Absolute destruction on map 2. For 100 Thieves fans, you better pray this 9-3 curse works again. You better pray.
So they can get the 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a cobbled together buy once more. Will used his tour de force in the prior. Going to be able to get another op in his hands, but it's just brutal for everyone else.
In the 11 rounds we've watched, the spike has been planted every single time by FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, that is... you can tell just by watching. 100 Thieves have had no resistance. No successful anchoring of the sites.
Just hasn't been stopped.
And this composition is deadly when it comes to these executes.
FaZe is so confident.
Yeah.
Showstopper, Asna gets stopped by the trademark. Okay, Dicey.
That's a surprising kill. You know, usually if your chamber is there, they're going to have the rendezvous and be able to escape. How does Will not find one off that?
A bit robbed, honestly, but Poise gets legged. And out of Brimalt, it's perfectly placed. Can they collect it with a bit of spam? And just about grabbing a couple of stray bullets, but now the counter. Orbital Strike is used once more. It pushes them out of Arcade. A flurry of ultimates exchanged, and now a fight right into the tunnel system. Baby gets 2!
That cannot be allowed to happen. Baby Bay collects onto Asuna. Derek knows he's coming, and it's just not enough. Poor weaponry ended up making the difference there. And now these players, or at least the spike, is going to be coming back over to Stella like a little gift.
Okay. Just holding the slight angle. Spike's been dropped now as well. Baby making all the noise in the world. The position was known. In fact, Stella now healed back up.
And there's 30 seconds left. Flyer is also going to be gifted one. Things are getting into chaotic
Spike
situations.
is down and you're holding for these. Still, FaZe now in a 2v1.
It's all about the time.
He's got the res. 17 seconds. Spike has dropped down. The quick little jiggle. He finds it. That's an instantaneous res. And they got to know where Flyer's position is. Killed the player prior. 10 seconds left. He can't really win this, can he?
Can't get there in time. Red Bull clutch comes out. 100 Thieves being able to win thanks to Stella collecting the spike, getting the res, playing the time.
Weird round.
But they are going to have to pull off another insane comeback to finish this series 2-0.
Yeah. Red Bull clutch to finish that half. 9-3 being the scoreline. Let's see, I mean, 100 Thieves, if they've shown that mental resilience to be able to come back, we just saw it on map 1. Question is, can they do it a second time in a row to close out this series, or is it just going to be FaZe Clan collecting it up and going that map 3? I mean, the series isn't over. I don't know why we're showing our faces. I'm casual. I'm laissez-faire my approach. I'm just leaning against the wall. We're going to go to a short break. That's a little 2-minute one, I believe, as well, as we go to the other side of the house. So we'll see you in just a few. Well, back from that break, we start to see as the 100 Thieves come back mountable once more. As a FaZe going to be running away with Fracture, taking us to that third decider map of Icebox. Everything on the line here, Josh. The first game of the day when it comes to the playoffs as well. The first game of our North American playoffs.
It's the exact same situation as map 1, except the sides are flipped. 100 Thieves now need to do it on their attack half. And this pistol round, at risk of sounding completely obvious, it is necessary. 100 Thieves won the first pistol. FaZe immediately forced back in their faces.
Contact play. The utilities drop down. Smoke for a smoke is answered, but they're just working their way through the tunnels.
And FaZe are pushing out Dish. This is something that's very different in terms of these teams with their approach to their defense side. FaZe being extremely proactive here, getting the information that there's nobody about to split A, at least from the north. Though it does look a little uncoordinated in terms of where the trademark is positioned. If Dicey had popped that down over towards Halls, they'd now have some more info that A had been given up.
They've already cleared through Sand. What's the point of the trademark? But
one of the good parts about this is that FaZe are going to have good positions for the retake. They're going to be able to push from spawn. They're going to be able to push from both spawns, in fact.
Over the ropes, trademark's destroyed. 2 players lining up for it. Derek now, what pressure. He has to come up with something big, but the dash across, how do you even aim for that?
Impossible to deal with this, and now you see the value of retaking from many different positions. Boys just runs his way in.
Just being swarmed, it's going to take a miracle for Will to just try and rattle off the shots and find their marks, and FaZe, they win the pistol round. The evolution of FaZe over the course of stage 2 has been nothing short of amazing, honestly. This is a team that weren't putting up the biggest numbers. They went off to a horrible start, Norton 2 in their group, yet now look at this. I mean, winning out these pistol rounds, Prime Gaming flawless to set them up nicely on this pistol.
Yep, a fantastic start to the second half, and they've already put themselves in a winning position. Look at how difficult this is to deal with. I mean, how does Derek possibly deal with a Neon sliding past him and then a headhunter in his face?
Yeah.
And this is the value of taking map control on defense here. Even if you give up a site, playing retake becomes so much easier, and that's what FaZe love to do. We saw it on Split in their defensive half, winning retake after retake by pushing out the extremities, by clearing mid and flanking on the retake. And 100 Thieves are forced to force. They have no choice in this matter. They're down 3-10 on their opponent's map pick.
Necessary purchase for 100 Thieves, and they are just waiting, biding their time. Slow default for them. The trademark placed down into halls as well, just in case there's a push attempt that comes from that particular area.
100 Thieves have taken Arcade off the back of just a single fault line. So Superman's lost a lot of info on this side of the map.
Flash comes through, though. They are all lined up. Fly there, ready and waiting. And the force just comes crumbling down. It's all up to Will. 3 shots in play, but Dicey ready and waiting. The help of Poise as well. They were easily able to collect up that one.
What a play. What a spray down. The dodge on the flash too.
All lined up.
It's nothing is going well for 100 Thieves.
Nope.
The contact plays from FaZe in the first half were all leading to 100 Thieves falling, despite being advantaged in a number of those situations. And FaZe have just destroyed their economy.
I mean, what is even the play here for 100 Thieves? What is even the play, man?
It is an unbelievable mountain to climb. A 9-3 comeback with a win in the pistol, sure, doable. A 9-3 win when you lose, a 9-3 loss, sorry, when you lose the pistol, and then the force buy coming out afterwards.
And then you lose that one, and then your economy's tumbling.
Essentially impossible. They need to rely on, I think, Will essentially hitting some crazy shots with his headhunter. It's the only weapon that holds a candle to what FaZe have got.
Yeah. Honestly, risky plays might be in order, honestly. That's probably why you're seeing this contact by 100 Thieves, just hoping that a player wanders into their line of sight. But FaZe doubled up. Then Tower, confidence to try and take these fights as well. It can be punished. In fact, you're seeing it in action once more. Superman taking a ton of damage in the works. Just trying to defend that tower position, but Asuna with a double satchel play. Frenzy as well. Bangs regain control of Tree, and suddenly it's been turned around.
Baby Bay, sorry, has an incredible timing here. He's so fast on the Neon, just pushing up.
That's I love the proactivity. 100 Thieves. They don't let Baby Bay set up there with the stun being ripped across into tower.
And 100 Thieves are going to be allowed one last lifeline unless Dicey can pluck it away from them. He's currently sat at something like 25 kills in 14, 15 rounds. This would be a true dagger to the heart.
Jiggle. Tap at a spike, just try and bait out the positioning because Dicey is just so unaware. Hard round for him to win, but one on the board for 100 Thieves. Still FaZe are in a more than comfortable position.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like a retake until you get, you know, within touching distance, a couple of gun rounds, a couple of eco rounds. They need a lot more. But having said that, FaZe have now been knocked into a weird position with their economy. Having lost an eco round just after
Dicey bought a
beating the
rifle.
force by. Yeah.
Bought into it with the Vandal in play. It is odd. How do they work around the money? It seems like just a half buy in order.
Yeah.
FaZe going to take this one. So 100 Thieves now. If there is a chance of the comeback, you can't fumble this one.
No, it has to start here. One of their key factors to being able to win the eco before was Asuna getting the jump on someone. Just a completely unexpected timing as he launched himself through tower with a blast pack. Finding the jump on the FaZe players is going to be crucial.
Yeah, poking and prodding for the positioning. You can see this time though, footsteps, making it loud and clear that 100 Thieves are just trying to assault that B site. Get a good position in play as well with the Sage Wall cutting up across Generator. It'll be hard to try and chew through that one when FaZe are trying to play the retake.
Derek to the Gold Orb, got his Rolling Thunder online, but he's hoping to both survive and not have to use it this time around. For FaZe, any damage is good damage.
Yeah.
You want to keep the 100 Thieves economy humble to stop some kind of snowball happening.
Keep it honest. Definitely would love for that. But should be nice and easy for them, as I say that. His head's going to get torn off, that the swings are in play. Good to see that 100 Thieves haven't lost their confidence.
They are all going to be able to evacuate as well. No exit kills here to damage the 100 Thieves economy too badly. And they're going to come into this next round with a Rolling Thunder and Will with a Tour de Force.
Yeah.
We saw Dicey's attack operator and attack Tour de Force finding insane value. Can Will do anything similar?
Just ridiculous work.
This is a team, 100 Thieves, that never buy an attack op. So when they have the Tour de Force, it's a very different look for the team. It's not something that they practice or ever invest the money into doing. But Will has an opportunity here to make some magic happen. Dicey has the economy to be able to purchase his own.
Just poised to board it for him.
And he's going to be looking towards tree. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be contesting him. That kind of position. As 100 Thieves set up for some kind of A split. But the Knight finds information on both Asuna and Stellar.
Every single round at this point is grueling for 100 Thieves. You don't have much of a buffer. FaZe only need to win the 2 rounds, and that can happen at a moment's notice.
They know
enough when you've got the guns.
They know there are 3 players here. They know it's Neon, KO, Brimstone. There's the attack op, finding the opening kill.
Good start indeed. Smoke blocking off the angle now. But is the disrespect going to be shown? It's FaZe this time. They're pushing up into it. Trying to find the angle. Will aware. Headhunter pulled out. Catches the one. In fact, the second player, Poise, was trying to help him out, supplement him by playing off to the side of things. He gets removed as well.
And that's a really clean round. If 100 Thieves can start putting more of these on the board, FaZe are going to be in a bit of a problem. But it's a long road yet.
It's a long road.
It really is. But this one was flawless. I mean, the execution was perfect. 100 Thieves were running a bit of a default, leaning towards the A site. They realized that there was 3 players over towards Dish. They saw the smoke, they saw the knife, they saw the neon there as well. The stun. And so they took space in halls in order to get that opening kill, in order to get a bit of a punish. Now Dicey's given away his position, and they should want to try and take the op out of his hands. Every kill they give over to FaZe here, though, is useful. It's beneficial. It takes Flyer and Dicey closer to their ults.
Not the end of the world for 100 Thieves when it comes to the bank. Looking with a lot of money, but Dicey goes down there. Okay, not going to have the op, but the kills he got, he's got the Tour de Force.
Exactly. 1 kill, 1 death, he gets the Tour de Force online. And the rifle that Flyer has kept, they might be able to force around this. FaZe have a lot of good ultimates. Now, if you're ever going to force a round and take a bit of a gamble at getting yourself over to map point,
Would be now.
it would be now.
Yeah, they've gone for a bit of a different approach, yeah. So Dicey, he has that ultimate tour de force, 2 rifles as well alongside them.
So it's going to be like a dangerous half-buy.
No armor for a lot of players. Big Bay and Poise working with Zero.
It's another round where Dicey takes his op, takes his tour de force on a walkover by tree, and doesn't see anything.
Be so disciplined if you're 100 Thieves. You don't want to peer into a slight angle that Dicey could potentially be holding. That's a double satchel off to the side! Flick of the wrist though, and a quick scope. That's enough to catch the kill. Asuna will fall, but they do go 1 for 1.
And Dicey manages to escape there, still has a couple of shots left in the tour de force.
Trying to bait the ult.
Yeah.
Top of the plant. The orbital strike. They thought it was a bit closer than that one, so Bang will be relatively healthy, all things considered.
And nice work, breaking that one out. And the punish on Dicey, again, good for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's really good.
Flyer could be the man to change this around, though.
Committing the ults into this one. Rolling Thunder. That is on to Derek up top. Stella gets cleared out. More than dangerous now. Will, he's trying to hold that cross, but the players are already deep onto the site. Still, the stun is there. Overdrive now, Baby Bay. Ultimate in hands, but the swing will just about finds it. Oh,
Dangerous.
precarious. That is so precarious.
Very dangerous for both teams there. And that's FaZe on a bit of a light buy in a position where they really could have made some serious damage happen. The opening engagement from Asuna, you're expecting Dicey to die. When he misses the first shot with the tour de force, surely Asuna gets it, but...
Nah, that ult is crazy.
It really is.
That ultimate is crazy.
And he's managed to cycle these around so he has enough money for another operator. Now, he's been going tree. The majority of these rounds he has an op, and he hasn't seen anybody. So now Dicey swaps up his position. They'll be playing halls off the back of a fault line, and there's aggression at tree. The area that FaZe think they can take for free, but Will is here. How does he win that?
A flick from Baby Bay, but still Asuna, he's fast with it. He tries to take the space rapidly when he knows that B main push is coming down. The FaZe positions that they've got anchored up. The corner's not being cleared. Still, it's chaos. Ripped across. The fragment nades into the corner. Derek with nowhere to run. Bang, holding it down, but Dicey finds his mark anyway.
And that's a chaotic round. FaZe relying on Baby Bay there thoroughly. How does he get the entry towards tree, clearing the left corner at the very final moment, and then takes a sneaky position on site, dodging,
It's all over the place.
dodging an ultimate, picking up a free kill on Stella. Madness, but FaZe love to thrive in the madness. The chaos is where they reign.
Now one more round away from taking this map, bringing it to that map number 3. A first match of the North American playoffs.
Already going 3. We haven't had very many of those. There's still been a ton of parity in North America. This is, in some sense, expected.
Yeah, the possibility is there.
Dicey once more going to be taking his operator towards that A-Hall's position. He was able to dictate so much of the pace on their attack side by choosing which areas of the map he explored. He kind of is reliant on 100 Thieves pushing into him to have impact on defense.
Yeah. 100 Thieves are playing us with a decent amount of discipline as well.
Okay, the flash pushes him off. I thought the 100 Thieves players were just going to walk in there.
There's also, what we didn't see was a jiggle peek up from Dish, just maybe expecting Dicey to be playing on top of a box, looking all the way down our sight line, but the door is opened up. Dicey gets given that one free sight line as the player was just walking past Will. Didn't expect it really, did he? Still the double dash through. Asuna wants to lead the charge for his team. Wall in play! Tries to take the wide swing. It's going to be an instantaneous res though. 4v4 for them, but Baby Bay got something to say about it. Comes down, fast lane to rip across halls. Spike just dropped down. 100 Thieves, they need to fight over this one too. And nail the reset is there. And around. That's enough to secure it. FaZe going to be winning that one. That's a 13-7. Excuse me, I was just lounging. Just lounging in my home.
Well, that one was a lot less close than the previous map. It was a bit of a run for 100 Thieves. Starting to lean into their post plants and getting some value from it. But at the end of the day, when you have a player like Dicey dropping nearly 30, did he get to 30 at the end? Somewhere around there. When you have a player doing that to you, how are you able to respond? Everyone's got a plan until they get operated.
On attack side multiple times, and
Yeah.
Dicey drops over 2 kills per round on the first half. Yeah, we're going to go to a short break, and we are going to be seeing that map number 3. Our analyst desk, of course, first going to be breaking down all the action that you've just seen, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. This is going all the way, the full distance, as we head into Icebox.
Something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated. I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding. I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
I don't need new friends, I don't need new friends. I got Benjamins, dead presidents. I don't need new friends.
The best
I don't
mind,
need
some
new
would say.
friends.
Sadly,
I got
he's not
Benjamins,
here.
dead presidents. Looking like I just caught a lick. Pulling up on the scene with the click. Why they hating on me? It's a trip. Collecting checks and checking things on my list. Abu Dhabi, that's where you can find me. That money talk loud, but I move in silence. Penthouse suite when I come up to the lobby. Flip that bank like an athlete on a trapeze. Made a play, then I make it look easy. presidents. I got Benjamins, dead presidents. I don't need new friends, I don't need new friends. I got Benjamins, dead presidents. Looking like I just caught a lick. Pulling up on the scene with the clip. Why they hating on me, it's a trip. Collecting checks and checking things on my list. Kamikazes with the posse.
The stun as well. The follow-up, Baby is just leading the charge.
Finally, the plan going in. Bang's not going to be able to deny it, but he definitely sees it. Oh, what was that?
And welcome back as we dive into the action there from Map 2. FaZe do manage to claw back a victory in Map 2. They look just as strong as they did in the first half of Map 1, with the exception that they followed up in the second half.
Yeah, it looked fantastic out of FaZe in this one. In the early round on their attacking side, Baby Bay and Dicey as a duo were just getting so much value. It feels like we were getting that like open qualifiers phase back in completely full force. For Baby Bay, he was utterly running over these sites, which gave Dicey so many opportunities to hit that early up shot. And for 100 Thieves, they were playing relatively passive, and in towards the late round, even when they were trying that aggression, FaZe showed us multiple looks and was able to shut it down.
Oh yeah, they were so effective, and like we've seen from FaZe in the past on this map too, like they're not afraid, like once they get onto a site, to challenge you even further. Like there were a couple of moments where Dicey was even going into the enemy spawn with the operator, seeing a look down there and finding a ton of value. It was really good stuff out of FaZe, and again, important that they were able to convert it on that second half.
Yeah, I mean, 9 out of 12 rounds, being able to get that spike down is utterly impressive. And I give a lot of credit to that in just how well rehearsed these early rounds were. In this one, it's just a stun forward. Baby Bay runs off it and then uses his own utility in towards the late round to follow up as well. In being able to shut down 100 Thieves, it worked really well. They came back to a composition that they have played before, and it was clear that FaZe was prepared.
And one of the things we talked about coming into this at the top of the show was Baby Bay and Dicey combined, but in this one, it was Dicey popping off aggressively. If you actually looked at one point, he was light years above the rest of the pool.
Yeah. Yeah, by all means, Mimi, take it away.
Please, I love me some Dicey, and this is one of his like absolute classic maps. The operator is something that the Caster's Rocky map, this 100 Thieves doesn't normally leverage that weapon, but for the side of FaZe Clan, they pull it out pretty much every round, even on the attacking side, and it's really effective. I think a lot of chambers can struggle even when they are doing this kind of attack side op, because you have to be really pre-thinking. You have to be very intentional about where your gates are going down for that TP, but because Baby Bay was creating so much space and the util was so good, he was always in a position where he could hit that shot and play from a man advantage for FaZe.
Yeah, that chamber is such a different animal to playing like another opera like the Jet, specifically on defense, because like you don't have that ability to like creep as far forward as you possibly want, and I mean attack rather, and you don't have that ability to like play off of your teammate's utility as effectively. But I think that we saw from Dicey in the last map as well on Split, like he was willing to creep forward and take those off angles and get really good fights, and he just carried that over. He's having a great day, and if Dicey and Baby Bay are on, FaZe can beat virtually any team.
And now that we're going over to map number 3, it's going to be Icebox. This is territory that both teams feel comfortable on. We've seen FaZe really seem to like Icebox, historically speaking, but they haven't found as much success in more recent history as they had in the past. Obviously, things are tied up at 1-1 right now, but looking at Icebox, is there a concern for FaZe that they're going to have a hard time continuing the success? Because we talked about it, the agent composition coming in from FaZe on this map is typically a little bit different.
Yeah, again, like if they're pulling off of the Neon and playing the more passive setup, that, while it has worked for them in the past, is not going to be able to exploit 100 Thieves when 100 Thieves are on attack, as well as they've been able to do the last couple of maps. That's going to be the big weakness for them, I feel like, because again, 100 Thieves, well, they do show a different look with like, the Raze and the Killjoy too. They have so much great post-plant utility. 100 Thieves default on this map is, again, very, very solid and hard to find holes in.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think even if FaZe Clan do make that switch and end up playing in towards the Neon on this map, or even pull out the Raze, something a little bit quicker, they could struggle, because for the side of 100 Thieves, what's so successful for them is they switched on over to a more European-style Killjoy on this map. They're going really heavy in the utility, bringing out both the Sage and the Killjoy. They have so many setups that is made just to have their opponent walk on into that, and then they have trap plays off the Raze, which I think, similar to map number 1, could be really punishing to an attack side.
Yeah, and so for FaZe Clan, it's going to be really important that they find good flank timings. Multi-man flanks, I'd love to see. I think when teams play Icebox, especially against Killjoys, Vipers, Sovus, like really good post-plant utility, you have to be able to commit multiple players onto the flank, and you have to do it early into a half and show your opponents that you have that look. Otherwise, they're going to be very comfortable sitting back, playing the clock against you, and that's not a comfortable position to be when you're trying to retake a site.
We could be making some assumptions as well, because we don't know if they're going to actually change up the comps. We look back at map 1, we're like, okay, this is actually a pretty stark contrast to what they would typically play on a map like Split, looking at 100 Thieves specifically, and there's a possibility going to this third and final map again, we could see an agent composition juggle, as we'll get into that in just a minute here, and we'll see if 100 Thieves changes things up. I did kind of like Asuna on the Fade. I felt like it was a little clunky at first, started to pick up steam towards the end. I wouldn't mind seeing it again, maybe. I would like just to see maybe something potentially a little bit different from 100 Thieves, just because it keeps FaZe on their toes.
I don't necessarily actually want to see them change this. I think the comp that they've been running on Icebox has been very successful for them, and I think that, well, Fade is good on this map. Most teams have struggled to get use out of it. They do run the Raze already, so I think that kind of transfer on over would make sense, but I think the value they get out of the double or the triple Sentinel on this map can provide so much more.
Yeah, and I think like the big difference between like Raze and a Sova, for example, is that the drone as Sova gives you a lot more value taking B site than the Seekers, right? Because you're able to clear the closer angles with the Seekers going out from the Fade, but dealing with ops, Fade does not deal with ops nearly as effectively as Sova with that unlimited range of sight off of the drone. So that's one of the reasons why I think they like sticking to the Sova, on top of the fact that you always have post-plant utility damage, as well as abilities to stall out any sort of sight hit. A lot of times you're going to see teams over on the A side especially just unload Viper Sova utility to stop a planter from having fun.
Yeah, and it's not like they're struggling at all with combining to get the utility out of their Raze, so I wouldn't expect that change to come on through.
Well, we do have the agent select starting up right now, and we'll see if we see potentially any changes coming through from either team as they start to lock in their agents. And our initial thoughts as we see it come through.
Yeah, so the Sova does get locked in for 100 Thieves. They're just going to end up playing the same comp here. You always got to run the Sage on this composition. So again, I would like to implore FaZe to try and implement some flanks coming in. But again, because they don't have any dive, they don't have any mobility tools like a Jet or a Raze, it is going to be a little bit harder to try and punish this very steady default of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm looking to FaZe Clan to really kind of slow down the pace. The speed has been their success in previous maps, but here they have to play a little bit more patiently, kind of suss out where that Killjoy is going to be playing, where that Sage is going to be set up, because you can't really strong-arm this, especially when you don't have an agent that has that gap closed. But I think it is a good stylistic change. It does put a lot of pressure on towards Baby Bay to slow things down, but I would expect, honestly, he could opt, Dicey could opt, they could even pull out the double. Once they get to defense, this comp is super potent.
Well, we'll have to see if they actually have a decent scoreline when it gets to that point, but we've got our casters standing by, ready to take us into this third map. The winner will be moving on into an upper semi-final. It's Brennan Sideshow. Take it away.
I like it. I like it. Heading into map 3, Icebox. And this is where it all comes down to for both of these teams. You know, funnily enough as well, both of these teams recently having pretty notable losses and wins off of it. FaZe Clan beating out Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves losing to Ghost on this map. Same comps that they were playing last time around, so we know roughly what to expect from both of these teams.
And of course, Xset going to be waiting for the winner of this match. It is a long, long road to Denmark if either of these squads want to get to Copenhagen. Double elimination bracket, but you want to set yourself up for the best possible opportunities by winning this one right here, right now. Zasna springs forward. Bit of disrespect there, honestly. Taking the orb, challenging anyone to peek.
Yeah, coverage was there from the rest of his team as well. You can see that it was Will playing up on that Pipes position. So he had a bit of a cross just in case any player went aggressive with it. But FaZe look geared up, ready and waiting to try and maybe go for a split here.
Yeah. It looks like a mid to A, but
mid to A's never worked, Josh.
That would be an absurd pistol round to go for. I think it's much more likely they try and creep under through to orange, but no, they're going to go for it. It's a mid to A pistol round.
Okay. Drone now to push forwards as well. Two players just holding through into main, but this coverage, it needs to be there. The crossfire's got to expect that the players are ready and waiting, and they more than ready are.
Yeah, that's a
dash away. Baby Bay is going to go to safety.
It's an extremely optimistic attempt to go for a mid to A. The alarm bot's going to catch him here as well, give away all of this information. There's a Nano Swarm to deny him on the plant. And so now FaZe kind of stuck with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, not a lot of time.
No good map control.
They've used their big tools as well. No drone. Fly's going to be getting the dart up in 10 seconds, but is that really enough? With down to the final 20 almost in this round.
They're just going to have to sprint onto the A site, and Derek's going to be there ready to collect with double shock dart available. The time is certainly ticking.
Dart's going to give it away.
They're not going to be able to have any attempt to fake the plant here. Derek's just going to get so much damage if he picks the right spot.
Time. No time.
Nope.
Didn't get on it fast enough.
And the second shock dart, it missed anyway, but that's why Babybay didn't stick the plant. He's worried about the shock dart threat. Sat there only on 22 health.
Yeah.
And
what an interesting pistol.
Yeah, bizarre, honestly.
I'd love to know the stats for A.
0.
I'd love to know the numbers on like success rate of that kind of play.
But FaZe don't need pistol round win rates. They will simply force second round anyway.
Ah.
That's their plan.
Yes.
And it worked for them on Fracture.
It did.
It worked for them.
The comp is a little bit more, what's the word for it? I guess slow-paced, I suppose. When you don't have the neon to have that added
yes,
oomph.
It is definitely slower than running a neon comp, but no one really runs that on Icebox. Babybay's going to be in a position where he's still going to take a lot of the entry battles, though. And they are doing the same kind of thing again.
They are.
This is just a repeat of their pistol round, but with slightly better weaponry.
They're going to wall up this time, though, onto Boiler. They're taking a fight straight up onto them. They got to hear this, though. Position being played. Their Stella does not anticipate that second player, but it's a quick adaptation. Asuna. The wall placed down is going to block off screens. They got to know that the players are swarming off onto the side. The crossfire slightly there. Derek's still ready for it. He can't quite get that second kill. Poised. 18 health. Babybay just can't quite regroup with the rest of his team, and a spike has just been dropped down in mid this entire time.
Poised is doing a great job, but Babybay, just nabs in, grabs the spike, tries to leave. Oh, both players incredibly, but Babybay gets away with it.
Should deny the plant here. Lobs it straight over the top. Players. Poised is so weak. One stray. Little part of that grenade might have just brought him down. Has to stick this plant out, but he's so low. It gets denied. Now Will left in the 1v1. Holds down the angle. Okay. Just a bit of spam exchanged. Rotating back and forth off the ropes, jumping from one side to the other.
Babybay's reposition could be gone. Here, there. What a catch.
God.
Manages to hit a headshot onto Will. He had 100 health more, Will, but it's not enough to save him in the end. FaZe do it once again. Same story on Fracture, same story on Icebox. Throw away the pistol round, win the force. Who cares about pistols? They don't matter anyway.
Yeah, not to FaZe apparently. And not to you either, Josh, with these statistics. 0% win rate with the mid to A. It worked that round.
It did.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, obviously not a real stat that I was pulling that one out for. But
No, I know.
No, but seriously, an interesting idea again from FaZe, because they're making it look exactly the same, but then using the Sage Wall to add a different flair to it, and it just created enough of a difference. Yeah. This should be a pretty simple round for FaZe to mop up.
They described themselves as a bit of a improvisational team, willing to take risks.
This was actually the round that FaZe ended up dropping to 100 Thieves, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't look like the same's going to happen here.
Yeah, Poised through in his fragment there, but ended up getting blocked by their own Sage Wall. The plant actually removes a couple of chunks of the wall as well on top of it, but looking like, once more, an easy round for FaZe to lock up.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever here. And FaZe are going to take a pretty sizable lead. If you think about how this composition is going to work for 100 Thieves on defense, most of the time they're actually leaving the extremities pretty open. They're not going to fight aggressively for it. You know, they have a lot of utility to work with. So on the defense side, they are going to throw Nano Swarms, Snake Bites, Nades, Shock Darts. They're all going to try and play to deny the plant there. But they're actually going to give FaZe a lot of map control. Their normal hold towards B just has a alarm bot watching. And so FaZe, pretty uncontested throughout that scale up towards the B site. And this time, Bang's going to be the one to take a little bit of a jiggle, see if he can find some information on any FaZe players that are pushing in this area. But like I said, it's fairly uncontested.
Yeah, it's very dangerous positions, honestly, that Bang is playing in. Runs his way back to safety with the rest of his team. That deeper position means that a drone can be used, but it's a double face from 100 Thieves. One high, one low.
And they peeked before the wall went up there as well. So this Viper wall would have been perfect for blocking off at least one of those players. But they're a bit too early on it.
The run with the lurk in mid could do some serious damage here. Spike drop down, that's... They get the plant in play. Baseline now able to play these in the post plans, with Dicey still posturing on top of this one singular block that he's got remaining underneath him. No commando dropped off now. Good timing on that one. It's going to turn off a bunch of different... And look at the lurk. Turret goes down.
So good.
Time and space being bought, and yeah.
Superman picking up 2 on the lurk, getting his way past. That is a really interesting way of getting value out of that. Most of the time, you're going to see the null command used to get a free spike plant, to go in there, turn off, you know, all of that defensive utility I was talking about that gets used by 100 Thieves to block the spike going down. And this time getting used in the post plant to enable a lurk. What a smart decision coming out from Poise, the IGL for FaZe. Empowering Supermen to go on that play, pick up 2 kills, and now with a spike plant, they would have Viper's Pit online.
That's a good spot.
FaZe have really developed from being pretty much all aim no brain kind of team to really coming up with some nice ideas.
They got depth to them.
They do have depth. They have depth, and they still have all of that fragging ability. Look at this double face from FaZe. They are ready for that.
Yep.
Even if Dicey hadn't collected the kills, BabyBay's right behind. And that is a scary duo to be facing into.
Yeah, Dicey and BabyBay holding on different angles. You know they're just going to be able to clean those up, but 100 Thieves expected to take risks in this round or on the half by.
Bang's been timing.
Yeah, not aware. Quick little hop up onto the boxes there from Flyer. More should be a plan down for him. Derek and Stella just looking for opportunities to take away a couple of guns, honestly, and maybe just drag them into the next round.
Yeah, if Stella was able to get any level of kills, get his ult online, but frankly, there's not too much to be done here. This is just another round where FaZe get the spike plant, and FaZe are going to convert. And this has been a bit of a theme. We were coming into this game expecting 100 Thieves to be the team where their attack rounds define how the game goes.
Yeah.
And there's a prime game in Flawless, as you just saw. But yeah, 100 Thieves, if you look at how they've been playing throughout Stage 2, they are really clinical on their attack sides, the execs, winning the post plants. And that strength seems like it's gone over to their opponents in a bunch of their games recently, in 2 really important games against FaZe and against Ghost previously.
I think this really does set in stone how difficult it is to kind of predict how this North American bracket is going to go in the playoffs right now. Teams are so even, side by side, but now weapons once more in the hands of 100 Thieves. It's a deep Viper's Pit. In fact, the Dart's going to tag onto one. Derek wanting to use the Hunter's Fury, see if he can get a pick off or 2. Damage is done to BabyBay, but not enough. Doesn't collect that second tag.
And this is the first time they're actually fighting over B with that Viper's Pit.
Drone's going to spot out the players here.
Superman's
Superman's running all the way up, man! He's just in kitchen!
Derek is so favored to win that duel, and Superman just rips it away from him. The former teammates, and Superman comes out on top. Oh, the counter pit.
He seems to know where it's coming from.
All the way through.
Yeah, almost pre-fired it straight through the wall there. Will's also answering back. Quick little pick-off for them.
They've put down a Sage Wall inside the pit here, too, to allow them a bit of safe passage.
Oh my god. No more Viper's Pit.
That's the best kill you could possibly ask for.
Risen back up into the fight, swing off of it. BabyBay back to safety. Rendezvous.
To avoid getting traded. I mean, just perfect timing on that.
Plant on the outskirts as well, the upper section. 100 Thieves right now, I think, left scrambling in terms of how do you take the positioning away from them. Every angle is being watched. Will finds just the one. Now up top, showstopper, but honestly, just the players in wrap positions holding these angles. How do you anticipate it? Can you even win this one? Out, bang! Left to his devices in the 1v2. Can't close it. FaZe now. Feels like, Josh, they are running away with it, man. They've got so much money in the bank.
Yeah, every play that they make is successful. I mean, barring Asuna getting the wild spray there onto Superman, every single play that FaZe went for found success.
Yeah.
BabyBay gets some communication and is able to perfectly trade out this kill as well. as Superman's just stomping, jumping through kitchen. That pick from Babybay, untraded. Will doesn't check the close corner and is just a fraction of a second too fast onto the angle there. Gets heavily punished for it. And Babybay and Dicey, they've alternated maps, it feels like, in terms of just running away with the game.
Last map, it was Dicey. Map 1, honestly, was both of them.
Yeah, they were both really coming
Leaning
alive on
towards
map
the
1.
top.
Although, obviously, not quite able to win out despite going to a 9-3 lead. But at the moment, when you look at the series overall, the comeback from 100 Thieves on Split is the exception.
Yeah. It's going to take a lot, I think. This 100 Thieves timeout is pretty critical in being able to spot what they can do differently here, because it seems like FaZe always just coming up with answers, whatever the defensive setup might be.
Yeah. And I think so much of it is coming down to the micro rather than the macro. 100 Thieves have got a decent game plan there. I mean, they hold down B, one of the players is tagged, but one stays inside the Viper's pit, and they're aware that Superman is in kitchen.
Yeah.
They know he's there, they just can't get the kill. I feel like that has been the big story of today. It's not necessarily any massive strategic problem with the way that 100 Thieves are playing, but the player form is lacking a little, and FaZe are on fire.
Oh, this time playing close. Will, you cannot be taking that angle. He's rewarded with the 1. Jumps straight into their faces. Of course, Stinger in play, opting to take more risks into the round. I might say a value play for him, honestly. Removing one of the rifles out of this.
I still don't believe that 100 Thieves have won an eco round in this series so far, so this would be a massive one for them to take.
A great way to swing the momentum back right. I have never seen that before, man. He just literally picked it right up. He kicked it again! What are we witnessing? What is that?
He does give away the banger's position there in a weird way, and he ends up falling.
Great touch on him.
He does. He does. Actually, does he really?
Well,
he
not
just
quite,
booted
yeah.
him on top of yellow.
First one was nice. First one was nice.
On the volley. Practicing for the World Cup.
Yeah.
And FaZe are cleaning this one up. Yeah, despite the play that Will made at the beginning to make this one a 4v4 and make it winnable, FaZe get another spike plan. They get another punish, and they're able to make it happen. Oh, what a deficit for 100 Thieves. Every map has begun the same way. FaZe catapult out to a lead so early on.
You can't let it end same way it did when they were last playing Icebox against Ghost Gaming.
And honestly, this is very similar. Just getting outplayed in the first half, and you really can't rely on yourself being able to pull every game back from a massive deficit. So 100 Thieves are going to get aggressive this time. Will walking down mid off the back.
No.
And Babybay just walks at them. He just walks at them.
No, shot, man.
Player standing.
Two kills for him. First and third in a round.
If there was ever a round to indicate why FaZe have been beating 100 Thieves so successfully in this match, it would be that one. 100 Thieves come up with a game plan. They do something they've never done before. They set it up decently as well. And the FaZe players wide swing delete them.
Yeah.
I mean, FaZe have just come into this game on fire. They are so scary when they're in this form.
Prime game and flawless. Every gun being kept moving forwards. I mean, the play there for 100 Thieves, it's going to be the mid pressure they wanted to apply.
Yeah.
They wanted to apply a bit of that mid pressure early on, and Babybay just rips their heads off.
But crucially too, 100 Thieves are expecting a normal response from FaZe. The Viper Orb to be popped early, no one to challenge.
Yeah.
They're going to be allowed to get into their positions and drone. But FaZe are not allowing them to do this kind of stuff. They are disrespecting them, and it's working.
It's such an unorthodox timing.
It's as fast as you could possibly swing mid. They do it, they get rewarded.
It's the way FaZe play.
It is.
It's such a, in terms of the timings they take,
And
their
thus
overall
far,
game plans are such a quirky team. It's hard to prep for.
the chaos is beating the plan.
The preparation, yeah.
Yeah.
100 Thieves, such a prep-heavy team, honestly.
And the
So much
chaos
comes
really is
into
winning. It's entropy. At the end of the day, it's just entropy. You're battling against thermodynamics. What can you do?
A fine death.
And every player on FaZe, it feels like, is in top form.
Yeah, this is... if they can keep this up, it's absolutely dangerous.
Spike planted.
Another plant, 100 Thieves, another retake, another eco. 100 Thieves in the last two maps have never even got in position to use their ults. They have comps that have really good ultimates for them to be able to utilize. they're always at a player deficit or an eco round.
And it's a difficult prospect for them. Still, Stella in position, gets the one, bang, lurking around the back. That's Flyer removed. Counter wall, Asuna just hiding behind. With a snake bites, the spam. Oh my goodness, needs to be wary. He's already got the half, and the play is made.
There's
Half on
the
the board,
round.
Asuna, please defuse that. Thank you. Don't mess around with the timings.
And there's the
Wanted to
round.
give the orb to bang, but yes, Josh, that is the round.
Finally, a thrifty on the board for 100 Thieves. Off the back of Bang, hitting some really nice shots. Asuna coming in with the wall. All worked out. And Stella to start things, actually, with that nasty little piece, removing Dicey.
Gotta be cool, calm, and collected, honestly. Ice cold with the shots these guys are firing. Bang, what a play being made by him, but also Asuna as well, making sure that that pressure when the mid flank came through to disrupt that one, shut it down. And sometimes that is all you need to turn the tide of the map. An eco win like that, taken away on a thrifty, the money situation turns around. You can see now the face. Okay, opted into taking their time out.
Just trying to ice any level of momentum that 100 Thieves might be able to get, I think. And for 100 Thieves, remember that this is a pretty rookie squad. Sure, they have Asuna, they have Derek, who've got some decent experience being in these high-pressure scenarios, but Bang, Will, Stella, they haven't been in these spots in the playoffs before where everything's on the line, and you have to fight back, and you have to give it your all, and stay determined, and believe that you can win. This is going to be a different challenge for them as they go throughout the bracket, and they're not facing an elimination here against FaZe, but they would hate to drop down into the lowers. This organization, this team has high expectations, and they've done very well in the group stage. They've shown that moment of brilliance. They've already shown us an insane comeback as well in 1 out of our 3 maps today. But getting some momentum back here, they go back-to-back with the timeouts.
Wow.
No, okay. Maybe that was the 100 Thieves timeout then. Who knows? Doesn't matter at the end of the day anyway. Will's going to make the same play down mid that got punished so heavily by Baby Bay previously.
And it is push forwards into mid. B main approach once more being taken, given up freely by 100 Thieves, but they have to be certain of this now. They've cleared it out. They know that there's no possibility of a lurk coming through into mid. Viper's Pit dropped down. Superman is going to be getting that one for free. There's no utility to push them back off of it. In fact, Bang has fallen.
Will broke the trademark behind. They know there's somebody on the flank here. You can see a couple of FaZe players, a lot of FaZe players, watching for this flank from Will. Flyer poised. Icy in a position ready to swing.
Honestly, this is incredibly awkward to just try and push through now. Sort of force in play. Bit of a dart being sent flying now as well. And this is up to Will, honestly.
Yeah, what's the timing that he goes for here?
It's all just being collected though. The kills! Oh, Baby Bay Rendezvous back!
And it's all falling to pieces. Everything that 100 Thieves do is getting read, countered, dismantled by FaZe. And the snowball, both economic and in terms of the ultimates, is fighting against them. Baby Bay's on for the ace here. He's running down Derek. He wants the clip.
Yeah, you're trying to weather down a storm when Baby Bay's playing like this. Top form for him. Derek denies the content. Not getting a clip out of me.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, 17-3. Him and Dicey have still been putting on an absolute masterclass. And Flyer continues to impress. Let's not be blown away by Baby Bay and Dicey so much that we forget how good the other players on FaZe are. Flyer's consistent, insanely consistent in the game since he's been added.
Oh, sorry, pretty
And
boy.
yeah, it is just round after round that they're putting on the board. Another eco. 2 guns available for Derek and Bang. They're going for more mid pressure. It didn't work last time. I don't know what they're going to do to make it work this time.
I think just the early push out denies the potential of like a mid lurk potentially coming through. It's a deep drone.
They did this last time as well, though.
No way, man. Actually just...
Yeah, the drone didn't spot him.
Yeah, hidden around the corner. Now we see it. Null command in play. It's going to be a return, though. Instantly, Baby Bay brought back into the action. Back into the fray with the res. Now 5 players alive. 100 Thieves, they need to start rattling off some of these shots with the rifles they've got in their hands. They need to find a miracle. A player close to the wall. Asuna, he tempers it. Quick little sidestep, the slow orb drop down, but now finally something is starting to break through. Wall in his hands. You can see they want to try and go for this one. It's a bit of an awkward one. And while this was happening, Superman just goes for the mid lurk. takes away 2 of the players. 100 Thieves just can't withhold against this kind of pressure.
No, they don't have the level of aggression in the retake. I mean, Asna's slow up there. He decides to go for it. It sets them up for 2 kills, but then he's slowed himself off and can't really go for the wall at the end of the day. And Superman, he was trying to re-clear mid because he was worried about a flank. He wasn't necessarily trying to find the perfect timing to go for this pincer play in the post plant, but it just works perfectly for him. And FaZe are running away with this. Is it going to be another 9-3? It would just,
you gotta be joking.
it would be perfect. Poetic.
Viper's Pit in main. FaZe. So you're 10-2 at the half. You guys, I mean, they've got to be pleased with that one.
They would be, for sure. 100 Thieves have some decent ultimates. They finally have rifles back in their hands as well. And they're threatening, like they want to go for another mid to A, mid to B by the look of it though too.
How do you even know that this is occurring right now? Will come straight through into them. The double satchel play in action. It's Baby Bay who comes up with it anyway. Gets the initial kill. Sure, Superman goes down, but a wall cutting across. Unconventional in terms of the placement of it. Unconventional the way it's being played, but bang across the ropes. A subtle play. Walks his way up now, but time is ticking, and Dicey still winning these fights. Asuna responds. It is chaos. Once more injected into the final round of this half. There's 100 Thieves, they can taste it. The opportunities are bound for them now. Dicey left in this 1v2, the wall to block the approach. Still he gets it. 24 health remaining. A tap of it. It is planted. Just for the gate, just to find the angle, but Asuna collects the kill anyway. One more found, one more on the board. Is 3 rounds gonna be enough?
3 was enough for them on split, but it did not look even close on Fracture. Who knows? It's not been a good beginning to this final map, though, for 100 Thieves. FaZe are clearly the favorites.
And we are going to find out just which way this series ends up. FaZe in a wonderful position to try and take away the series. On the other side of this break, the second half of Icebox and our decider is going to be coming right up.
Because you know what I'm saying.
FaZe have set themselves up nicely now heading into the second half of Icebox. So close now to winning out this series, getting the honor to face off against Exit Deeper in this upper bracket of our NA Stage 2 VCT playoffs.
Baby Bay just casually dropping 20 kills. Similar stuff to what Dicey was doing on Fracture as well to power his team to a 9-3 lead. 100 Thieves, they absolutely need this pistol. I've said it every time. Yeah. They've been down 3-9.
All great comebacks, Josh. They start with that pistol one.
They do. They've been down 3-9 in each of our 3 maps so far. And the game plan for 100 Thieves is fairly simple but difficult. Oh, well, they need to deal with Superman to start with. Tucked into this top nest position.
Are they even going to be aware of this?
They look like they know it's a possibility.
Flash the peak. It's coordinated. These little plays that get injected into things. It's the difference maker for FaZe, especially when they have the confidence. Every single one of these players. It's always going to be Dicey and Bebe, of course, stealing the show, but they're all fantastic players in their own right in terms of being able to pull off those individual moments.
Yeah, and the coordination has just hit a next level recently. Every play is no longer solo. It's got some little piece added into it, like that flash. The 100 Thieves are going to be able to get a plant down. They're at a player disadvantage. FaZe love being on the retake, and Superman's on the flank.
This is good, though. They're fighting deep for this pressure. They need to start taking out the rest of these players. Quick little right click is there. One player solo. Bebe just whipping around, but luckily he has his team to support him. All down to Superman. Health is not kind to Stella. He's going to be taken out momentarily, and now just down to that 1v1. The wall blocking a decent portion of this one. Snakebite applying that vulnerability. Information is now gained for him. Tries to push into it. I can't believe how close that was.
Oh, the headshot onto Bang knocks him down.
Oh
86 damage. Thankfully, he hadn't taken any chip earlier on. And now the question becomes, FaZe, do you decide to force? They've done it before, but choosing not to this time. Maybe it's only an attack-sided strat when they can get the spike plant down. They're going to allow 100 Thieves just a moment to breathe here. Just a moment, though. Once more, Brent, same game plan for FaZe. Get some kind of early pick, win the first kill battle, which they've been able to do with astounding success in this match, and then flank for the retake.
Got to be worried about this, though. 100 Thieves, they've got good awareness to know that they could just be pressuring and pushing these angles. The weaker buy, okay. Not much health to your name, Superman. You got to run away from that one.
And this looks like 100 Thieves should be able to deal with it fairly easily. So I think the game plan, though, is fairly simple for 100 Thieves here. They're going to need to push Baby Bay back from his aggressive positions. He's going to be contesting them for map control a lot with those rendezvous. And if they can do that, they want to get Spike Plant down and play for the post plant. They have a ton of utility for post plant in these rounds. The problem being, FaZe are going to flank them. FaZe have been insane at getting those first kills from people like Baby Bay. And 100 Thieves have been rough in the post plants. Only 2 weeks ago, 100 Thieves were averaging 90% post plant win rate. In the last couple of weeks, they've just been above 50%. That's a massive drop off. In this match currently, they're about sat at 50%. Only a fraction above. So 100 Thieves need to be able to fend off these flanks that are coming. Obviously, this round a simple one. With no buy coming out from FaZe, no force. But heading into the bonus, these are the rounds you've got to get to power a comeback.
And FaZe are showing the percentage plays at the back of their heads in terms of saving the money, no force from the prior rounds. Now they're going to have the rifles.
And these are the rounds where you want to cook something up really interesting for 100 Thieves. They've got a mid to B strat that they like to run on rounds like this. But they're choosing to run a bit of a slow default at the beginning. Again, I feel like this is wanting to prod out where Baby Bay is playing from.
Possibly a fake as well. Look at the way they're just dumping utility right now into the back of Yellow. D main control as well, being pressured. But Baby Bay just retakes the space.
Yeah, that's the dangerous thing
He's
about Baby
fearless.
Bay. Even with his rendezvous offline, he's such a confident player. And why wouldn't he be? He's got 20 kills in the first half.
Wall was dropped down, drone was used, but FaZe, they did not bite. Dart sent down though, and that does get broken for but a moment. Now with the wall breaking as well, Dicey has to be aware of these different angles. Now he's being pressured, he's being swarmed. Right from the angles, a quick little jiggle with the movement. The Spectres are doing quick work.
Spike planted.
Very nicely done there for Will and Asuna on the entry. That's the duo that you need to get fired up for 100 Thieves. They got Bang on something of an interesting lurk play here too. Superman is so wary of it. Oh, but the timing just perfect for Bang. Literally perfect.
He's been given the opening. That wall comes up, but it's still being watched. Superman too low though to hold that one. With Bang now left to deal with. All he has to do is stay alive, but he has the confidence to re-swing back into them, and this rifle round has crumbled. Babybay left into it, to his own devices, has the capability to turn it, but with the time just ticking down, and a double swing is there. It's the bonus converted for 100 Thieves. A good round to get on the board for them. Stella survives as well, carrying forwards that one rifle, making it a bit easier on the bank.
And they're now within 3 rounds. Suddenly, this 9-3 lead that FaZe had, it's looking much more like Split than it is like Fracture to start the second half. And think about the checklist there for 100 Thieves. They push Babybay back over towards yellow, check. They get the entry pick, check. They get into a post plant, check, and they win it. All the perfect things that 100 Thieves need to power their style of gameplay. And they're going to start to snowball. Their ultimates are really good for getting into those post plant situations too.
Can't slip up though against what FaZe are running now.
Look how reactive Babybay is. He hears them in B green and he's running over there.
No
I need to get a kill. I need to get a kill, and he finds it.
Yeah, Rendezvous laid down. Luckily, the res is in play, but you still have to know he's going to be making plays like this all day long. Disrespecting the Viper's wall. Asuna, the plant, gets stuck down, but he pays with his life. But it is a post plant, nevertheless.
Probably worthwhile. Superman's going to use his ult here to try and retake, but the spam catch is poised already. This could be a dangerous eco for FaZe.
Babybay, he's going to be able to spot this one damage. Derek wins it. Quick tap of it as well. That means that utility is going to get pulled out of 100 Thieves. But getting a little bit too dangerous for them. But with Superman falling now, no more cover from the Viper's pit. Just Flyer left. Can't hold against it. Can't withhold. 100 Thieves, you can see how committed they are to try and getting into these post-plant scenarios. Asuna giving his life away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have to get into post plants for their style to work, I think. And FaZe, they haven't been able to get a kind of flank play off because they haven't controlled either of the extremities in either of these 2 rounds. So I think that's going to be the key for FaZe as you head into another crucial economic swing round for FaZe Clan. They know if they give 100 Thieves the space, they're going to be retaken here into a pit. So you need to be flanking. You need to be approaching that pit from many different directions, or deny the plan going down in the first place. But it's FaZe's style to play for retakes. And Babybay, a flank through mid, somewhere like 30 seconds from now, will probably pay dividends. We'll see whether that's what he's going for. Yeah. And Flyer with a crucial purchase of the Odin here. So it looks like maybe they are playing to deny the plant.
I've seen this before, actually. The
it's
Odin
just designed to break the Sage wall.
Yeah. Just the extra ammunition you need to chew through it, so they can't set it up.
100 Thieves might have a bit of a timing past this 0 point. Thrown out by Poise to see whether anyone was playing A. Didn't see a thing. So now 100 Thieves are grouping up, looking to pounce.
Right here.
I think 100 Thieves have played the macro sense of this one pretty perfectly. I imagine the Viper wall's up along with the dart, so it's still pulled players together. And now you're going to start to see the approach, the assault onto the site. A still need to chew through that one wall that they've got down. They need to be well drilled in terms of their execution of this one. There's still 2 players down in the pit. It's dropped. Nades into the back. To see FaZe willing to just try and play inside of this one. See if they can deny any sort of damage or the plant coming down. It's a bit of spam. Babybay, a random stray shot.
They just know where Asuna's going to plant.
No way.
That wall, the plant spot, it's so readable. It's so predictable.
It's getting away with murder.
He's running rings around them.
Prime Gaming flawless, just like that. FaZe, it was looking dire, honestly. I'm not going to lie, but 100 Thieves, they were being slowed down to a crawl.
Yeah. First of all, they have to get through the Sage wall, so they break that from Dicey. Then they have to get through the Viper wall, and they finally get through there. But 100 Thieves have been going for the same plant, the one that connects 410 to Generator. And the FaZe players were incredibly ready for it. They spammed inside the Viper's pit, so that the 100 Thieves players couldn't be close.
Yeah.
And then they spammed down the wall, and then they spammed down Asuna.
Pre-firing the common angles.
And that gives FaZe one that they desperately need. On Split, FaZe only won a single round in the second half, and it was an eco. So this is already looking better for them. Instantly finding answers.
This Sage wall is a difficult one to deal with. But drone's going to be used now to try and at least stretch away, take away pieces of it. It's bare. I mean, bang. The first pick there onto Babybay.
You have to be able to punish Babybay when he makes a slip up like that.
Important takeaway there. I mean, Dicey, he did take that forward space and he managed to get the ult orb to put his ult online, but Okay, they're trying to
will
retake
be
the
resable,
space.
though. It will be resable if 100 Thieves end A. So FaZe are expecting them to try and play in this area, and look how quick they are to re-clear it. A flash, a knife, and suddenly it's a 5v5 again.
That's only going to tag onto Bang as well. It gives them information. They know that there's just the one lurking there, and so right now 5v5 again, and no one has cleared the close angle. There it returns a fire, though. Flyer will be removed, but can they take care of Superman? Lining up for him. 100 Thieves all tumbling down, and it's all on Bang with the double swing in play. FaZe are too clean with the fundamentals. Not letting that one slip.
And they have been in a situation so far, even in this series, where they let the 9-3 lead slip, and they are not planning to do it again. FaZe put 100 Thieves Economy in a difficult position where it's going to be a bit of a scrappy buy, and this is the Thieves' last chance. Superman is not expected in this position whatsoever. Asuna thinks he's controlled it with a slow orb, and then they line up. But overall, the macro game plan there for FaZe, FaZe outplayed them with that retake in green.
They really did.
They got the res, they had map control, they knew it was going to be an A-hit.
Doing it again. Dropping it down. Poise is given a free orb. That means he has the null command. Yeah, he gets tagged up by the drone, but the bullets are too busy finding a mark on the wall, let alone the players.
Now it looks like 100 Thieves are going to go for a lockdown push into B. They're going to take space. Get Stellar in a position where he can use the lockdown. Even if the null command comes through as a response to this from Poised, it doesn't really matter because they've had to give up all of this position.
He's going to go off now, so space gained. No, there's no players close. The yellow with the wall up. Critical that they're able to get that plant down, but it has been destroyed immediately. Nade deep back into Snowman. Will, he's still taking this forward approach. Needs a bit of backup though from the rest of his team. The reset of the aim is nasty, but it's a pivot. 100 Thieves just decide, okay, we're going to be taking this one over to A, despite the fact that players have done some very good damage.
Yeah, it's, you can tell it's a good decision. At most, they're facing Superman here, and as soon as Derek gets killed, they'll know exactly the position the Superman's playing in, get a free spike plant down, and they should be able to win this one. It would be an absurd 1v4 for Superman to take this to match point.
What a way to do it, though.
Do you believe?
After what we witnessed last week, Josh, I don't think I'll ever disrespectfully talk over a 1vx situation ever again. I'll never start talking about what they're going to do next round, but it looks like Superman is going to be opting. Just give this one up.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves played the macro game there really nicely, but they also threw in a crucial chaotic element, which was Will running towards Snowman, taking duels. And I think sometimes that gets lost in the talk about theoretically excellent Valorant. If you play everything perfectly, your opponents know that you're always going to go for the percentage play. They're never worried about some wild push. And that, generally speaking, is 100 Thieves' style. And Will just added that little bit of unexpected into the plan. Taking the swing, hitting the shot over by Snowman. He has his showstopper available. FaZe take a timeout. They have been able to find some success on the defensive half, but it hasn't really been in the form we were expecting, which was those retakes. They haven't been playing aggressive towards one side of the map. I think I'd really like them to start going in that direction. You know, BabyBay's not playing to flank here. They're not playing a Neon where they're pushing aggro. BabyBay's playing positions where he wants to get a first kill and drop off.
Yeah.
And they're, you know, 100 Thieves trade request. We'll give you the first kill, but we get the spike plant and get to play post plants. And 100 Thieves, 4v5 win rate has been pretty spectacular, so they're still fine. Even if they lose a player early on.
Especially with this composition.
Yeah, they are #1 in winning 4v5s across North America. They win it about a third of the time, which maybe that doesn't sound like much, but that's really high compared to the average.
Yeah, compared to the norm.
The norm is like 25%, so it's a big improvement. Now, FaZe are within sniffing distance of being able to get into that upper semi-final, take on Xset, and potentially forge a path through the uppers.
Yeah, it's within their grasp, but
both of these teams, I'm sure, will be happy to be on this side of the bracket, not having to face Optic, the winners of Masters Reykjavik.
Yeah, of course.
Until you get into, you know, the upper finals kind of game. But there is a long way to go before they get to that.
Yeah, one step at a time. Got to focus on the opponent ahead of you. That's going to be the dart. No one actually breaking this one here. Will's deep. That's the showstopper in play. That takes out Superman. Nobody breaking that dart meant that his positioning was gave away. And the Odin spam, that's in the wrong place.
Yeah, 100 Thieves go for a different spike plan here, the one up top. Another one that they've been running fairly effectively. And 100 Thieves, again, the checklist. They push Babybay away, they get the pick onto Superman, they get into a post plan. These are the rounds that they are going to win with a lot of success.
Flyer let him rip that Hunter's Fury. The one tag onto Asuna, it softens him up, but still, it's poised. Damage done. Now Will, this flank timing is everything. A lot of the utility was already just pumped into that one to try and push them off, to try and pressure them. The players are all over the place with the wall drop down. Dicey feels like he can just stick this one, but he hears the footsteps. He has to get off of it. And now, I mean, the opposition in the crosshair placement is all over the place.
Yeah, that one got incredibly chaotic. But as soon as Will spotted the fact that there was nobody sticking that, as soon as he didn't see Dicey on the defuse, he knew they'd won the round on time. So, doesn't matter too much that they ended up dying there. And 100 Thieves really are mounting a comeback, Bran.
Yeah.
FaZe economy is in a rough position, and they haven't come up with the answer.
That's why we just saw that FaZe timeout. You could feel it slipping away.
And I really do think the answer here is defensive aggression. They need to be pushing aggressively on one side of the map. Playing for the retake, playing to their strengths. But like we've seen all series long, if you try and retake all from one position, it's not going to go particularly well against teams that are super drilled.
Is that defensive aggression now? A double peek, a double push, bang. He's got too many angles to watch down, and mostly well played, I think, from FaZe to be able to take that one still. Yeah, better weapons in their hands. Men could have also done a bit of damage there. They have not dealt with poise effectively, but traded in the end.
They have a decent idea that Babybay is on this flank. The turret, I believe, got taken down there. That's what he was chipping damage at. He finds himself in a 1v3. Babybay has been racking up the numbers on map 3, but it's another very difficult situation.
He knows this is winnable for him. Relatively healthy rifle in his hands, but the positioning of 100 Thieves now, they need to be well drilled in terms of how they deal with this. Don't give Babybay the opportunities in the 1v1s, because you know this guy's going to be running away with it. Quick little clear now towards 410. Time is starting to run low. You can hear the tick of the spike, and Asuna sidestepping right at the back, gives him all the information he needs for the perfect headshot.
And I told you on map 1 and map 2 that 100 Thieves were barely just over 50% in terms of their post-plant win rate, which was down massively compared to what we expect. Well, in this map, they are currently 7-0. They have won every single round that they've been able to get into a post-plant. FaZe, they had the answer on Split and on Fracture.
Yep.
And they just can't pull the same kind of thing out without the Neon in their comp.
Yeah, the Neon really is a bit of an enabler, I think, as well, for Babybay to be able to take those timings. When he's on chamber and he has to have a bit more preemptive setup, place the rendezvous here, okay, here's what we're going to do. It's not as fluid. You can't just toss out the adaptive plays that FaZe like to do.
Well, he could push. That's the thing. He
And
could push off the back of
plan something.
Yeah, off the back of a drone down mid or something like that. Babybay could push. The problem is getting value out of the rendezvous. You kind of have to abandon your rendezvous and just push past it. But I still think that would be a better answer. Kind of leaning on that fast flanking technique compared to what they're currently trying to do, which is to hold their ground and stop 100 Thieves getting into the site to begin with.
Timeout taken. 100 Thieves, they can feel it.
What an insane comeback this would be for 100 Thieves.
Ridiculous.
Down 3-9 in all 3 of the maps. I don't think I've ever seen a series like that where the team that's disadvantaged ends up winning. And 100 Thieves are still a fair way away from the winning mark, from the finish line, but they're getting ever closer.
The potential is there. Pretty standard Viper's pick going to be dropped down now by Superman.
There was a spam angle taken there onto the turret, but Stella's turret persists. It survives.
I'm staying up. Even dropping that alarm bot as well inside the smoke.
And Derek's position, he's anticipating a flank. They are not playing anybody towards B main. They are deliberately asking FaZe to flank them.
Respect. I mean, Flyer just has to vacate the premises. Dicey as well. This is an incredibly precarious position to be playing in. Will collecting so many of these kills. He's taken out 2 of the players. And mid, it's just being watched the entire time. The alarm bot's going to give the perfect timing. Poised in such a dangerous situation. He knows that the pressure's going to be coming through now, but Stella. Oh, this timing. It could be everything for them. Plan starts to go down. Kitchen spotted out, and Stella has dealt with it. Another player, another thorn in the sides of FaZe to try and deal with. It's impeccable in its nature.
And that's a gorgeous round being played by 100 Thieves. And it's Will coming alive on the entry. Their game plan was spectacular too. Even if FaZe had, taken my advice and gone for a fast flank through B main in that round, Derek was watching it from spawn, from the most passive position that you're never going to clear. And in fact, 100 Thieves go a mid to B strat that looks very similar to one that FaZe ran previous.
It's becoming a bit more commonplace, I think, to just throw that one into your general game plan as well. A bit of an unknown quantity.
Make the defenders respect mid. Make them have to allocate players there on every round. And BabyBay's about to drop a 30 bomb in a game that they could easily lose.
It's slipped away at this point. It's even.
The momentum is firmly in 100 Thieves fans. That is another round. What is that, 8-0 in terms of 100 Thieves post-plant success?
Absurd. Absolutely absurd. And FaZe, they got to start to deny it. But we're not seeing it.
No, we really aren't.
Retakes.
Even these first kills have not been going the way of FaZe, as they have throughout the entire series. In Map 1 and Map 2, BabyBay and Dicey were 20-10 in first kills to first deaths. Will and Asuna were 10-20. That has not been the case towards the latter portion of this match.
Incredible mental resilience, I think, from 100 Thieves to be able to make this happen.
But it isn't over yet.
It's not over yet. Got to do a bit more than that with BabyBay. Quarter force in hand. Now this lockdown, it does leave a slight gap up to the sides. Wow. It catches.
I'm amazed at that caught, actually.
Yeah.
You need full line of sight, and it looked like it was tucked around the corner, but...
Guess it was just enough.
Yeah, there goes the lockdown.
Space being regained now for FaZe, but it is a fast play now. Straight through B main. Superman has a Spectre, holding this shallow angle. He has enough energy as well, look. The Viper orb up.
Time could be the greatest enemy of 100 Thieves here.
They have to be so clean when it comes to clearing this one, and they get the information that the player still hugging the backside of Yellow. A bit of spam, a bit of play into it, the slow orb on top of it, but now they're using the ultimates. Derek is committing that Hunter's Fury. He's hoping to see if he can clear one of these angles, and his team scales up onto it, but now there's just 30 seconds left. The awkward time is being taken, still back Yellow being held. They're running a spike back to A, Josh.
Yeah, they're making the mad pivot. There is only 20 seconds left. The FaZe players have read it. They're trying to intercept them in mid.
About it?
I don't think so. There's 12 seconds. Stella covering the flank. He's been amazing in mid on these lurk timings. 7 seconds on the clock. And Asuna is going to be able to get it down. There's only a single player from FaZe. And they're way away from this play.
Once more, Superman left into it. The 1v3, the spike drop down. The money's not good, but this time there's no time for saving. You've already lost your grip on the series. Turn of the half, it's just been downhill for them. So much clear around these corners. He doesn't know if there's a player there, and the swing from both of the players. Straight there up on Belt, it's Derek who collects the kill.
I've never seen anything like this, Bren. 3-9 down in all 3 of the maps. 100 Thieves now have match point. They are 1 round away from going to have a rematch against Xset, a team they've already beaten in the group stage.
I'm built different.
This one keeps them alive in the upper bracket, and here comes the showstopper play. Off the rip, BabyBay dodges it with the rendezvous.
Yeah, back to safety. Heal in play now for Will. Wall has to be broken now. Pressure being once again applied to this site. The slow orbs scattered across FaZe, you can feel it. They're just dumping everything into this one to try and deny the plan, but the wall goes up without a hitch. There's nothing to deny, there's nothing to stop it.
Superman was thinking about flanking, but he got spotted. And now look at Superman. He's running all the way back to try and connect with the rest of his team.
Way back.
And this is another retake from FaZe, 5v5 with no flank available. In fact, the Vipers are going to clash in mid here, and Superman's just stomping through.
Footsteps being found, and there it is. The kill going his way, bang, he's opened things up for his team. 4 players left standing for FaZe to stay in this series to win. It's out still, 100 Thieves. They've got the angles fully lined up, the utility in play. It's a desperation play in the end, but not enough. And the comeback is completed, 100 Thieves completing an absurd series of events. to collect those rounds, one after the other. The series was looking over, Josh. It was looking done and dusted.
I'm amazed that they managed to resurrect that one. They took a corpse of a series and reanimated it. I am just
sorry,
befuddled
pretty boy.
as to how they've managed to pull that back in 2 separate maps, a 3-9 loss. And that's 100 Thieves just showcasing that this project has serious resilience. That's an unbelievable game.
Yeah.
And the 9-3 curse resurrected once more.
Unbelievable, man. Absolutely unbelievable from what we've just witnessed. These guys, I mean, it's a 100 Thieves squad. We're talking about the inexperience. Didn't really seem to rear its head, did it? At the end of the day, completing a comeback like that, and they are just barreling their way through. They're going to be going up against XZ slightly later in the day. We're going to be zooming all the way out as well, as our analyst desk break down the match that we just witnessed, and they're going to set it up for that second match of the day. So don't go anywhere. The playoffs continue right after this break.
They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't noticed, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, bought with the fade, like I don't even start for the win, I don't play, got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm, we tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed, we run plays without no script, hey that's light work, we make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can but no sardines. We off this week for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. And catchy, I ain't.
Oh, 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 oh. Objection, leading.
almost win the series. It felt like they had that game in their grasp, but it just slips past them as 100 Thieves closes things out 2-1. Taking things on the final map in Icebox with a huge comeback yet again.
Yeah, they take the maps that we were expecting them to just way closer.
Differently.
Way closer than we might have thought. And honestly, I think credit to them finding really solid, again, attacking halves for the team, playing towards the post plant too. But it started off with Baby Bay absolutely demolishing on FaZe's attack.
Yeah, I mean, for FaZe Clan, it was such a great way to get things going. It's a bit of change of pace from how we normally expect this team to play with Baby Bay locking in towards that chamber. It's a comp they've played previous. And for 100 Thieves, they were really struggling to play against it on their defensive side. A couple good plays through mid, a couple really nice setups. They're just taking space. Baby Bay set up in the post with that rifle. I think it gives them a lot more options, and I also was a fan of how they were playing the stage. At its core, I think in the first half it was great, but once we switched on over, then things started to become a problem for FaZe.
Yeah, what exactly was going on with FaZe, Mimi? Because it felt like every map, obviously, same score, 9-3 first half, 9-3 first half. They look great in the first half, and they just completely fall apart in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of FaZe, things just collapsed in the second half, and a lot of that is 100 Thieves being really great job on the lurks, great job of getting that spike down and playing in towards the post. But for FaZe Clan, so much of their setup was just around playing for those opening engagements, playing to deny plant. They were never committing multiple players around to the flank. They were never shutting down 100 Thieves when they got into those post-plant situations, so they were never winning on the retakes, and that's how the game slipped away from them.
Yeah, again, when there's a Sova, Viper, Killjoy on their other team, like, you saw 100 Thieves, like, planting top side over on A and just putting really far back. They had the lineups. Like, you have to be able to commit multiple members on a flank. I know that not every team in NA is playing the Killjoy, but it's just map theory. You have to watch a Fnatic VOD, please. Yes. These guys are always committing multiple players on the flanks to try and punish these comps that we've seen much more consistently out of the EMEA region. And I think you have to adapt. It was not a failure on any individual player from FaZe. That's the important thing here. They were all playing very, very well individually. The problem was the overall map strategy had a fundamental hole on the defensive side, and they were not punishing 100 Thieves.
And normally that's the antithesis of this style that we expect out of FaZe. Their whole identity is pressuring flanks, shutting down post plants, and being really strong in the retake, but it wasn't the case here whatsoever. When they tried to commit a flank, it was one player at a time, and it was instantly denied by the side of 100 Thieves, which meant they just have to play their default for a bit, chill out, put Stellar in a position to lurk in the late round, and then they just win.
I think it's really important, too, to highlight like how effective Stellar's lurks were for 100 Thieves, because there were a lot of times where FaZe did a good job of shutting down the initial site hit, and that's always going to be the struggle on Icebox, is actually getting onto the site and getting a plant down. Like, Flya had the Odin, it was breaking the Sage Wall, they didn't know how they could plant it, but Stellar, with great timings on those mid lurks, allowed 100 Thieves to pivot and hit over towards the other side, with him sort of slicing the map right down the middle, and he was doing the same thing on Split, with his late lurks through mid, in towards B Heaven. He was very solid on that first and third map, and a big reason why 100 Thieves turned it on their attack.
And it was an adaptation as well, because 100 Thieves, they started initially being really poor against that style. They were waiting, they were just putting down their stage wall, relying on that, but they made the change in the mid-round and they fixed the issues.
As we take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights as well, you'll see just how things kind of progressed across the series, and again, you'll see a lot of 9-3 halves. It's going to be a lot of FaZe at the first half, and it's going to be backloaded with the 100 Thieves clips, as FaZe looked so good in their first halves, and it was consistent pressure from the likes of Baby Bay and Dicey as well, who just popped off in the series. But ultimately, it fell flat because it did feel like it was mostly just those two. And then, again, they were disappearing in the second half.
I do think it's selling the rest of the team a little bit short, because I think Flya, like, on Split, his breach was fantastic. I think some of the other maps, like, there was a lot of great supportive utility. It was more of, like, holes in the overall map strategy, I think, for these teams on the first and third map that caused their fall off in the second half, as opposed to, like, individual players being absent. Like, the way FaZe play is about the behind-the-scenes players supporting them, and I think Flya in particular has been a standout throughout the stage.
Yeah, and even when we got in towards that third map, I think he was showing some of the right ideas. Like I said, the initial reason why 100 Thieves was struggling on the attack was because of that Odin that you mentioned, being able to chip down the wall, forcing 100 Thieves to change their style of play. But still, at the end of the day, 100 Thieves' adaptability wins out.
Yeah, it was really good. And FaZe did show a lot of different looks on this map of Icebox in particular, but like these last rounds, when you have multiple mollies up and the clock is ticking, it's really hard to get a win.
Well, we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to the analyst desk for now. It's just going to be me as we bring in our Verizon post-match interview. It's actually going to be with Derek from the likes of 100 Thieves as they pick up a huge win to kick things off here in the playoff debut match here for VCT-NA. As we bring him in, Derek, congratulations, obviously, on finding the win. It's a huge victory for you guys. You now have a matchup against XSET, but I just want to look back at this series. Looking back at map 1, you guys come in with a little bit of a different agent composition than we would have expected. Where was that decision kind of theory crafted, and do you think that that maybe impacted the first half score where you guys struggled a little bit?
Yeah, it came from us feeling like teams were kind of counter-striding the Sage pick that I was usually on, and I think Breach is just really good on split. So a lot of really the attack side really came down to a lot of 1v1s that we just didn't win, and yeah, we came back on defense.
First halves in particular were pretty rough for you guys throughout the series. Yeah. It seemed like you guys really couldn't get the ball rolling. What exactly was going on in that first half that was preventing you guys from picking up steam, and how did you try to rectify it across the series, even if potentially it didn't really come together?
I mean, FaZe just has like unrelenting aggression, and you know, Baby and Dicey, when they're on, man, like especially on Chamber, they're scary. So we just couldn't get anything going on attack, but our defense made up for it.
Was there ever a point in that second map, you guys are down 9-3, you just came back from a 9-3 on map 1, was there a point at which you're like, okay, we just did this, we can do it again? Was there a point at which you're like, okay, this isn't working, like, let's just prep for map 3?
I feel like we never gave up at any point. It's just we knew our attack was a little bit weaker against them, and listen, when Dicey is like, I forget what he was at one point, but he was like 20 and like 5 or something, I don't know. But when he's just doing that, we just have to trust in our defense, and that's what we did.
What is the team demeanor like in those moments when you guys are down 9-3, like obviously consecutive maps, it keeps happening? Is there still positive vibes? It has to help that you won the first map, but is there still positive vibes coming into the second half, even though you're at a great deficit?
I don't think anyone was down. I think our prep work for defense and just knowing like we do exactly what they do on defense, but better. So honestly, once the half swaps over, it's like 0-0, and we just, you know, we play our game.
Lastly, looking at Icebox, you know, you guys, again, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse saying it, but you were down again. You managed to start getting the comeback going. Is there a point at which it pivots from being a comeback and it goes towards being a win? Obviously, the final point helps, but was there a point at which you guys are like, okay, this isn't a comeback anymore. This is our map. We're winning this. We're taking this series 2-1.
Yeah. At a point where we were just winning every single gun round, but we threw like 1 or 2 rounds on attack. I feel like our post plans were just a little bit better, and they weren't prepped for us on Icebox.
All right, well, congratulations again on the win. You guys now have a rematch against XSET, a team you already beat during the group stages, and I wish you the best of luck in that one, because that obviously sends you into the upper finals, one step closer to Copenhagen.
Yep.
All right, we are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, but when we come back, it's going to be EG versus Ghost, the two teams who are making their VCT debut with some young rosters now fighting off in the playoffs. We'll be back in just a bit.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in
So first, who caps the That's going to be the tiebreaker. I'll tell you what, if you're spawning inside a garage here, you probably got a little bit of advantage on this one, but we're going to have to see how it plays out. But I want to highlight Collect, because I feel like Collect works so well with Tylenol. Tylenol's a little bit more passive in the way that he approaches things. He plays for damage, but Collect doesn't need to be asked twice to capitalize on that damage. He will just fly in.
Yeah, amazing stuff there. We also saw really great heat wave use, I think, from both sides. Typically, you see maybe a few heat wave shots that go to just to the left, just to the right. A lot of players connecting on back tower, as well as on sandbags, as well as on rat tunnel with their heat wave shots, which ended up being a big difference maker for a player like Collect, without a doubt. He put on a great show, and first hill to win. Wow, this is going to be pretty wild, like you said. And like we've seen, you can get about half the time on B if you send one to B and let everyone else fight for things like top mid and overshield. We'll have to see if either team tries to do that, especially the team spawning garage, as you mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I want to see the free start straight away. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. I want to get back into this one. I mean, the cool thing about this B hill as well, the Space Station won one and Sentinels won the other, because we almost got we did get 2 rotations of it. So we're going to have to see who wins the third battle for B. I do think there is an advantage for sure if you probably are spawning Garage, just because of the fact that you can kind of slide in behind that hill and delay your death a little bit more. But that overshield's going to be everything on this one. You're not going to win before that overshield comes up. I would not want to be the player in a 1v1 for that overshield, knowing that the game could be riding on it.
Yeah, you and I talk all the time about how important this overshield is, especially as the overshield, the only overshield on a King of the Hill game type. It tends to be a pretty big game changer, but that is never going to be more the case than when you're playing to a single overtime first hill wins. It's going to be absolutely massive. So how these teams play this, every single kill is going to matter more than ever before in this overtime restart for sure.
Well, one team who love these kind of situations is Sentinels. How many times do we see them in a tight game 5? We always talk about it, and they come out on top. This could be another opportunity for them to flex a little bit here and close this game out and maybe just kind of take the wind out of Space Station, which, you know, is going to be a tough loss for Space Station, having played so well in that game number 1. But we do have games in front of us still for them to correct that. But I feel like Space Station, if they take this one, it's not just big for Space Station in this competition, in this tournament. It's so big for this roster, I think, to just build a little bit of belief moving towards the NA Super, moving towards Orlando, because it's been turbulent, the roster changes in Space Station. It's been unpredictable at times, but this lineup, they've got some talent.
I agree. I think it's big for the whole year, because right now, if you asked, I think any fan of the HCS, if you ask our group, what is Space Station's crowning achievement of the year, it'd be hard to place your finger on that, right? But I think instead, if they were able to go toe-to-toe here with Optic in this series, even take it, would be incredible. But even going toe-to-toe with Optic here, I think is going to be a very different series and a very different year for them. So I do think that this has a lot of weight compared to other series that we might see in the Pro Series. This one's particularly important for the Space Station side, without a doubt.
Yeah, and also Space Station hoodies, I will say, one of the most comfortable things I've ever worn in my life. Like, that's not like a plug for them. I'm just saying they were kind enough to give us one in KC. That thing does not move from my back. So I'm a Space Station fan off the back of that. It's very simple. I can be bought. But let's talk about Sentinels, because KC was a crowning achievement for them. It was great to see the Kings returning, a return to form, and also just kind of spice things up a bit from what was the Cloud9, you know, parade basically for the entirety of things. Hold on that, because we've got King of the Hill. We've got King of the Hill, and it's first hill to win. We can confirm that. The lower third is there, and as we all know, in esports, a lower third has never lied before.
Oh God, is that ever not true? That is not true, but hold on to your butts, folks. It's going to be a fast-paced single hill to close this one out here. This is our first overtime that we're showcasing here in the NA Pro Series, maybe the first of many to come for the rest of the year. And now, next hill will win. Here we go, Sentinels versus Space Station to decide game number 1.
Well, Sentinels fans, I'm sure, will be on the edge of the seat. Space Station fans, or Sans, whatever you want to call yourself, are going to be even closer. And Suppress is going to be that man again who's going to be picking up the kills. It's 3 dead here off the rip here for Sentinels. I thought this spawn might be a little bit of an advantage for them, but it looks like it's going to be early control, early kills, and overshield maybe going to Space Station, but no, the timing just off. Suppress had the opportunity maybe to push past that overshield, allow another player to move up. Sentinels, as Andy is just accidentally still on Lego, is going to grab the overshield. No, they can't pop it.
Holy crap, oh my God, an epic battle. This is how important this overshield is. Finally, it will be grabbed. Finally, it will be popped by the side of Space Station. That was one of the most ridiculous back and forth battles we've seen for an overshield, as Suppress will stay alive top Sandbags, and they will start to score.
That's 4 dead for Sentinels. Oh, this is not looking good for Sen, and it's not looking good for Frosty as well, because Suppressed, he is not missing shots at the moment. Royal 2, join your teammate in the death screen. Both talk about how you got absolutely decimated by Suppressed, because Space Station are moving closer to winning game 1 of the series.
Oh my, he might do it again. Lethal. Oh no!
Jesus.
Suppress hits another no scope. This one could be over in just a few seconds.
This one is over, because if they challenge, Suppressed will no-scope them. It's going to be game. Suppressed, unfortunately, doesn't get that final kill, but Space Station take game number 1 here against Sentinels. And I tell you what, if that game would have got another 10 minutes, I would have been fine with it, Andy, because that was ridiculous.
Holy crap. All I did that entire game was yell, because it was absolutely absurd. It was players dying on the overshield, about 6 in a row, and then Suppress goes on a killing spree of no-scopes, and that was the entire round, and Space Station takes game number 1.
That was fun.
That was awesome.
I'm just going to say, if anyone asked me, you know, if if you need an advert for the Halo Championship Series, right, why should I watch some competitive Halo? I was going to say, go and watch the tiebreaker of Space Station versus Sentinels and just see how ridiculous some of these players can be. But, I mean, we were talking about Collect, we were talking about Tylenol. Suppressed took his turn to dominate for Space Station. It was nuts. And good luck on the highlights package, because that entire tiebreaker was just a highlight reel from everyone involved.
And we get to see a little bit from the regulation time as well. Just an absolutely back and forth match here. Let's not forget, this was 2-0 in favor of Sentinels. So quite an effort from Space Station to get all of the uncontested hills that they were able to get in the end. And we saw some pretty good power up control for them as well. Yeah, we certainly did. Really did a good job. Frosty did got a little bit of a run himself as Sentinels were in a position to really take control here. You can see 3-1. They had control of Garage a few times, but it just looked a little bit sloppy. One thing that kind of stood out for me was Sentinels weren't able to control this tower enough for what was that final hill that, you know, they weren't able to get in their control. It was a little bit sloppy. Maybe they just got a little bit ahead of themselves, thinking we've got this in the bag, we're 3-1 up, but you can't afford to let anyone have that kind of opportunity to get back into the team, back into the game, especially, a team like Space Station, who just look hungry, Andy. I think that's what sums it up to me. They just look like they want it. Here's the highlights from overtime. First tag doesn't get there, second one does. Suppress just stays alive on concrete essentially the entire time, and they will close it out so quickly. Look, he goes 6-2 in the end to close out that overtime. Pretty wild performance over that very short period of play from Space Station. Yeah, I mean, we always say, right, good to get power weapons, good to get power-ups, but what do you do with them? Suppressed just destroys everyone. That's what he does when he gets them. Exciting times for Space Station, and what an opportunity, looking at what we've got next in the series, Andy, for Space Station to knock Sentinels out of the tournament. Slayer Catalyst, I have no idea how this one's going to go. It's probably a game type which is the most unpredictable that we have so far in the HCS, and I'll tell you what, Sentinels fans, maybe a little bit of squeaky bum time here, because Space Station looking strong. I would have to say, if most teams were asked what's the one game type you do not want to play a lower seeded team on a Slayer, it's Catalyst Slayer. As you say, this is an enormous opportunity. We said that the new game types were going to be a big opportunity for your lower seeded teams, just because Sentinels is going to have so many more reps on the classic game types that have been around since November. However, with Slayer Catalyst, we've talked about it week in, week out on Pro Series. This game type is unpredictable. It is the least traditional of the Halo Infinite game types. It plays very different from every Slayer in the game, and it's an opportunity for Space Station to 2-0 Sentinels and eliminate them from the tournament. Well, Sentinels, it's time to do what you do best, and that is make a comeback. For Space Station, it's time for you to prove that you finally found a roster who can compete at the very top level. And I tell you what, from the way that Space Station was slaying in that last game, and the way that the teamwork and the chemistry seems to just be clicking at the right times, I'm a little bit worried for Sen here. We'll have to see what Sentinels can do. If you're on the side of Space Station, you need to hold down the gas pedal, keep holding forward, keep flying in the face of Sentinels. Do not give them room to breathe. Ace has already got the overshield almost immediately. I'm not sure how he managed to get there almost uncontested, but they've given away the overshield, and now Ace is saying, send me in, boys. The meditation time is over. It's time to get angry. As Royal 2 is taken down, Lethal's eliminated, and Space Station are running over Sentinels off the break here. 5-0. Also a little skewer grab as well to try to contain this gold side angles, and what a start here from Space Station. And as you said, too easy of an overshield grab. Did not even need to use the grapple to get the overshield. He got the information that was available, and they get a nice 5-kill lead to start the game. Now, they've just got to be careful the adrenaline doesn't get the better of them here. Oh, my goodness. Snakebite, if you're a tank or if you're an aircraft, you're still going to go down. It doesn't matter because this skewer hits hard. Ace staying alive with excellent use of the grapple to stay alive on main ramp as well. And my God, point and click. Skewer strikes again. Just also going to challenge Snakebite and almost takes him down, even though Royal 2 was helping. We'll have to see if Collect has the right angle to help out on both of those kills. He'll get one off of a team nade from Snakebite. Cannot convert on the other, but it will be cleaned up. It's 10-3, 11-3 in favor of Space Station. This is not looking good, especially when Suppressed is hitting shots like that. Not very often you'll see a 1v1 where Frosty comes off the worst end of it. Suppressed just not backing down, and you can almost feel, you can almost sense the confidence in this Space Station team. They are playing the best they have played all season. This is exactly what Space Station needed to do. Like we said, hold forward, bring the intensity, bring the pressure. Also, look at the numbers. Collect is on 5 kills, Ace is on 6 kills. Right now for Space Station, this is a two-man show in the slaying department, and they're up 14-4.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts so far from Space Station, but you got to keep that lead. You cannot afford to give Sentinels an opportunity to get back into this. Overshield is coming up now. Ace is trying to pressure Frosty. Frosty should be able to collect that one, and now this is the opportunity for Sentinels maybe to turn this one around a little bit.
You have to think Suppressed just tried to peek there, and he gets taken down while he's one shot. If he waits just an extra second, maybe he gets away with that, and they start to be able to 2-1 Frosty on the Overshield. Instead, Frosty's able to essentially win the 1v2 and come away with the Overshield. He brings the game, I was going to say within 5, but now all of a sudden it's 17-9 again.
17-9, and he cannot finish these kills, and Frosty is almost the saddest turn of a player I've ever seen in Halo there. Just turned away, knowing he wasn't going to be able to clean up the damage, and now has to go to work again.
Great job there from Frosty, though. That's what we talk about in this game type, though. When you have to identify, even if there's players weak in the back of a base, there are times where you cannot push in the way that you normally would on other Halo Infinite maps. It plays very different, and just like that, the game comes back within 6.
Frosty might have a little bit of a flank on his hands here as well. Ace is going to be spotted out. Lethal is going to repulse him back into that wall. Turns him into a pancake for a few moments, and that was 3 without reply as Tylenol finally kind of stems the bleeding a little bit here. Tylenol with 2 as Collect will come back down to earth with a bang thanks to Frosty.
Still a 6-kill lead here for Space Station, so lots for them to be proud of. Ace probably not getting out of this. Once you take the trip down to Spikers, very rarely are you getting out of it. Frosty getting tons of info about what's happening on the Ivy side. Just like that, 4-kill game, dangerous territory for Space Station.
Stick comes in from Suppressed, though. Frosty trying to move in on Tylenol. Royal 2 is going to be alongside him. Finally, we're seeing Sentinel start to get a little bit of map presence, starting to play together a little bit more. Collect is going to be very weak, but good enough to hit the shots that he had to, and that's going to once again just stifle the momentum here for Sentinels. 23-16, but it was a good run from Sen here. They're back into this one.
Oh, those 2 kills are huge. So is this from Collect. In the end, back-to-back doubles from 2 different players there on Space Station. That will now bring the game to 25-17. It was just a 4-kill game. Now, once again, it's an 8-kill game. Skewer once again in the hands of Ace.
Ace ready to take down, again, any player, anything that moves, that Skewer will take it down. And at the moment, it's the Commando, which is commanding the whole of Catalyst here. It's 29-18, another phenomenal run coming in here from Space Station. And again, it's Ace with his Skewer that's made the difference.
Ace with the Skewer and grapple yet again here. Suppressed with the Overshield. It's a 10-kill lead for Space Station right now. Make it 11 as they continue to push in. This is an opportunity for them, certainly, to make the most historic performance of their season so far.
Lethal. Oh, that's a huge play from Lethal with that sword to take down the Overshield player. He also took down Ace as well, but I mean, there's no respite here. You can see Collect is going to grapple up onto the wall. He's going to jump off. I have no idea what that's called. A nollie fakey 360. I don't know what you want to call it, but it worked. And he got the slice, and it's 34-21.
I think it was alley-oop backside Fishbrain there. Excellent work to make sure to string together those plays. 34-22. If you're on Space Station, you want to keep the pressure. You also want to make sure you do not throw this away. Sentinels, many would say the best team in the world right now at Halo Infinite. This game is far from over. 6:45 left on the clock.
Space Station slowing this one down as well. Just taking their time. Recognizing they got sword and letting Sentinels fall into the trap. This is perfect teamwork from Space Station. This is something that we're not used to seeing from them so far in the Halo Championship Series. They have the Skewer as well. I'm pretty sure that Tylenol's got it in his hands, so he's the player to watch right now. He's going to be able to make the difference.
And the player that we started with, Ace, how about it? He's 14-6 in this game, leading the game heavily in that category, almost double that of anyone else on Sentinels in the kill department. Fantastic performance from him so far. This is the home stretch, up 39-24.
Very simple here for Space Station. Get the Overshield, win the game. They only need 11. If they can pick up that OS, which is coming up in about 4 seconds' time, then they're going to have a chance to do so. But Frosty is on a flank. Frosty is making a play. But it's going to be Ace who gets that Overshield. It's only trades. Space Station have 2 alive. Ace just needs to get out of dodge, but he's not going to be able to. Oh, I told you that Skewer will kill anything that moves. It doesn't matter if you have an Overshield. Royal 2 hits the big shot at the biggest of times.
Ace gets absolutely nuked. I think he got spikered as well as skewered at the same time, which is about the worst death I think you can describe in this game. Royal 2 also with some good flag grab nades that might connect. But let's not forget, that Overshield grab from Ace still denied it from the other side. So it will still be 41-27. This is, of course, still Space Station's game to lose. They should close this out.
Yeah, really good push again. Aggressive from Space Station, forcing their way out of the base, saying, we will bring the fight to you. 3-4 for Sentinels. And with that, it's just 6 kills to go. Suppressed, who has been impressive, is now going to be able to help out Ace pick up a couple more. And I tell you what, if he pops around this corner, you wouldn't be surprised to see another one of those skewer shots hitting pretty hard.
He's grappling right in. He wants it. 47-31. Only 3 more kills to go for Space Station to eliminate Sentinels. 2-0 here.
Make it 1. And there is that skewer shot. It's going to be Space Station, who look like the team we've wanted to see at last. They eliminate Sentinels 2-0 here. And I tell you what, it was damn impressive.
I don't know who had this on their bets, on their bingo cards. Space Station eliminating Sentinels here in week 3 of the NA Pro Series in this split. An unbelievable performance from them. A huge overtime win and a comeback win to close it out in overtime in game number 1 and a dominant game number 2. We said these game times might have been the ones they needed. They get the series layout they might have wanted, and they close it out 2-0 as we take a look at the stats.
Let's take a look then. Let's have a gander at who was doing the damage. It was Collect and Ace in that game. Great to see Ace back. You know, putting up the slays we expect. To be honest with you, it's the kind of thing that we've been missing from him so far this year. He's been a player historically who's always put up big numbers, but you're looking at those numbers, Andy, you can't really pick fault with anyone at all. Everyone's positive, everyone's got decent assists, and unfortunately for Sentinels, it just wasn't good enough.
Certainly caught off guard without a doubt. I think that's the best we've ever seen. As we take a look at the damage, that's the best we've ever seen out of Space Station. We'll take a look here at any outliers on this side. It's really Collect. 4,700 damage for him on the board. Yeah, Tylenol, not a huge amount of damage, but still managing to go positive and do what he had to do. It's essentially in that game, but I want to talk about Suppressed, Andy, because amazing. This man's BR shot is something special. I mean, I want to talk about the BR in Halo Infinite, but if you ain't missing too many shots with it, I tell you what, Suppressed is one of those players who is still going to win those 1v1s regardless of who he's going up against. Here's a look at your series layout. And my God, is it a different one than we've seen all season long for Space Station when facing opponents of this caliber. 4-3 comeback overtime win. King of the Hill live fire. 50-32 Slayer on Catalyst. It's all black and gold. Space Station will advance, and they will eliminate Sentinels in their first outing since the Kansas City Championship. Well, Sentinels back to the drawing board once more. Space Station maybe up to the celebration table, but they've still got some games to play, of course. So these are the highlights, and this is the last game. What a hot start it was. I mean, how aggressive was this start, Andy? I think Ace had the overshield within about 2.4 seconds. I think that's the exact timing on it. They didn't wait for it at all, right? They were able, and also Ace just flying in. Even though there were 3 players alive on the main ramp at Courtyard, he flies right. And look at this play from Collect to immediately just take Lethal out of this engagement and win that battle just time and time again, putting together amazing kills. This, as you said, was a huge play from Lethal to keep the game a little bit close, but another overshield for Ace as well. But all I cared about here, yeah, he gets look how he gets nuked here. This is crazy. Spiked and skewered at the same time, but the bigger piece was denying that overshield. Look at the team shot here to close this out as well. Amazing stuff here on the Ivy side of the map. Yeah, I love how at the end of this game as well, Space Station didn't show any fear. They pushed out of this base at one point, but they were doing it as a team. They were doing it in duos, just making sure that they could get those trades. And look, I mean, Space Station, like I said, we've been waiting for this, and finally, we're seeing signs of life.
It's about damn time. My God. I've got to say, I am actually extremely shocked by this for many different reasons. I think the first of all being that Sentinels obviously under-practiced, but with how close they kept it with Optic, I'm so surprised at how not close it was, especially in that final Slayer. But I just think that just shows how incredible Space Station are and how much they have stepped up. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I can't even fathom. It's a completely different team that we're seeing on our screens. I'm really excited about it. I really am. Gaskin, watching that in the wings, I think, you know, just the first part of the overtime as well for the King of the Hill, unbelievable. I mean, the overshield fight and the fact that they were so aggressive with so much confidence. You know, would you have actually approached the overtime like Space Station did? How would you have done it initially?
I think that Space Station played it perfectly, right? You put the right weapons in the right hands of the right people, and they get the job done. And some of the things that we were seeing with that sniper rifle at the very end after that tiebreaker, it's one of those ones where Sentinels would have just been left saying, well, what more can we do when the opposition is playing that well? It's just one of those days where Space Station have hit a better rhythm, a little bit faster in these games, and Sentinels have not been able to really come back into things, especially here on this Catalyst game, where I think that once there was a 10 gil difference between the two, SSG just needed to play at the same pace. They needed to push the same way they were. They were constantly running in 2s or 3s. They were finding maybe a member of Sentinels on their own or catching them just a little bit slower than the rest of their team. And I think that Sentinels will be looking back at that tape and saying, all right, well, clearly we know what we did wrong here. It's just a shame we didn't get a chance to implement it because SSG played at that speed.
Yeah, I've got to say that final Catalyst Slayer, I mean, the fact that Ace just guns a-blazing went for that overshield and grabbed it. I mean, not even a scratch on him at all. He just got it for free. I mean, the grapple, the skewer, they had everything to work with right at the beginning of that. And my goodness, did they run away with it. Absolutely incredible. Bravo, what would you say is the most impressive thing about Space Station in that series in terms of the fundamentals and what they showed us?
I think even when they let the game come back within 4, there was a point where Sentinels were able to bring that game back within 4. The fact that they were able to get really big kills on the back of bases, we saw them get 2 kills at a time in both bases to once again get more like a 6 or 7 kill lead. For me, that's a big thing because that has been the trouble point for the side of Space Station and so many other teams is when things get close, they start to crumble. This time they did not crumble. They looked so strong in both those game types and they did it. They're advancing on and they've eliminated Sentinels, which is pretty wild to say.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. Onset, I think this is the first time I've ever seen Space Station kind of being able to show us what they are trying to do as a team and who's doing what. I mean, I've got to say, Suppressed, Collect, just unbelievable in terms of their slaying power. But as a team, being able to then rally and work around that and be able to actually, I think, be super, super effective with what they're trying to do objective-wise was really, really impressive. How did you find them working as a team, the chemistry, the dynamic, and kind of how they're performing?
I think the dynamic is perfect here for Space Station, and I say that with the type of player they have works with each other. You have Collect, who is hyper-aggressive. He likes to take fights. He likes to chase people down. If you've got players like Tylenol doing the damage, which are going to make him turn easy 1v1s into all of a sudden I've got a 1v2 which I can win, then things are great, you know. It's and then you've got Suppressed, who is going to give you that consistency, and then Ace can play off the back of that. It seems like all the pieces are there. When I saw this lineup, I thought the pieces are here for Space Station. The question is practice now. Can you get up to speed with the other teams? I will kind of caveat that series as impressive as it was from Space Station. The game types are still some of the newer ones we have in the Halo Championship Series. I don't want to take anything away from them, though. That was about as conclusive as they could have been to prove to me they belong in that winner's semi-final.
Couldn't agree more. I think they're totally on the right path here, and Space Station definitely have something special in the mix. So I think a lot of teams need to start taking them a bit seriously, especially after watching that series. Looking at the elimination bracket here, Space Station waiting in the elimination semi-finals to see who is going to be coming out on top on Pioneers versus G1. But what? I'm still in shock. I really am. I expected growth out of Space Station. I expected them to be better, but that was just unbelievable. I am so excited for the rest of the season. We actually do have Ace on standby right now for an interview to find out how he is feeling, and I've got Gaskin joining me. Ace, man, I think I'm honestly so shocked right now just in terms of how far you guys have come in such a short space of time, and to do that to Sentinels, who not long ago won Kansas City. First of all, how are you guys feeling about that win?
I'm feeling really excited, really good about it. You know, I don't even remember the last time. The last time I even got in the top 4 was at DreamHack Anaheim for Halo Reach. So it's been a long, long road back here to just be in the top 4 in the tournament. Feels good. I don't know about my teammates. It's their first time being in the top 4 for a while, but I think they're excited too. And yeah, it just feels good for today to be the day we finally click and at least win a series against a top tier team.
I mean, Ace, you've been through several iterations now of this roster where you've been trying to find the right teammates, trying to find the right balance. What is it about this squad that has you thinking, all right, we're good enough now? What is it about these players that has you happy?
We picked up Donnie Suppressed. I think he's just you know, I played with him in Halo 5, and he's just one of those, you know, new generation kids that can just fly at your face, especially when you're like coming off spawn and not like expecting it and just kill you. And usually win a lot of 1v1s and just like go off. Like I think that's his strong suit. Like for example, in early in the tournament, he had like a shock and got like a double kill that like won us the, you know, finish the game out for us. It's just, I don't know. I know he's got a ton of raw talent, especially with the power weapons, and it's just exciting to have him on the team and, you know, see, just keep working together. I think that's our problem right now is like we got to figure out how to work together. And almost like in the middle of that game, it's actually, we're down like 2-0 in that game. It's like, all right, guys, we got to just reset the comms. We're screaming calls. People are just going after kills. This game, especially in Halo in general, is about piecing together your routes with your team, and you got to take it slow. You got to have teamwork. Oh, teamwork. Kills don't just fall into your lap. You know what I mean? Like, stats don't matter if, like, you know, you're getting your teammates a bunch of kills or they're not getting any kills. There's a problem. You're not working together. So that's the thing we're working on. And it's just good to have, like, the raw firepower to be able to just, you know, when you do have map control, to press the advantage and get a lot of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ace, we're kind of running out of time here, but I think it'd be a disservice if I didn't mention how incredible you were playing in that series. I mean, not only were you putting out the stats, and of course stats don't matter, but I tell you what does matter, grabbing an overshield within like 0.5 seconds of a Catalyst Slayer, the hardest position an overshield's ever been in, and just your grapple, your shots, they're just absolutely amazing, doing so much for the team. So I just want to say a huge congratulations. We're all extremely excited about the growth that Space Station is being put on, and how you guys are forming, and it's amazing to see. So thank you so much, congratulations, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, guys.
Well, there we go. We've heard from Ace, and I just got to say, absolutely incredible from Space Station. And it's cool to kind of hear him talk about, you know, how they can rally together, how they can adjust like that. And they really did. We saw that adjustment period, didn't we, in that first game, King of the Hill, and 2-0 down. It really was something special from there on out in the series. So huge congratulations to Space Station, and commiserations to Sentinels. I'm sure we'll see them back again. But I tell you what, I'm excited for the rest of this one, gentlemen. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have plenty more NA Pro Series number 7 for you guys on the screens. It's been absolutely phenomenal, and I can promise you some more phenomenal things on the screen for the rest of the night. We'll see you after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Is that a guy on our team? Do you hear that?
Nah.
Yo, his phone was going fucking off.
I need you to say shit like that to me, bro. I would get tired.
I don't know.
Make formal on everything. I need you to ask me like on like a random matchmaking tonight.
Is that your gamer tag?
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're used to in Call of Duty.
Whoa, that was a gross shot.
Yeah, you took that shot? Who has Snapslide? Snapslide.
Jesus.
Check the Snapslide.
In sun back here, bro? What's going on?
Dude, I've literally been chatting, trying to practice my street strategies.
Tip that.
You know, when they
Dodgemo's
feel
still
like they
holding.
need to play a bit safer, a bit back, you know that Evil Geniuses might be going for something aggressive with that Blade Storm there, but it's to kind of sit back and anticipate that pressure, and then just kind of slowly work
Uh-oh,
together
he's running
so you
away.
start clearing the space.
He's gonna dagger it. He's gonna dagger it. He's gonna dagger it.
Sitting outside B right now. Jojimo
Now.
still trying to play that forward angle right now at elbow, but no one's really giving him a look just yet. But that's about to change as they
Oh
push
my God,
forward.
the
They
timing.
find the entry clean. Reform now feels the pressure, tries to
Good
drop
luck,
the frag,
Reform.
to slow down the attack onto the B side. But it's to no avail.
Oh,
They find their way
that
on
was
anyway.
ambitious.
He does get the kill onto Qualanoob. He's buying time for a rotation, but Ghosts still have control of this site.
These flashes can help create a little bit of space here for EG to get back
What?
out and try to
He didn't
set up
kill
some
him.
sort of a post
He didn't kill him.
Oh, once again,
no.
not quite able to finish off the eliminations in front of them. Brock and John on 1 HP are able to survive.
2v2. 10 seconds
As you get
though.
calm on the way back in,
I don't think they can win this.
Maybe a chance
No
to
time.
still stop this plant from coming through. Time becoming a bit of a problem. Reform.
I think Reform won in the round.
Steps away from
Not
Brock,
only
and
in
that will be
kills,
good.
but just
Classic
staying
in hand.
alive
It's
for
Reform
so
for
long.
3 in the back of the site.
Ads.
And the must-win
Yeah,
round
it
for
was
Evil
gonna happen
Geniuses
during the
comes
match.
out.
We didn't run it before.
Indeed, it
It's my bad,
does.
honestly, but
Look
I-
a little bit rough at first, but you
I
have
couldn't
to,
have. I didn't know when the break was.
credit them for
I should have
just
done it
being
when we were
able to
going over
stay
the map.
alive on the side, particularly Reform, just buying that time, getting it back into a 4 versus 4, allowing that flank to start to set in. And while APOS certainly had a bit of a tough
that
moment
timer
while he was swinging in the
accurate?
site, kind of lost
Or
a
is that
couple
just
of
a meme?
duels. Rest of his team was able
Oh,
to
it's
pick
just
up
the
around him
emote.
and make some big
Oh.
things happen. And again, I think the biggest
One
thing
of
that's
80?
great about this
What
is
the
that Reform's
fuck?
having a hell of
Rumors are true, dude.
A few people have said that today. Like, oh my god, Zero Mesh Pog. Like, dude, everyone has zero.
Setting to something? How exactly do you get 0?
Bro, that's hilarious, bro. You're in the lobby.
Trust me, we're all on LAN in the lobby. Trust me.
Dude, even on lane, you don't get 0 MS. You get like 1 to 0, like flickers.
In the lobby? I thought it still stayed 0 in the lobby.
Oh, no, I meant in game.
Oh, yeah, in game it does. Dude, did you know in some games, people never reach 0 ping? Or like 0-1, anything close to that? They would actually get like 9.
Wow.
Like League of Legends, apparently, only like their lowest ping is 9.
Oh yeah, same thing in COD, dude. Land doesn't exist anymore in servers.
That's so fucking weird. That is so weird.
I thought it was in Halo 5, kinda.
Probably.
Yeah. It was like.
Is it like did you click LAN lobby in Halo 5?
No. We had to like.
There literally was no LAN.
It's technically still online, just like your Charles thing.
Yeah, we had to go through servers where the fucking devs, like a dev kit.
I invited you guys.
Like, the lobby.
What's our game
That
types?
kid dude, there was a kid in that game that was just like hiding around with a shotgun. There was a guy cafe right there, not moving, just crouched with the shotgun.
He knows what he's doing.
Does me, got me.
He was listening to the stream, man. I've been saying rat when you have a bulldog, and then he ratted.
Shotty, yeah, alright, bet.
That's what I was doing.
I was hitting some gross shots that game. That was actually kind of dopamine.
Dude, I was just saying earlier today that everyone has been saying dopamine all the time now. You're enabling them,
searching for it. That's my bad.
It is your bad.
That's happiness.
You are too mean.
I'll let you guys.
Too many.
We need to get the observers in here. Oh shit, I closed out a face it, damn it.
Go back.
Get back. I'm gonna wash my hands real fast.
Take a peek at these game types, shall we?
Let's see.
Hey bro, what you doing? You about to stream, Z? What you doing? You chilling? Where you staying? Like that. I might be down for Apex later, actually.
Ooh.
For sure, bro.
Apex, you say?
Yeah, we're in winners finals, yeah. At the play C9. Oh yeah. Alright boys, we got Oddball, Live Fire, Slayer Catalyst, King Hill Streets. Oh, that just checked me. King Hill Streets, Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Quarters.
My god.
What?
Who's going off over there? I don't know. Is that Brad? I thought that was somebody like the Hex Quarters or something going off.
That's what I thought.
Oh, he's gassing his dog. Gassing his dog, dude.
Oh, GG. Can you invite the same observers last time as last time?
Yeah, I can.
EE, Halo, OBS, 01 or 01 and 03.
EE, OBS.
Halo, OBS,
Oh, Halo.
01.
And 03.
Yeah. What the heck? Eric running around with the Mangler. That's dangerous.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Alright. I'm ready.
No. There's a button on the side of the left side
We're about
that
to play
maybe you can
Joey,
mute. Yeah, I can hear you.
About to play. My game's a little fucked up. I'm gonna restart my game.
Okay.
I'm showing people's like. I'm showing me anything.
What was map 1 again?
It's Oddball Live Fire, I believe. Yeah. Oddball Live Fire, Slayer Catalyst, King Hill Street.
Same as last one. I need to restart my game actually.
Same exact game types.
Brady, can you
Wait,
screen
really?
share for me?
Yeah. You want me to?
Yeah, I think so.
Dang it. Good, Jason.
What up?
How we living, kid?
Pretty good. Hotter than balls and.
Dude, right?
The fuck?
Open up your weather app if you want to this fall. So consistently hot this week. Or for like the next couple months.
Profusely here.
It's 100 every
If
day.
you open up the weather app right now in Texas, it looks like a simulation. It just says like 100, 100, 100, 100, 100.
Get me out of here.
So consistent.
It's literally a heat advisory.
Fuck.
I've never even seen that before.
Did you guys all restart your game?
It's
I did.
Not
No, fucked up.
even let it like open.
I have an echo.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's scorching. That's such a good word for it. It's literally scorching heat. I'm like going to content at like noon. I'm just getting so checked, dude.
It's different to me than Florida.
Oh,
like,
a G1
like
beat
actual
KCP.
heat.
Wow.
You1 beat KCP.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Some little upsets today.
Wait, G1's gotten top 3 twice in a row, no?
Yeah. No, it's not top 3.
Are you
Yeah, it's
echoing?
not top 3 just yet.
Why was he just echoing?
He's trying to fix it.
Who was so
Oh,
quiet
yeah.
there? Who was that?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Back on, hang on.
My headphones, but.
Need an invite? No.
Some of the favorite maps and modes for some of these teams that might actually start to sway the series a little bit when we do see the layout.
Look at it.
there we
There it
go.
is, right on time. I was panicking for a second. I was like, I have no idea what the game types are. Let me have a look. Oddball Live Fire looks pretty good for Optic Gaming. Slayer Catalyst can go either way. King of Hill Streets. We've seen that one go back and forth. It was won initially by Optic, then Cloud9 took it back off of them in the next week. So again, that's going to be a really fun one to watch. So just looking at this, yeah, this could go either way. Optic would be a situation where they'll probably be feeling comfortable about the initial 2, but then it gets a little bit more shaky towards the end of the series here.
Yeah, it does get a little shaky, and I'm also just noticing here as well, we've got Slayer Catalyst, and we've got King of the Hill and Streets here, and this might be wrong, and Dan the Stats Man, you just tell me if I am wrong, but it seems to be that Cloud9 have done a good job at favoring some of the newer game modes and maps combinations as opposed to Optic, and going back to kind of the ones that they love, they've been really lights out on. Can that play a part in this? You know, are we looking at maybe Cloud9 being able to even go 2-1 up by the time we do get to Stronghold's Recharge?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look, see if they played each other on Slayer Catalyst. They haven't yet in the last 2 weeks, but the King of the Hill Streets, for sure. Initially, Optic were better, but Cloud9 seemed to have put in a little bit more time after taking that initial loss, and it was just a change of great magnitude that we saw from week 1 of week 2 of this split, of how Cloud9 approached King of the Hill Streets. So I'd say yes, these newer maps and modes do seem to be favoring them a little bit more. From watching Optic scrims, they don't necessarily seem to have put in as much time on the newer maps and modes and still be a little bit confused when it comes to King of the Hill. They said it themselves in their comms. So sure, Slayer Catalyst, King of the Hill Streets, you could maybe lean towards Cloud9, but at the same time, the way we saw Optic Gaming play Capture the Flag Catalyst earlier, they seem to have that one pretty nailed down, but Slayer is very different, that's for sure.
It is indeed. Well, I tell you what, I have just been told that the lobby is pretty much ready to go. So this is my cue to hand it over to two very capable casters. We've got Onset and Gaskin on the mics.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Capable. That is what I look for and strive for as a commentator.
Very
I would
capable.
take that every single day of the week. But Dan, I mean, I'm excited.
No,
to,
actually, you're not that capable. You're not that capable. I've just been told by production. Not that capable because I need to keep this going. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll give you a better toss this time, though, I promise you. I'll make sure I toss over well.
I've ever had. That's the most nicest thing anyone's ever said.
Very capable. You're very capable. I have been told that, I'm sorry, there is another little minor delay, folks, before we do get into the game. And while we were quickly chatting about the series layout there, I was actually told that G1 has actually won their series 2-1 over KCP.
Big.
So G1 does actually move to the elimination semi-final versus SSG, and I have a feeling that is going to be absolutely amazing. I've just been given the green light to toss over. So, to two of the most incredible casters in the entire world who are so capable, we got Onset and Gaskin.
It is the most capable duo that you've ever seen in your life. We can just about get by. But Dan, this is going to be a lot of fun, this series. I'm looking forward to this one. It seems like we've casted a lot of these series between these two teams in the last few weeks, and it's kind of been back and forth one way or the other. But one caveat I have, a little caveat to throw at you is, I feel like Cloud9 bounced back extremely well from losses, and it's almost like they get a little bit pissed off that they lost to that team last week, and they will... I think they're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder here against Optic. I think Cloud9 might come out pretty hot in this one.
Cloud9 for sure would have gone back. They would have made sure they're playing at their very best this week. So they don't like finishing second. We know they don't like finishing second. Boy, would they hate finishing third. That's even worse. But they need to be looking at this series layout and saying, okay, where are the areas where we can break Optic down? Where are the areas where we can really pummel them into the ground? Because it's not about just getting in, scraping by in victories. You want to make a statement. You want to make sure you beat them in a way that when you go into the next map and mode, that team is still thinking about it and they're still worrying about it. And when you look at that game 2 and 3, it being the new maps and modes, we have Catalyst, we've got King of the Hill. That's going to be where this series is made or broken for one of these teams. So I'm excited to see what happens in them. But of course, game number 1 is going to be on Livefire. And it's a Taylor's Orders time. Optic are good at Livefire, yada, yada, yada. But I think it's going to be a little bit more closer contested than what maybe we would have initially thought back in the day.
Well, it's going to be your winners final, and whoever, of course, wins this match will be sat in the grand final with a series advantage over whoever comes through that elimination bracket. I've got my eye on this series as one that could be the kind of the star series of the day. So keep your eyes peeled, everyone. I think we're going to have a lot of fun here in our winners bracket final. And we're going to start off with a man who's certainly made himself home here on Cloud9 over recent weeks. It's going to be Bound, the new C9 man, who's starting off hot.
Walk straight into Lucid, though, who has picked up a sniper rifle and picked up 2 kills alongside it. I thought that was going to line up perfectly. So Oddball Livefire is one of those difficult games where you can very easily find yourself falling behind if the other team gets that ideal setup, and you struggle to break it, but that's an unorthodox position here from Lucid.
Yeah, that hurt. I mean, that was just like the standing still, just taking a bullet to the brain, and Bound now going to be challenging. Lucid says, I will challenge you, and I will put you on your back. As now Penguin is going to finally clean up that kill. But off the break here, off these snipes headshots coming in, not only is it going to be the Overshield going over to Optic Gaming, but also a little bit of a lead here now.
Optic did win this one the last time they played each other as well, last week in the winners finals. It was 200 to 142 when you look at the score, but it probably was a 2-0 when you think about how they actually went down. So Cloud9, are they going to react to that in a way like they did previously with King of the Hill Streets by going back over things and making sure they make a change, or are we going to see something repeat here and Optic look comfortable on this map?
Really nice shots coming in from Formal, one of the best battle rifles you're ever going to see in Halo. Unfortunately, even as good as his battle rifle is, much more difficult to face 2 of them on the other side of things. So Optic with that slender lead, but for the first time we're seeing Cloud9 now just bring that ball back into Garage. A couple of kills fell in their favor as well. So not only should this be a little bit of a lead change here for Cloud9, but an opportunity maybe with the sniper in the hands of Bound for some big things to happen.
Such a horrible angle to be in right here as well. You're so vulnerable to grenades. You've just got to try and force your way out with the sniper now jumping into no man's land. But unfortunately, you run straight into Optic bullets. That's a great collapse from the green wall, and they are setting themselves up perfectly for this Overshield. I think there's only one player from Cloud9 to try and contest it. It's Eco, and he gets sent to the respawn screen.
Overshield, second time going into Optic's hands, and I've got to say, Cloud9, that was a little bit of a flimsy hold from them, to be honest with you. They had everything they pretty much needed to be in the position to hold off that Optic push, but Optic pretty much wiped them without taking a death themselves. Trippy now putting pressure on. That's going to be a trade, but 2 dead already for Cloud9 means that that ball is still going to be down in Garage, and Optic can be able to slay out here a 36-11 lead. Optic do not have to force anything they don't want to.
No, Optic can now just hold on to this, get a good idea of where Cloud9 is spawning, and then plan their attack or their defense. You can play this one of two ways, right? You can get aggressive and look for those spawners, look for those players who are maybe on their own, just like Stella here, bottom middle, and now Lucy can take advantage of a free heat wave.
It's looking a little bit kind of disjointed, to be honest with you, from Cloud9 so far in this game. Just getting picked off one by one, which is something that we very, very rarely say. Penguin goes down. He was the last player of that first wave, and now Cloud9 are stuck on the respawn screen, and Trippy's looking at them back tower. All this time is being just gobbled up right now by Optic, and they're crossing the 70-point mark. It's 70-11, and Cloud9 have not been present in this first round.
Yeah, it's looking somewhat similar to last week, and it was the grand finals, not the winners finals, excuse me, when they did play this map in mode. The thing that kept Cloud9 in it last time was Bound. He had 24 kills. Not exactly going that way this time, especially when Lucid is sending a bullet through his brains like that.
I was almost dismissive in the way that he lined that one up. He was like, okay, I've given you a couple of warning shots. I know you're last player alive now. Okay, now it's time for you to die. And he just pulls the trigger and takes his head off as Stella finally gets a touch on the oddball, which is something to talk about here for Cloud9, because that's been pretty much the highlight so far for them in this round.
It's been such a quick round as well when you look at it. Of course, it could be elongated here, but with Optic looking to try and play some more objective, it could very quickly be in a position where this is round one over. It just hasn't allowed for Cloud9 to even think about a setup at this point. Optic have been in so much control.
APG has just been running laps around Cloud9 as well. That route with the ball really, really good from them, but don't count out Cloud9 just yet. Obviously some more rounds to go and some more kills going their way. We'll find them 3 dead, and that's going to be 4 as Eco now has the overshield. So Cloud9 set up around the tower, and even though Optic have a devastating lead right now, there's always a chance for Cloud9 to come back into this one.
Well, Optic know full well that you can come back into an oddball game. They did exactly the same thing to the KC Pioneers just earlier in this tournament. So they need to be playing at their very best. They need to try and either get this ball off the map, or they need to be making sure they take 2v2s rather than 2 versus 1 or 1 versus 2, excuse me. Optic can't allow Cloud9 to get a too solid a hold. Otherwise, they will find themselves giving away a lot of time.
They're chipping away at this here, Cloud9, and even though Eco did fall to form, or the trade came in, so look at the score. It's getting a little bit more respectable here for Cloud9, but Lucid falls from the sky like a guardian angel and takes one down on his way before his both of his feet plant back on planet Earth. But Lucid now on the rotation. The ball is going to be down, and the only problem here for Cloud9 is they've left themselves so much to do that it's just a case of scrapping up that ball time. The last few seconds for Optic, and they will take the first round here.
Yeah, you could say the only mistake that Optic made really in that opening round was not getting that ball off the map. When APG decided to pick up some extra seconds, he just couldn't quite get far enough to toss it off of the map, and it allowed Cloud9 to get that little bit of a setup. Optic committed to winning the round in those last moments, gave away the overshield, gave Cloud9 the chance to get back into the game, but thankfully they were so close that they didn't have to worry too much about it. But a new round and a new chance for Cloud9 to try and get back into things. Of course, with Oddball and the new format that it has in Halo Infinite, Cloud9 don't have to worry about kind of resetting up. Instead, they can just start fresh and hope to play a lot better this time.
Stella's got some responsibility here because there's players from Optic trying to push onto that power-up. I think he might have just caught APG on the body there, but it doesn't matter because APG somehow picked up a double kill. Eco's going to be there to clean things out, but the overshield still being up means Bound being distracted against Trippy. It means Trippy will have first shot, and maybe he can get the overshield, but no, Stella comes back for round 2.
This is almost as crazy as that overshield that we saw earlier in the Sentinels game against Space Station. Still no one being able to grab it. Cloud9 trying to advance ahead of it. Good from Penguin. I like this. It does allow his teammate to get the overshield, and by just pushing and being a little bit more aggressive, by trying to space out and create some distance from Optic in that OV, Cloud9 are able to secure it. No, they're not. Excuse me. I thought I heard the signal, the sound of someone pumping it in, but still no one's got it.
Archer fans from around the world will be saying phrasing, but Trippy is going to be saying overshield is mine, as now he's going to be pushing across top middle. Bound caught inside of the garage on the respawn, and Optic now have the setup. While all of this was going on, by the way, it kind of highlights, Dan, how vital the overshield is now on these game types. We've been highlighting it a lot, we've been talking about it a lot, but the fact that there was only 2 seconds of ball time on the clock and teams were still fighting for that overshield and just ignoring that oddball completely just kind of proves the point.
yeah, the fact that we are seeing Overshield now, we're not seeing a camouflage like we used to back when originally these game types were around, it means that it is far more important. The camo could maybe have been just negated and forgotten about at times, but this Overshield, you cannot forget about it. You cannot allow teams to consistently get it, otherwise they will punish you. It can not only break setups, but it can make setups, it can make plays, and whether it be King of the Hill, whether it be Ball, it doesn't matter. You've got to prioritize that Overshield.
Overshield is going to be prioritized. Everything's going to be prioritized by Lucid here as he picks up the Overshield, he picks up the oddball, and he moves it towards his teammates. Optic now, once again, with a clear lead here in this round number 2, 31 points and rising to Cloud9's 11, which were all just scrapped off of that first hold, and the rotation now coming in towards the pillars. APG is going to be there to support Lucid with this oddball, but the difficulty here for Cloud9 is that even if they get shots onto him, he's still got that Overshield.
Will just retreat now, recognizing that he shouldn't and wouldn't take that fight, but does walk into Eco, who was almost ready for it. When you get that call that someone's pillars, you've got to try and predict as to where they're going to end up and maybe be prepared to take that fight bottom middle. Formal is at least able to get a kill with grenade, so that will stop Cloud9 from being able to get too comfortable a setup, but at least they're getting some ball time.
Getting some ball time and starting to creep up on that Optic Gaming lead. Sniper Rifle's going to be coming up as well. It's just been stolen away by a player. Not quite sure who was that player, but while all this is going down, Penguins managing to rotate away with that objective, and Optic Gaming once again find themselves down numbers. So with these numbers and with this advantage, it's going to be Cloud9 who will now go into a lead. No, it's tied up at 40-40 and no play ball as well.
But Optic and APG get hold of the ball, and just in fear of what could happen if things went wrong, APG said, you know what, I'm going to toss this one off and let's get this one reset. So it worked out for Optic in the end. Cloud9, though, off the spawn have positioned themselves quite well to at least contest that ball that was being picked up. Big double kill, though, from Trippy. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both teams, though, in this round. Very different, of course, to round 1, where it was extremely one-sided, but Cloud9 seem to be matching up better this time.
They certainly are. Now the Overshield battle will commence, and this has been a war of attrition for both teams, but it looks like at the moment Formal and Optic Gaming have control of where that power up is going to be popping, but once again nobody can pick it up cleanly at the moment. It seems like it's a little bit cursed as Penguin will move in to pick it up for Cloud9. Bound trying to be the aggressor here on these two players inside of the garage, and it looks like Cloud9 will be able to break, will be able to get the kills, and should be able to get a little bit of time too.
And that ball's still in a position where they can make it work, then they can start to get a setup. Optic not able to get that anywhere that they could toss it off the map, unfortunately. So now Cloud9, they need to set up in garage. With one player already falling, it's the same situation they've been in time and time again this round, where they can't get that perfect setup, but you've got to work with what you've got. You've got to position yourselves as a 3.
Once again, Penguin, I mentioned how the C9 coach Hoaxer said he's got one of the best shots in the game. You're seeing it on display right now. 2 players full for Optic. A huge pivotal 1v1 against APG was good enough. Formal's going to come in though, and a little bit of help from the big door is going to take Penguin down eventually, but Cloud9 have a slender lead here in this round number 2.
It's a slender lead, and it's a sloppy period of play for both teams, where it's just absolute carnage here in the garage side of the map. 63-57. And now Cloud9, if they can hold off this Optic push, they might be able to get that setup that they've been desiring for this entire round. But people are just flying from every spawn at the moment. This is very unorthodox. It is very all over the place. But I think that is the team that comes out on top during this period of play, Mark, should be able to get a good amount of time.
It's just trades. Trade after trade after trade at the moment, inside and outside of the garage, and nobody can get ball time because there's just another wave of respawners coming in to fight off the back of it. It's pretty messy, like you say, but it looks like Optic finally have got some sort of a foothold, at least on the oddball. Another kill going to go down bottom middle. Bound gets the stick. There's going to be a repulse here. APG is taken down to no shields. APG looks like he's last one alive now, and it's going to be a pretty easy job for Penguin to move in and clean up that kill, you would imagine. But I think APG actually did the jump up to top mid. No, a trade does come in finally, so it will be Cloud9 now in round number 2 who go back into a lead as the power-up is popping once more.
Power-up's popping, but people still in a rotation of spawns where not all 4 players of either team have ever been up at this point. There's always been someone dead, and then off spawn, the new spawners have been taking those fights. Such important 1v1s that are happening, but all the meanwhile, with that Overshield being picked up, it gave Optic the chance to steal this ball away.
Optic have stolen the ball away, but impressive was the way that Cloud9 actually grouped together there to deal with the Overshield player before trying to make the move. They know that if the Overshield player survives and gets a couple of kills, then this is probably round over, but for now, it's going to be 2 dead on either side. Penguin, last player alive here. He's down on the rat tunnel, and Trippy's trying to chase him down.
Will chase him down as well, and you're not going to get away with that amount of health, unfortunately, for Cloud9. and suddenly Optic, they can see the light, they can see the final finish line here. They really just have to make sure that they set up in a way where Cloud9 can't push too comfortably off spawn, but Cloud9 have done just that.
Formal might be the player to watch here. He picks up 2. APG also doing a huge amount of damage for his teammates to move in. Formal gets 3. Formal finally falls, but Penguin with a big double kill keeps this game alive.
Bounce quick off spawn as well, once more, darting through house to try and get to that ball, to try and stop Optic from being able to pick up too much time. And I tell you what, it's still carnage. There has not been a period of play where there has been a lull in kills whatsoever. That kill feed has been lighting up constantly.
If Trippy would have hit that, by the way, I mean, usually people say the hair will fall out. Mine might have regrown. It would have been that nutty, but 81 points and rising, 86. If they can get this to green here, then maybe there's going to be an opportunity for them to get that play ball. We've lost the feed for just a second, but it's going to be a 1 second lead still for Optic Gaming as the ball is played and APG is fresh on that ball.
Same as what he did in the previous round, right? He's waiting for that reset. He wants to get that final little bit of time. He just wants to make Cloud9 work, to push them into unfortunate and awkward positions, and suddenly that timer is ticking up for Optic.
Formal, that double kill is huge. And now APG is going to be able to stand still as Formal does the damage, and it will be Optic who close out game number 1 here in our winners bracket final. And in the best of 5, getting out to the best start is always the best option.
I tell you what, that round was not pretty for either team, and I think it just shows how good these 8 players are on the map. That off spawn, they recognize how important they can be and how much damage they can do. It would have been a very different game if the spawns had actually been kind of timed a little bit better, or if people weren't in those different situations where 2 were up and then suddenly 2 were up. If all 4 of them were spawning at the same time, I think that might have been a far more methodical and structured game. But because it was so carnage, because these players were spawning at such different times, it just became a beeline to the ball, a beeline to the last player remaining, and it made for a very entertaining watch, albeit very messy.
It certainly did indeed. We'll take a look at the statistics from that first game as well to see who was the standout player. And I've got to say, Formal in those final moments of that second round really was just picking up so many vital kills. It wasn't just the fact that they were vital and the fact that they were keeping Cloud9 players off the ball. It was the routes he was taking. It was almost a little bit risky. He was the flanker, and if you flank on this game, Dan, you have to be in a position to capitalize on the damage, and you have to be in a position and confident enough to clean those kills up when they're in front of you.
Yeah, you either have to be the one who's cleaning up the kills, or you have to be outputting enough damage where the rest of your team isn't at detriment because you've left them. It is a very risky thing to do, but 8k damage on the side of Formal, and that's what you ask of one of the players who is expected to be drilling shots into the opponents. APG did struggle a little bit when it comes to damage and when it comes to kills. He was holding the ball for a lot of the time. I think that he realized that he wasn't necessarily having the game of his life, and you could see how he was just running for that ball at times. And even though we say in Halo Infinite you don't necessarily have those kind of objective focused players as often as you may have in previous Halos, I think when you're having a rough game, it's important that you recognize you have to be picking up that objective.
Here's some of the highlights, and Lucid was once again at the forefront of some of these highlights. A couple of missed shots, little tickle, and then a headshot. It was beautiful to see from Lucid. It was almost the most disrespectful way to kill someone I've seen. Kind of just a warning, warning, warning. Okay, now you die. But it was the first round especially was pretty difficult to watch from a Cloud9 side of things. It seems like they started to grow into the map a little bit in that round too, but Optic just too strong on that final hold. A really good flank from Formal, clean things up, and APG more than happy to collect that ball time when needed.
The overshot was constantly a battle as well, wasn't it? And I think that Optic did win those battles for the most part. When Cloud9 got them, it was usually because Optic were a little bit distracted, or they were trying to get the final moments of a ball, or I think that when you look at how that game played overall, Optic will feel relatively happy about round 1, maybe not so happy about round 2 in terms of how scrappy it was, but ultimately just getting the win was important for them here to just get a little bit of momentum going into the rest of the series. When we looked at that series layout and how unpredictable this game 2 and game 3 was going to be, I think that this round 1 was so important for either team to take a victory here. So Optic will be at least happy they've done the job there.
And now we move forward a little bit in our series, and now we have the unpredictable, so to speak, in Slayer Catalyst. For Cloud9, we've seen them play flag pretty well on this map, but as we know, Slayer is a completely different beast here, Dan. It's difficult to even work out how teams are trying to approach things at the moment with how the spawns actually work on this map.
Yeah, I think teams are still learning, pros are still learning, we're still learning. and eventually someone's going to crack it. They're going to work out how to play it. But until then, we're going to get people trying new things. We're going to get people making mistakes, and that creates for a very exciting environment as a viewer. Optic, as you say, very good at capture the flag, and even though it doesn't necessarily directly translate into Slayer, there are some things you can take away from it. It's sticking together, it's pushing into bases at the right time, it's making sure that you're not away from the rest of your team too often, otherwise you can be punished. And recognizing when to back down from a fight. There are so many isolated points in this map where you can take 1v1s and they can very quickly turn into 1v2s because of spawners. So if you do feel like you're not going to win that engagement, get the heck out of dodge and re-engage with some teammates later.
I think something that's certainly going to be important as well is just collecting that equipment. You can see the overshield is going to be down bottom middle, and look at this swarm now coming in. Poor old Formal just left on his lonesome. As the early play was made on that overshield from Cloud9. APG, a big win against Eco, though. Eco just missed a couple of shots at the end of that one. As Optic now go into 4-2 lead. Bound might have the opportunity to get things a little bit closer here, or it looks like he's going to try and escape with his life, but he's not going to be able to do either, and now turns the sword over too.
And Optic have that sword, so I wonder if Trippy's going to try and get some equipment to go alongside it. Not only is getting the repulsor a smart play when you have the sword because you can utilize it to get to different positions, but you also take it off the map so no one can use it as a direct counter for that sword. So smart play from Trippy, and now you want to play these small avenues.
Is a pain to go up against, especially like you say, if that repulsor has been taken away from your kind of win condition in that fight. So Trippy, very important for him to just stay alive, and I kind of like what Optic are doing here. They've left Trippy on his own, knowing he's got that sword. He can lock down one of those alleyways, and the rest of Optic can try and push in, but C9 look like they were ready for it, and I'm pretty sure they had a skewer too, C9.
Yeah, it was a risky play, and it may still yet not pay off, but okay, Trippy arrives later to the party and is able to help the rest of the team, so that's also good from Trippy. He recognized that, yeah, okay, he was left alone to play that side in case someone pushed, but when he realized no one was there, you have to quickly get to the rest of the team.
For that teamwork coming in from Cloud9, though, 2 players fall from Optic, only 1 fell there from Cloud9. The overshield going to be coming up in a few moments' time. Those shots cross map were pretty good from Lucid, but also equally good from Bound and Eco, who combined together like a well-made sandwich to make sure that Lucid wasn't too much of a danger and the map wasn't lost as the OV was popping up. And look how Cloud9 have clawed their way back into this one now. It's just a 2-kill game.
Somehow always do make me hungry every single broadcast.
Welcome to my life.
How you manage it.
I'm just permanently hungry.
But at least it keeps me eating, I guess, at the same time. 12-12, and whilst Cloud9 were behind by 4 or 5 to begin with, they've not only worked their way back into the game, but they've also worked their way into an overshield, which should help them with this next push. But good prediction grenades here from Optic.
Formal trying to mill. Oh, just for a second there, I thought the Formal had gone for the ninja and looked like he was in a position maybe to get it as well. But unfortunately for Penguin, he's in a position to get melted now by the players grouping up from Optic Gaming, who have all managed to out-rotate the push coming in from the overshielded player Penguin here, and Cloud9 kind of chasing shadows right now. It's a 1-kill game, but Optic have managed to negate that overshield completely.
Like we need some Benny Hill music playing, because they're just rotating around the map, chasing one another at the moment, trying to avoid that overshield. They know they've depleted it at this point, but they also know they weren't in really a good spot to fight Cloud9, so instead they just traverse around the map, get to the other side, and reassess and maybe reposition. But it does just eventually, it ends up in the same base once more.
It does. It's the rewrap of all rewraps, and unfortunately, as you say, it just kind of, we could have done this a few moments ago, guys. There's now a 17-16. Cloud9 will be the happiest of it, though, because they have managed to get themselves into a lead. Eco also with the sword is going to be able to lock down one of these hallways. So expect to see Cloud9 maybe leave him on this side of the map again and try and work together as a 3. This is something we're seeing a little bit more as teams start to work out how to approach Catalyst. It's trying to just get numbers in the right areas. And if you've got a player with swords, you can leave him with a little bit more responsibility.
This is such a good angle as well that Eco's taking. These little pillars that you can sit on towards the main ramp. You can get a really good advantageous point where you can take shots on maybe unexpected players who walk around that corner, and you can really help your teammates who are trying to escape as well, running around those corners. And Eco just consistently getting to this spot, watching it, keeping tabs of his team, as Cloud9 still find themselves 2 kills ahead.
Looks like C9 are happy to slow this down a little bit as well. I kind of like this, to be honest with you. You were used to seeing them be hyper aggressive and try and push on the base, but sometimes when you realize that you're not going to be in position to maybe get that overshield. It's about grouping up and doing what Optic just did, but one man who is not taking any time to get involved in some fights is Lucid. Bound needs to win this and does so, but has he done enough damage here, Lucid, for Cloud9 to lose this lead? Looks like Trippy's trying to move in. Trippy, will clip the ears of one of the players, but Eco there for the trade again, and Cloud9, even with the overshield, managed to exchange a couple of kills, but here comes Formal. He wins the sword battle, and then he slices another player off the back of that grapple.
He was just trying to stand in the most protected point there. He very almost got caught out by a Cloud9 member that was spawning, but he just about gets round the wall. I was going to say, when Lucy went flying in with that grapple, he got hit by a team nade, and maybe he just grappled a little bit too quick than even his teammates weren't expecting it. But it has paid off in the end. Optic did well with the follow-up push of the damage that he initially created, mainly down to the sword of Formal, but Formal eventually falls.
It's the first time we've seen a little bit of jousting in the Halo Championship Series, quite for some time.
Yes.
I can see you as a professional jouster. I don't know why.
It probably in a past time.
Maybe, yeah. Sir Lord Gaskin kind of rings. I don't know if that's like historically true or like accurate in any way that Lords used to do it, but for now it's going to be Stella who is Lord of that battle for sure, as he takes down Lucid 26-25. Still a 1-kill game between these two teams. Make it 26-all as it's tied up once again thanks to Bound.
And I do like that you pointed out that it was slowed down by, you know, either team. And I think that's what we're going to see more and more of in Catalyst Slayer. Sure, there will be some teams who try and play it fast-paced, but often can be punished for doing so. And you have to be far more strategical about thinking when you're going to push and how you're going to defend. And if you lose a player, you almost need to just run away from the other team because of those fights being so isolated, because it's so difficult to cover your teammates with the lack of angles that you have on this map sometimes. But there are certain angles, if you hit your shots like Trippy's just done, that can find you kills.
Oh, Eco, that's unfortunate for you. Repulsor will counter the sword like we mentioned, and that will turn the weapon over now to Optic Gaming, and Trippy's just going to get out of here. Repulsor's away from that fight. Overshield's popping as well, and it looks like Trippy kind of caught. Does he want to try and make a play here on the gold side? Does he want to try and go for that overshield? It looks like he's going for the play, but Eco's ready for it, and Eco will win the fight.
You do have so many exposed areas on this map, and when you have the sword, you're not necessarily as powerful a player as you'd expect, as Bound does as many turns in a row as he can, like a ballerina, and then sends himself off the map in a dramatic finish to the pantomime.
Ah, that is not dramatic. That is anticlimactic is what it is. That was horrible to watch. Horrible to watch, but you couldn't take your eyes off it.
That is an absolute howler, a stinker from Bound. And maybe he'll have a sleepless night thinking about this one if Cloud9 do go down and lose this map, let alone this series. Optic still just about ahead. They were 38-38 now, and without an overshield, Cloud9 suddenly don't have that advantageous position to push in, and things slow down to a crawl once more.
You shouldn't laugh, but it was kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Especially when I was saying he was like a ballerina, and then he just puts the
he did
icing
so
on the
well
cake
to
by
get the
jumping off the
overshield
map.
as well, like spinning around, like making sure that he was a hard kill, and then just decided that maybe I didn't deserve this overshield, and just we'll call him good guy Bound for now. But Cloud9 still have a kill advantage. Lucy's trying to use this plasma pistol, maybe just clip some shields, but while he's over here and while he's trying to move behind these players, unfortunately for him, all of his teammates have fallen. Bound's going to be re-challenged. Bound will come out on top in that fight as well, and one thing you can say is it looks like the confidence of Bound not shook as he wins a pivotal 1v1 to give Cloud9 the biggest lead we've really seen in this game.
Yeah, he makes up for earlier blunders, that's for sure. 5-kill advantage now. New overshield is spawned as well. Nico just needs to be a little bit careful he doesn't over-challenge unless he has help, which he does have help. Bound comes from behind, and now the rest of the team have come to arrive as well.
Penguin Bound get the kills to open the door here for Eco to move in, clean things up. Bound's going to beat him there, though. Overshield in the hands of Bound. He stayed on the map. This is progress from Bound. He's realized that if I stay on, I can do a little bit more damage, and with that, he's just going to be chasing down a couple of these final kills. It's looking like Cloud9 have done enough here, Dan, to close out this game and maybe send us to a game 3 all tied up.
Yeah, what was a very close game suddenly is very one-sided. 8-kill difference, 1 kill away, and this should be it. And actually, Trippy knows. He just bows his head down, accepts what's going to happen behind him. And Cloud9 tied the series 1-1 in what was a very slow, at times, Catalyst game, but also a very methodical and thought-out one.
Yeah, I will say, I'm happy for Bound that they won that one because, you know, it would have been the talking point, but now it will be forgotten about pretty quickly, even if I keep talking about it. But I think performance-wise, outside of that, Bound looked pretty damn good on that map. He was winning a lot of important 1v1s. He was really kind of the instigator in a lot of the damage that was being done. And Cloud9, you know, they needed that game. I think they would have been a little bit disheartened by how that first game went. They were kind of beaten about a little bit, but that was more like Cloud9 we would expect.
That was definitely the Cloud9 that we expect to see, right? Not allowing anything to slip through their fingers, not allowing Optic to take too much control, and also prioritizing pushing as a unit, but doing it at the right times and not just like pushing willy-nilly and allowing Optic to pick off too many players one by one. There's the stats on your screen then. Anything that screams for you there, Mark? I guess Bound is 14 kills.
Bit of a rough one for Formal as well. 16 deaths in a Slayer is maybe a few too many, unfortunately, for Matthew Piper. Only 9 kills for him as well, and assists to go alongside it. But yeah, Bound. I think everyone you look across on Cloud9 here looked pretty good in the stats department. And one thing that stood out for me, Dan, was how they were just happy to play around one base and just kind of make Optic make plays on them.
Yeah, they would, you know, chase Optic a little bit, almost scare them away, but then run right back into their home, and then almost look through the curtains and say, well, we're waiting for you. We'll wait until you come and ring that door, and then we're going to burst out that door once more and take the fight. Similarly to what I do sometimes with my Deliveroos, or whatever is going to be the equivalent of an American delivery service. DoorDash, perhaps, is going to be. Other delivery services are available, of course, but now we can look back at some of the highlights, and we are going to learn a lot here on set of the difference between Europe and North America when it comes to our producers and our replay operators, because when someone fell off the map in Europe, it was replayed a couple of times, and we almost laughed at it. But are we going to see the same here in North America?
Well, only time will tell, Dan, but for now, we're going to see Lucid making that play with the grapple. It was a little bit of a misplay, to be honest with you. I think he tried to initiate a little bit more damage than hoping his team would go off the back of it, but sometimes I feel like if you're the overshield player, yes, you can get involved a little bit more, but a play like that, I mean, it was better than this one. I mean, it was better than this one. Bound, sorry, my friend, you're still a hell of a player.
It's almost like he thought he had some sort of equipment.
A grapple.
And he was
I think
he
thought he
jump.
had a grapple.
Yeah, because then he suddenly turned back and was like, oh, crap.
I don't have a grapple.
Yeah, it's not there for me now.
King of the Hill Streets is where we go next. 50-41, Cloud9 would tie things up against Optic Gaming, and this is a really important map for obvious reasons, Dan. This is puts either team on, you know, the opportunity to go through to that grand finals with just one more map to go, but it's also one that's been split between the 2 weeks of Pro Series between the two teams. Optic won the first one, and Cloud9 looked like they didn't really have a grasp on how King of the Hill Streets was going to be working, but then last week, they wiped the floor with Optic, and they look completely dominant.
Yeah, 4-0 the first week in favor of Optic, then 4-1 in favor of Cloud9 the next week. That shows just how difficult it is to try and keep tabs on these new game types, and how difficult it is to replicate success in what some of these pro players have described as, you know, a 50-50 at times, because it's a new map in mode. But there's been another week of practice now, so I'm excited to see how both of these teams approach this one.
I think there's some strategy starting to develop on maps, though, in regards to what hills you're willing to give up a little bit earlier than others. And here on Streets, it wouldn't surprise me if teams don't get a clean break on that Tram hill, which is the second hill that we'll see, for them to give it up early, because the fact that you then get control of the back tower, you get PD for the courtyard, and then you have the hill that moves towards the cafe afterwards, where you can basically play the same spawns, and you can kind of get 2 hills in a row if you're good enough about it. So we'll have to see if that does play out, but off the break here is going to be Optic, who are pretty much dominating the Arcade Street hill, and Formal is going to be dominating Eco as well as he puts him on his back.
It's all for that again. Still only 1 kill for Cloud9 at the moment, as this first hill looks like it's going to go firmly in favor of Optic. But a break from Penguin might give Cloud9 one more chance to make a push. But this is where you were talking about, right? Do you just now let this hill go and hold on to Tram instead?
Well, the answer is they don't have to make that choice, because it's already gone. Optic dominate that Arcade hill, and it looks like at the moment Optic are trying to make a move in on Tram, but look at this, Cloud9 already set up inside of the hills. Bound's going to be the player inside the objective. Penguin's going to be trying to be a little bit of a sneaky flightless bird, and he'll win one, and somehow Penguin managed to be involved in the second kill and also stay alive.
Somehow and some way, and now this is going to be the breaking point, really. If Lucid or even just a couple of more Optic players fall, that might be their last chance to actually break this hill, just dissipating right in front of them. So then suddenly you do get that decision-making point of, okay, maybe we just leave this one? Surely there's going to be one player who might just challenge bottom middle, see if they can get a break, but with Rockets coming up in 8, it is not worth it here for Optic. They let this one go, and they try and just set up for Rockets in the next hill.
They've definitely already given up on this one. You can see that Cloud9 trying to force up the map as quickly as possible, and Cloud9 have actually done a really good job here to not only cap that hill, but put pressure onto the Optic players who are trying to hold down those PD spawns, and they're all going to fall. So what a push, and what teamwork has actually come out of Cloud9. How impressive was that, Dan? Not just a hold C, but also almost kind of batter Optic halfway up the map and take control of the spawns over here at the statue hill.
I'd say that's the most difficult thing about just leaving that hill and setting up for the statue hill, is that Rockets come up as it happens. So you've not only got to try and think about holding onto the hill and setting up for it, but you've also got to set up for the Rockets. And we know that setting up for Rockets is not easy to do in Streets, because there's so many avenues that you can be shot from, especially when the other team is holding Tram, and they can literally sit back Tram and watch that entire middle portion of the map. And because of it, Optic unfortunately lost control. Cloud9 got the Rockets, and now Cloud9 might also get this hill.
Yeah, Cloud9 will get this hill because Trippy and Formal are stuck inside of Tram, and Stellar is watching that cross. So Stellar is going to get so much information for his team right now, and not only that, you can see that he's going to be shooting all these players who have to escape at some point from C towards where that next hill is going to be going. It's the Cafe Hill next, and look at this, Eco and Bound already there, Penguin locking down the middle lane, and I'll tell you what, Cloud9 are set up to go back-to-back on hills here.
In the first week, Cloud9 were good at breaking the setups, but not good at actually setting up themselves. In the second week, they seem to have learned, and they got far better at doing so. Are we going to see a further development now where Cloud9 just look flawless at their decision-making of when they give up a hill and when they actually try and make that hill?
Formal's trying to put pressure on with the Stalker rifle. A couple of spike grenades coming in as well, but Eco doubling up on the hill as well. Formal trying to move back in, a couple of grenades going down, but Penguin's going to jump back out on a help from Bound. And at the moment, Optic cannot get out of Tram. This is stifling pressure from Cloud9. And look at that time bar at the bottom. Optic haven't put a foot inside of this hill as yet until now, and even then it's being challenged.
APG has to win this fight, but he has no help. But unfortunately for him, on the other side, plenty of help. But at least Optic have arrived late to the party. Eco, the last remaining player, and Rockets now going in favor of Optic. So this is their chance to now do exactly what Cloud9 just did to them. Trap them back in Tram if they have to, and then just keep them in there. Do not allow them to escape.
First pick massive as well. And Formal playing his life. He should be able to survive. And you would feel like if anyone tries to push him in PD, he should be able to get a kill. An unfortunate YY, but just in time, the rocket launcher was back out for Formal to take down yet another player. Stellar going to be challenging, but he's going to be fried from the inside out with the Sentinel beam. And Optic, having made that break and having got the power weapon, Dan, might be able to challenge on this hill now.
Definitely could, especially if Lucy can get this kill. But Penguin, that is a big kill for Penguin, because he is now going to be in the back of the mind of Optic. They have to try and take him away from that position, but Penguin still doing damage, gets assistance, and now Cloud9 can push in and take this hill.
I mean, what a play that is from Penguin. What a play that is. Not only does he stay alive, manages to get the drop ball down as well, and off the back of the Penguin play, the rest of Cloud9 swarm around, and now it's 3-1 as that hill moves to bottom mid, and now Cloud9 have the opportunity to play this one of two ways, Dan. They can either try and convert this into a winning hill, or they can just slay Optic out and keep them out of that bottom middle hill.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time left, 4 minutes, so if you are going to slay for that long, you do risk just giving up the hill and allowing Optic Gaming to have one, but I mean, it's Cloud9. They can probably do what they want at this point with the way they have been playing. So I'd imagine that this hill probably is going to be contested. Both teams will try and get it. Of course, Optic are going to, but Cloud9 will try and get this one in 4. I tell you what, though, if they did just play Slayer for 3 minutes and 37 seconds, that would be hella impressive.
Bound versus Formal. It'll be a trade. No winner in that duel for now, but Stellar seems to be having a very, very strong game here. 14 and 11 for B at this point, as Optic finally gets some control of the hill, and you can see the drop wall is going to be influential to that as well. Now, the rocket launcher was what separated them being able to get the break the first time. Lucid did a good bit of trigger discipline from him as well to make sure the second rocket doesn't go to use, but Bound's going to be flying out to contribute to that. Even though Optic have a lead on this hill, looks like Cloud9 are still challenging here, but a flank coming in from Lucid. He might be in for a little bit of fun here with some kills going into his KDA.
It's whether Cloud9 will just try and delay this hill as much as possible to the point where it eats away at that time, so that when you go into the next one, you kind of force Optic to start desperating the next hill to a point where Cloud9 should just be able to comfortably slay out them and then wait for that perfect moment before they can set up and finish the game. But Trippy has that Bulldog. He's going to be really a thorn in the side. Well, he would have been, but that thorn was extracted.
Well, that's 1 minute gone here for Cloud9 of keeping Optic away from capturing that hill. Stella's trying to escape and somehow does. Formal doesn't quite connect with that headshot, but Formal is in a great position to just do damage here. You can see Penguin's weak. He's trapping them all inside of C here, but no one from Optic inside of the hill for now as Stella makes Formal play for not hitting that headshot a few moments ago by re-challenging and putting some numbers on the side of Cloud9. 3v3 on the map at the moment, but again, Optic not able to set foot inside of that hill.
That time is still ticking down. This is still going to be more impressive if Cloud9 keep playing this way. They keep dipping their toes in just to say to Optic, oh, we will get it if you don't try and have a fight with us. And then as soon as Optic actually managed to get a couple of kills or so, the rest of Cloud9 back off and say, okay, now we slay again and let's see just what we can do in this last and final hill.
Yeah, the difficulty here for Optic is how exposed the bottom middle hill is, right? I mean, if they're spawning PD on one side of the map, Cloud9, they can move to tower and they can get shots in immediately. If they spawn in C and they hold C, it's so difficult unless you're kind of four-man facing the front of the tram area to get those kills and get the damage down, that there's always going to be an opportunity for someone like Stella, like you're seeing here, to make a flank. So it might have seemed like a long time to slay out. On any other hill, I would say yes, but this bottom middle hill is so exposed, it's tough for Optic to get in, but finally, it looks like they might be in a position now with the Rockets to think about converting this one.
Well, I tell you what, that is a re-challenge and a half. So many players would have just tried to escape, jump into tires, keep those rockets alive, but you risk yourself at that angle from not just grenades, but also BR shots. So he says, you know what? I know full well where the players shoot me from. I'm going to take this shot. I'm going to take this rocket. And he put it right into the feet of his opponent. 1 minute 50 remaining, but still a little bit of time for Optic to try and gather here. Cloud9 definitely could slay out for another 147 now. That is entirely possible. 4 minutes looked a long time, but suddenly that clock is disappearing very quickly. But Optic are starting to get a little bit more scrappy time here or there.
In scrappy time, but all C9 needs to do is trade. But it's getting to that point now where Optic have to start getting desperate, and this plays into the hands of Cloud9. The 3-1 lead is great, and remember that it's only 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. Even if Optic managed to convert this hill, they'd have to be pretty much perfect on the next one as well. Eco with a big wheel onto Lucid. Trippy will trade it out, but Optic are agonizingly close here to converting this hill, but C9 just keep pressurizing.
And Optic, they need it now. I think you're right. They need as much time as possible in this next one. Cloud9 have played it well, where they've delayed it for as long as they could, but Optic finally put that point on the board. Now they've got 1 minute and 21 seconds to try and get this next one to tie us up at 3-3. Cloud9 could, though, now really just play the Slayer game and keep and shut Optic out, but it is a risky game to play on a hill like this, where all you need is one break, one good setup, and you could maybe walk away with a tie.
I mean, Optic dominated this arcade hill the last time we saw it at the start of the game, and Optic are dominating the arcade hill once again. You can see that Cloud9 have not stepped foot in it. Optic have been in occupation for the entirety of the time so far, and even though 4 minutes to slay out seemed like a doable thing for Cloud9, now it's looking like a scary moment for them, because Trippy is starting to click on some heads.
And if Cloud9 just choose to give this hill up and keep control of Tram, it would be also a crazy and risky decision. So I'm glad that they have made sure that they actually tried to push and stop this hill from Optic. The Rockets playing a big factor in that, of course. It was almost free for Penguin to be able to collect them because Optic was so set on trying to set up for this hill. 54 seconds still remaining, but Optic are halfway over the point to get this point.
Grenades coming in from Formal as well, just stopping all of the pushes from Cloud9. Cloud9 have got to be patient, but Bound's just going to get clipped, and Formal's going to pick up two. Formal with a triple kill is going to clean out the arcade. You could almost hear the change falling from the machines as the damage was done, and C9 will lose the hill. Optic tie up, and we have 49 seconds left as we move over to this Tram hill once more.
And Lucid trusted his team so much there. He said, I'm going to back off. I'm going to get Tram. I trust that you will get these final moments. But he wasn't able to get his team spawning there. So now he just needs to make it count with kills, which he gets the first.
Needs to survive as well. Trippy's going to be moving in as well. Lucid, oh, he's done so well. And so has the rest of Optic to move in to wipe Cloud9. It's 4 dead for C9. And Optic who looked like they were on the brink of going 2-1 down in the series, now surely are the favorites for this game.
You were talking about how hard it is to break this setup, how hard it is to get into Tram, and some teams may just leave it. Can't afford to leave it now if you are Cloud9. You've got to break this setup. There's only 38 seconds on the clock if this did become scrappy, but you'd imagine this next team fight is going to decide who wins this game.
Penguin gets taken down. Such an important shot from Formal. Formal gets 2, but Trippy is the man to watch. He has to try and do some damage. He looks a little bit a little bit of trepidation on how he wants to approach this one. Eco's going to be pushing in as well, and Trippy, just that moment of hesitation, maybe not trying to challenge those kills, has allowed Cloud9 a foothold in the game.
He did delay, he did milk a little bit to allow Optic to at least get on spawn. Rockets are coming up as well, and remember, if no one wins this hill in the next 23 seconds, it's a tie. We reset the game, and it will be first point wins when we get the restart. That is definitely a possibility now, but Optic going to try and win this game here and now with the Rockets.
Oh! Lucid loses the Rockets though. Stellar hits important shots after the help came in from B stairs. Formal gets taken down as well, and Cloud9 take 3 players from Optic Gaming down. There's only 6 seconds left on the game clock though. It needs to be perfect, and Cloud9 cannot afford to step out of that hill.
They can't afford to step out the hill. Optic, of course, if they want to win it here and now, they not only have to get Cloud9 out, but they also have to put their pinky toes into it. Lucid can't quite get the kill. Cloud9 are in a 4 versus 2 here, and Trippy's got to do so much work if he gets this kill. He doesn't.
Bound, that is a massive, massive win, because that 1v1 was the game. And with that, it looks like Cloud9 have done enough. Bound, the difference maker when it matters once more. C9, with a great hold on that Tram Hill, managed to close things out and show the ice that we know they've always had.
4-0 to Optic in week 1, 4-1 to Cloud9 in week 2, 4-3 and almost an overtime situation in week number 3. That shows just how much these teams are developing, learning, changing, and we seem to be going back and forth between these two squads. But it's Cloud9 who just managed to pip Optic at the finish line, and I think Optic will be pretty disheartened after that one, especially after their comeback being 3-1 down and Cloud9 making them work so hard for those hills 2 and 3. As we look at the stats though, I have to say, Mark, that you look across it, 25 kills for Formal. He had a great set of multi-kills to keep Optic in that game, but it was just consistency across the board. Stellar with 26. The way he survived in that last hill was amazing for C9.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we can see the entire list of numbers and kills, but the most important one probably Bounds. That last second headshot he got onto Trippy when he was no shields just stopped everything. That was the last hope for Optic to try and get into that Tram Hill, and it wasn't to be. So we'll take a look at the damage. Stella was the man who was doing a huge amount of it, but I mean, what a game it was. What a game it was. You can see the Cloud9 strategy towards the end of that game. Optic broke, managed to get that Arcade Hill locked down, but I mean, the early rotation wasn't perfect from Optic towards that Tram setup, and C9 managed to get that break and then did a pretty good job of holding.
I think that Cloud9 could have maybe played it a little bit differently, and looking back, they'll probably say, should we have played more aggressively on that bottom hill when there was so much time remaining? I think often when you see this game type scrimmed, that last hill, usually there's only a couple of minutes left because it's far more difficult for some of these teams to actually secure that hill in terms of times, and maybe they're used to that, so they just thought about slaying. If they had been a little bit more aggressive, if they had gone for that hill, it was entirely winnable there and then, but you know what, it doesn't matter. They still got the victory, and I'm sure they'll be happy with it, but as they look to learn and develop on this game type, it will be something I'm sure they will assess and look back on. But very exciting game between these two. This is exactly what we'd expect in our winners finals. Two teams just going at each other.
That will be Cloud9 with a 2-1 advantage and finding themselves one game away from going into your grand finals and maybe just extracting a touch of revenge on Optic for what happened last week. And with that in mind, it's time for us to head into what could be the last map of this series. It's Strongholds on Recharge. It's an old favorite for many, and I tell you what, the shock rifle, it just has a little bit of magic about it when it's in the hands of one of these players. It seems like somebody is always interested in being involved in that highlight reel.
They haven't played Strongholds Recharge in the last 2 weeks against each other as well, but certainly Recharge
Formal with an overkill off the rip. Sorry to jump in, Dan, but I just saw it in the feed, and I mean, if you needed something to get momentum back on your side, Formal killing all 4 players is probably it.
I mean, not only did the overkill scare me, you scared me a little bit. You know, I'm looking across the stat screen and suddenly Formal's pulling things like that out within seconds. That's, yeah, definitely something to inject some energy back into Optic Gaming.
Sorry, Dan.
No. If there's one reason that you could interrupt me, I'd say an overkill is probably one of the best ones.
Wow, what a start to this one. I mean, what a series it's been so far. The highlight plays, I mentioned they might be coming in. Well, Formal, that's got to be the quickest overkill we've had in maybe ever in Halo history. Who knows? That might be a bold claim as we play Ring Around the Rosies, Eco versus APG. And it's going to be APG who comes out on top of that one. Finally, we're going to see a little bit of calmness here. While all the craziness is going on, it is Optic who have a little bit of a lead here, and it looks like they might be able to turn over a triple cap as well.
I'm scared to speak, if I'm honest, Mark. You know, I don't want to miss something like that again, and also just... It genuinely was a jump scare. when you shouted, "Formal with the overkill," I was terrified. But I'm sure Cloud9 were equally as terrified with the pace of which Optic have started this game.
What's scarier, me shouting that or Formal if you're on Cloud9?
Equally as scary.
Equally.
So that's how you know how much fear went through my body during that moment at 2 a.m. here in England.
I was good. You know exactly what I'm thinking right now, by the way. Have you, yeah. Anyway, Camo's coming up. We'll just leave that story for maybe a little bit of downtime, but trust me, there's a good story about Dan Gaskin being scared. Stellar is going to be working away at some kills here for Cloud9 to get back into this game, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. 3 dead for Optic Gaming means that they've managed to turn over A and B, and not only that, Camo and Shock now in the hands of Eco. This is what they needed Cloud9 to just calm the nerves a little bit, just to calm things down, or maybe just start heating things up a little bit more as Eco hits a nice perfect.
What I was going to say right at the start of the game before Formal rudely interrupted me, of course I'll blame him, not you, was that Cloud9 historically very good at strongholds on recharge. Like, they know how to rotate as a unit. Even with Bound now replacing Renegade, I think that he fits the style perfectly, that they can play in that same way. And sure, that incredible start from Optic pinned them back a little bit, but look how they respond to get back into things, and this could be a double, will be a double. Eco starting to heat up.
Playing really well, Eco here, and looking to force the triple cap as well. He's got the shock rifle, so if any spawners coming on pipes, he can look at that battle edge, and he might be able to remove a few more hair follicles. And it's just like I said, that's what's going to happen, and that Eco is the man who makes things happen. Lucid will take him down, though, and that will stop the bleeding for now. A has been turned over by Optic, but Stellar is being aggressive. He's got the plasma pistol, and he is charging into grenades as Lucid takes it down. What did he just hit?
He hit the head of Bound, that's what he just hit, but how he did it, I have no idea. This is what all these players, every single player on this map has the potential to do things like that, and that's what makes it such an exciting matchup and such an exciting winners bracket final that we have. Cloud9 may have the advantage at the moment, but now it's Optic's turn to try and show what they're made of.
That shot was pretty special. And off the back of it, Optic are trying to make a conversion here on B. Trippy is going to be doubling up with Formal on this B stronghold. Bound with a nice grenade's going to take him down, though. And Bound, even with that grenade, finds himself last player alive. Lucid trying to hunt him down, but look at Bound. He's going to be re-challenging. He fears no one, Bound. But maybe Lucid is the person to fear as he finally loses the battle.
So now we've got control of B and C have Optic Gaming, but Lucid still taking a fight over towards A. That's because he had a spawner, he had a teammate that was going to be there to assist him. That's APG. They do lose the camo in the meantime, and we saw what the camo did previously when Eco had it, and he had that shock rifle. Penguin going to play it in a slightly different way, though. He wants to be securing objective. This is something Bravo was talking about Penguin being an outlier statistically as one of those objective players. He does the objective in such a clever and precise way, and even though it seems like such a simple thing, those are the kind of thought processes he has, that he has to focus the objective rather than necessarily going for the shock straight away.
Well, Penguin going to be inside of B here. He's going to have free reign on anyone who tries to push into pipes. It looks like Lucid is thinking about making that play. Penguin's going to have the shot on him. Peeks, jiggles, wiggles, and hits the headshot, and that is beautiful use of the geometry coming in from Penguin. Now trying to lock down the angles. APG and Trippy just trapped at the moment as Stella's making the flank top A. Cloud9 starting to collapse, and Penguin starting to just frazzle away at the skin of some of these Spartans.
Isn't a jiggle, jiggle, wiggle, wiggle one of the things that's on those social media TikToks nowadays?
I think it's Louis Theroux. I
Something,
think
yeah.
yeah, Louis 3.
That's the one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, as you were talking about jiggling
Penguin
and
don't
wiggling.
jiggle. He does. I already messed it up. Never mind.
Yeah, you did. That's why I didn't go for it. You see, I played the dumb approach. But anyway, 155 to 83.
You played it. I lived it.
You embraced that moment, and I'm totally okay with it. As you attempted a joke that ended up like a dad joke in the end. 158 to 83 though, this has become quite difficult for Optic to get back into, but they do have A and B. They need to have a really solid hold now.
Lucid should be taken down here by Bound. One thing I love about watching the way that Bound plays is kind of got this whippy shot where he just snaps onto heads a little bit differently to maybe like a player like Penguin, who's a little bit more consistent with that battle rifle shot, just kind of locks on a little bit more. But Optic are starting to come back into this one now. Cloud9 find themselves 3 dead. Formal has a camouflage, and this has been the game changer for a lot of occasions. Bound now going to be taken down as Formal will fly in with that sword and camo combination, and it's a triple cap here for Optic. Cloud9 have now got to fight out of this stifling hole coming in from the green wall.
Yeah, the gap was big, but that's how quickly it can be closed if you get that trip cap, and that's what the teams were always very good at doing when Strongholds was first kind of shown here in Halo Infinite on maps like this, is pushing, getting aggressive, looking for that trip cap, chasing those spawns, making sure that you just make things absolute hell for the opposition team. And as soon as they step in one of those strongholds, you push, you collapse, and that's what Optic are doing perfectly right now as they take the lead.
What a turnaround this has been for Optic, but as we know, Cloud9, they will find a way back into this. Stella needs to win that fight and is not going to. And now off the back of that, Formal picks up 2. Eco picks up 1, and Eco will exchange the kills. But Eco finds himself last alive. Penguin is off the respawn now as Eco did fall. So A will be turned over by Cloud9. There's at least a little bit of a band-aid on the bleeding that's been going down. But Lucid trying to move in already on A, and he's got that sword. The whole of top A is locked down here by Lucid.
Yep, they're waiting to pounce. Lucid does pounce, uses the last slash of the sword, and now they're going to be able to retake A, regain that total control, start scoring once more. They see that C starts ticking over, and they head straight on back. This is absolute vintage play here from Optic Gaming.
Vintage play, and they can afford to be risky because they have the numbers to play with as well. Bound is going to be just collapsed on by 2 more players. A really important moment here for Penguin. If he can take down both these players from Optic who are down to no shields, then that might just stagger things, but it's not going to be done in time. Optic tie up the series. They cross the 250 mark, and we're heading to a game 5, Dan, and I feel like this series just kind of deserves it with how it's gone down.
Definitely deserves it, especially when you consider the back and forth that we've had with these two teams. We haven't seen a game 5 yet between them, even though there's been 4 series in the last 2 weeks. Both the winners bracket final and grand finals were just either 3-1s or 3-0. So now we actually go into that game 5 deciding slayer, where things start to get a little bit more nervy, because of course there is a lot on the line. You've got that extra series in your back pocket if you get to the grand final first, whereas if you come from the elimination bracket, which is where you'd presume this team who drops down should be able to come from, of course we'll have to try and win 2 best-of-5s in that grand final. But looking at the stats, Bound really did stand out on the side of Cloud9, but it was just that period of play for Optic where they locked the entire map down for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's very interesting to look at those statistics, right? You're looking at the KDAs. There's nothing crazy from anyone, really. Nothing outstanding. It was very, very close across the board. And like you mentioned, it was just the triple cap. I think that Optic probably weren't quite up there in the Slay capacity until that triple cap came into effect. And then they were able to just roll with that momentum. Those split spawns that they had Cloud9 on they're so difficult to fight out of. And Optic were on top of every single name of every single player and making sure that they were taken care of before turning around.
It really was absolute perfection from Optic, and I think if you want to learn yourself how to play Strongholds on Recharge, just go back and watch those last few moments, those last couple of minutes from Optic, how aggressive they were. It really helped that they had the sword in the grapple, because it allowed them to be far more aggressive than maybe they would have been without those 2 weapons. But an early start, an overkill that sent shivers down my spine for several reasons, allowed Optic to get off to a real fast start. They stalled in the middle on set, but they very much picked it up at the end.
Yeah, it was very much picked up, like you say, and it's the power of a triple cap and the power of execution when you are good enough to do it. This shot, by the way, from Lucid, Stella gets dealt with, a couple of grenades, but can we slow this one down? Just slow it down as slow as possible. I think he just clipped the shoulder. Maybe there's a bit of help coming in from Formal there, but Lucid still showing why he is one of the best in the game when it comes to winning those individual battles. And There was multiple plays like that were just made at the right times for Optic that just changed the game. But this was the moment, Dan. Down by about 58 points or so, or 50 points or so, whatever you want to call it. And then the triple cap from there really did completely flip the game in Optic's favor. And now we head over to Aquarius Slayer. If you had to, you know, put your TikTok account history on who's going to win this one, Dan, who are you going to go with?
I don't think I daren't do that. Some of the crazy stuff that I've seen on TikTok, boy, it is interesting. But I will say that this just adds to the story, right? We talk about Streets King of the Hill and how it's gone back and forth. The same for Aquarius Slayer. It was first won by Cloud9, 50-47 the first time they played each other 2 weeks ago. Then Optic won it 50-48 last week. It has been so close on this Slayer game type, but both teams have been able to win it. If that doesn't set up the perfect game 5, I do not know what does.
Well, we're just waiting for the players to maybe just take a sip of water and get ready for this game 5. And to be honest with you, I want to do the same, although my water's run out, so I don't have the opportunity to do so. But I mean, it's the perfect game 5, right? And I really feel like there's a nice rivalry developing between these two teams as well. We know all about the Sentinels Optic rivalry that's been going down for the first half of the series, and there's been that bad blood, and maybe it's been put to the side, but there's always that little bit of extra spice when those two teams play, right? I just feel like Optic and Cloud9 are starting to have something here as well, where there's kind of like there's more meaning to this than just winning a game in a tournament, right? It just gives me that feeling whenever I see these two teams go up against each other that nobody wants to back down and everybody just wants to win it, regardless if it's online, offline. It's a statement from either team.
You'd be surprised how much pride comes into it. Actually, you won't be surprised, but maybe some people will be surprised how much pride comes into it when you play a game of Halo, even if it's just matchmaking. Like, you and I know how much it means just to beat someone, a name that you recognize, that you've played against, you've beaten before, or you've lost against before. The individual pride that we have as human beings on video games is just a stupid thing that we have, but it is very apparent, and it is apparent in this series for sure. You can see it in some of the challenges that happen. You can see it with how close these two teams are contested right now. And even though, you know, a grand final is looming and potentially they could play each other again, right now all that matters is getting the victory here and being that first team in the grand final.
Well, let's see who does it then. We're underway. It's game 5 here in the winners bracket final, and the perfect way to close out what has been a memorable series between Optic Gaming and Cloud9. And off the rip, no surprise to see it's tied up at 2-2. Both teams still fighting for this camo. Bound is going to get 2, and that means Penguin, you're invisible for a few moments, my friend.
And if you remember last week, Optic took a real big lead on Aquarius, and they were up kind of 48-40, and we're thinking it was game over, and then Cloud9 suddenly leapt back into things and almost made the comeback of dreams, but Optic just about closed things out. I think that this could very much be a back and forth game again, where one team might look like they have the advantage, but with how talented both of these teams are, comebacks are definitely possible.
Certainly are, and Optic are going to be smiling right now because they just took down Penguin, who not only had camo, but he had the heat wave as well. He was in such a big position to do damage, and unfortunately not going to be able to do so. Stellar will take down the player in the fridge, which should turn the heat wave back into Cloud9's hands as 2-4 for Optic. But I mean, a big opportunity missed there, I think, for Cloud9 to really start off strong here in this game 5.
A shot, Penguin and Bound linking up well, just to shut Optic down in the corner. I think that's what you've got to do here if you're Cloud9, is you take as many 2v2s as you can. Try not to allow yourself to be isolated by Optic Gaming, because that's what they'll want. They'll want to take those fights where they can find just single players that they can isolate. But now that Penguin's got the dynamo grenades, this is suddenly a tricky situation for Optic making this push.
Even more tricky, when there's a Trippy trying to do the damage against you. Trippy will be alive for now. 3 kills to his name and 3 deaths alongside it. Cloud9 we did have a slender lead for a few seconds, but now we find ourselves tied up, and Trippy's the man with the heat wave in his hands. Now, he's made some big plays on Aquarius in recent times in important games. Let's see if he can do it again here.
First bullet connect, but that heat wave, it hits hard for the most part, but from that distance sometimes doesn't quite give you enough to just give you the 1-2 whip it out and finish off. And now Cloud9, they still find themselves 1 kill ahead, but they've also got this camouflage. That's huge for Miko, the fact he's been able to pick it up.
That's 2 in a row now for Cloud9 as well, so that's not quite translated into the lead maybe they would have wanted, but it is a slender lead, and even if you don't put it to use, at least you're keeping it out of the hands of Optic Gaming. So let's see what Eco can do with it now. A really big moment in this game. He's going to find Formal to start with.
I think a good sign for Cloud9 is that Optic did lose that Slayer earlier on in the winners bracket semis to the Pioneers. That was the one game that the Pioneers took off them, of course, on Slayer live fire. So perhaps that allows Cloud9 to maybe have some confidence that perhaps Optic just aren't firing straight when it comes to Slayers. But I will say that you can kind of throw any stats out of the window at this point. It's going to be down to who's playing well in this game right here, right now, as it's so close, 20-20.
20-20, and I think Optic are going to be the happier, based on the fact that both the power-ups have gone over to Cloud9. 2 camos and 21-21 game. You will take that every single day of the week. If you're Optic, you have to wonder what's going to happen if Optic get this next camo down. Is that going to be their opportunity to find a lead?
Just look how evenly matched these squads are, and that can be the difference sometimes. Being able to escape as a one-shot, staying alive, but okay, Stella is able to clean up that kill. I think Penguin will be thanking the Lord, as he was probably calling out APG for absolute days at that point. Still agonizingly close between these two, 24-24, and I'm wondering when we're going to see a break, because at some point there's going to be a period of play where a team takes like a 4 to 5 kill lead. At Cloud9, they've got a 2 kill advantage now. This could be the moment.
Ooh, Trippy's in the corner. Bound gets the beat down, and fortunately Stella couldn't hit the headshot quick enough to allow Bound to survive. So 28-26, a slender, paper-thin lead here for Cloud9, but the camouflage is going to be popping up top middle. Lucid with that kill onto Eco might have just opened the map up a little bit here for Optic to make a move.
Nice movement from Lucid to at least get to his team as quick as possible there. I think he recognized that one of his teammates was going to go for that camo, and he just wanted to be there to support. Did the camo actually get popped? Yes, it did. And that's Lucid being the perfect teammate just to take some of those bullets for APG.
And look at the score off the back of this. Optic make a phenomenal push. I think they took down every single member of Cloud9 in the build up to moving towards this power-up. The camouflage now, for the first time in the hands of Optic, and APG, a man who has been kind of the guy to watch in Slayers for Optic Gaming in recent time, is now on a tear, and that is the difference. C9 haven't been able to put these to use, and it looks like Optic, they're going to make sure that this camo does not get wasted.
Is this going to be that moment? The 4 kill difference? No, it's still 3 because APG can't quite escape it. And now Cloud9, they take advantage of some of the number advantage they have here as players and using the damage to get back into this game, take control. But everything's happening kind of bottom middle. There's a lot of areas of the map where people are kind of holding at the moment, which is not usually where you would hold in an Aquarius game, but they're so reluctant to be taking any of the power positions because the grenades are coming, the shots are coming. Everyone's just trying to stay alive.
Well, it's now 10 kills to go for Optic. Make that 9 as APG gets the trade onto Stella. 3 dead here for Cloud9 as well, and the camo was the difference maker without a doubt in this game. And now Penguin is just being flooded in the base. He's got some support here. Formal will be traded out but Bound. But the only problem is for Cloud9 is that trades aren't good enough at this point. Optic, they swarm. Lucid picks up 2. That's another kill. Now they're just 5 kills away.
And we saw this exactly the same last week when they had a 5 to 8 kill advantage, Optic Gaming, in these last moments, but Cloud9 still came back. Wait, did we just see it go down from 41 to 40? That looked really weird. Anyway, Optic Gaming 4 kills away, but Cloud9 were able to come back last week, and Optic need to remember that. They need to remember that they have to stay on top of this. They can't allow Cloud9 to slip through.
Lucid gets the kill. Formal picks up 1 as well. Stella will trade, but you can't be trading at this point. It's 1 kill to go. Stella is last alive. Trippy has the power up, and if you're an Optic fan, start to buy tickets for the grand final, because you're going to be watching your team in that final round of the tournament. They win the series. It's 3-2. It was a hell of a series, but Optic, they managed to clutch up and beat Cloud9 once again.
History would suggest that Optic struggle sometimes in those final moments of Game 5s, but they did not look even slightly altered at that point. They knew exactly how they wanted to play those final moments. They knew exactly how they wanted to push. Clear comms, you can tell, between the team. They were all looking at the same targets, and they wiped Cloud9 off of the map effectively and efficiently. And they punched that ticket into the grand final, as you say. And Cloud9, they came awfully close, and it was the closest series we've had so far between these two teams. But it's the Green Wall who 2 weeks in a row now make it to the grand final.
Yep, there's the stats from the game as well. Penguin, 15 deaths for him in that game. Maybe not the strongest, coming in from a man who's been performing exceptionally well this year, but I got to talk about APG. I mentioned it when he got that camouflage, he had that heat wave in Slayers. APG just seems to be the guy for Optic at the moment, who puts up the most reliable statistics. 13, 10, and 11. 11 assists alongside positive KD. You can't ask for much more from a player.
Yeah, APG's assists and his damage that he outputs, not just in that game, but all series long, all tournament long, has been top tier. Really is so important and integral to this squad for their success. And I really did like how in those kind of final moments, APG and Lucid working in tandem, top middle, to assure that that camouflage would go in their hands, and Lucid almost putting his body on the line for APG. 50-42 looks quite one-sided just at face value, but I think if you watch that game, you realize just how close it was and how Cloud9 could have very easily been the team going into grand finals had a few kills swung their way a little bit earlier on. But there's the lay of the land, and what a best of 5 we've just had, Mark.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 might be kicking themselves a little bit, especially having 2 games to close out the series. But Optic Gaming, again, maybe overcoming one of those little mental hurdles and showing that they won't roll over to a team like Cloud9 anymore. It will be taken right down to the final moments, and they took it down to those final moments, and again, they pick up the win to go through to that grand final. So Optic sitting there once again, looking to go back-to-back, and Lottie, Optic once again showing that they've maybe got a little bit more about them than they did have a few months ago.
Yeah, I've got to say, I loved seeing that series. Obviously, a lot closer than we had last week. And I've also got to say that I'm actually really happy for myself, because it's not often that I actually am right or can tell somewhat what's going on with the series layout. But Cloud9,
You sound like Wes.
Cloud9, they picked up the two kind of newer map/mode combinations right in bang in the middle, and Optic picked up on every single thing that they've been working on and working really hard on for the majority of the season to convert into wins. So it was really cool to see that, as well as them managing to ice up right at the end when it matters the most. And bravo, Optic really are on such a growth spurt at the moment. What are you noticing from them in terms of what they are growing on as a team and how they are improving? What are some of the fundamental things that are really apparent?
I think it's a lot of little things. I think it's knowing exactly where to get damage and when do they capitalize, when do they disengage. I think largely the damage that they get, they convert on, which has been so often the difference maker, not just today, but in terms of their entire record over the past few weeks. And I think time and time again, they found a way to dig deep and just a way to put points on the board. And I think they continue to look stronger, and the question is, will they be able to translate to LAN? I think the more they do this, I think the more confident they'll feel.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, looking at the strongholds on Recharge as well, Brav, you know, Optic weren't actually able to get a significant hold until that really lengthy trip cap right at the end. How did they switch up their setup to really continue taking those points across the board into that win?
I think it's just really knowing exactly where your opponents are spawning. I think, like the guys talked about earlier, just knowing exactly where you need to be holding, where you have your opportunities to anchor spawns, when your last two need to be engaging versus disengaging based on where your teammates are spawning. I think those are all game time decisions, and I think Dan also put it really well in that last game, right? It really does come down to, when you look at teams of this caliber, of this pedigree, of this history, it comes down to moment by moment in each of these games. And I think Optic was the team that found the way really in the game 5 to find a way to make sure that they close this one out strong.
Yeah, I've got to say it was absolutely incredible stuff. I also think, honestly, when you look at Optic and what they try to prioritize on the map, you can really see that come across quite evidently. For example, when we saw that mid-map push for the camo, and they did that together in 2s, if not 3, slightly more ahead of the 2 pushing for the camo. And that was amazing to watch, because they not only converted that power up to themselves, but they used then their momentum from gaining that power up, from gaining that advantage into the next camo, which obviously aided into that dub. How do you feel like their efficiency has grown as well, not only in objective, but getting their hands on those things that they need to prioritize?
I mean, when you ever you look at scrim results and things like that, and shout out to Halo Data Hive, they keep track of all the power weapon pickups, power weapon kills. Optic are always up there. You know, they're always got their hands on, whether it be Heatwave, Sniper Rifle, Rockets. They're always trying to get them in the hands and put them to use. And I think one thing that stood out to me was not so much them getting hold of that camo, because they lost the first 2. It was the damage mitigation that they did with the first 2 camos they lost. They didn't let Cloud9 get out of hand. They didn't let them get away with things, didn't let a lead develop. And I think that's just as important if you don't get a power up to do that as it is to take advantage when you do.
Yeah, indeed. It's all about knowing exactly what you want to get and achieve on the maps, and what's the easiest route to do so. And Optic, they really did just do that in that game 5 against Cloud9. Incredible stuff. See our elimination bracket right there. Cloud9 are going to be falling down up against Space Station, which I am really excited about, because actually they did close their series out against G1, I believe, and they are going to be finding themselves still in the tournament and fighting some of our finest, which is going to be absolutely amazing. amazing as well. We're actually going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have that series on our screens, and it's going to be an epic one. Trust me when I say it. So we'll see you guys right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 7. It is so good to have you guys joining us for the evening now. We do have a pretty epic series ahead of us in just a moment, but before we get into it, we need to talk about another region just for a split second, because myself and Gaskin, yesterday we weren't over in Europe technically, not yet, not till Valencia, but we were on the EU Pro Series. I guess you were, yeah, Gaskin.
Technically you weren't.
Technically you weren't.
Technically I wasn't. Yeah, there we go.
Technically you weren't, but technically Ascend did actually manage to win this one out in the grand finals against Hotline Warriors. You guys are just unbelievable. But an interesting one here, Gaskin, in terms of this matchup, because obviously they did a bit of a switcheroo in terms of teammates, and Respectful, being on Online Warriors previously, went over to Ascend, and Ascend dropped Shady, and Shady went to Online Warriors, and it made for quite an interesting story. Talk a little bit about this matchup and why this one was so golden yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you've missed European Halo for the last couple of weeks, you're probably wondering, well, what on earth happened? Respectful was on Na'Vi, then he was on Online Warriors, then he was on Ascend. There's been a lot going on, that's for sure. Na'Vi dropped Respectful, Online Warriors then formed. They had Snaky, Flux, Moze, and Respectful. They then absolutely blew everyone out of the water. They beat Ascend. Ascend then split, dropped Shady, picked up Respectful. Then Ascend went on to win, of course, this Pro League week. It's just, honestly, everything's happened and it's been absolutely crazy. It's been amazing. So what I'm saying is come to Valencia, watch it. It's going to be brilliant.
Yes, exactly that, Gaston. I couldn't have said it better myself. Of course, we are having our EU regional finals, and it is in Valencia live. It's going to be a LAN event July 1st to the 3rd, live from Valencia, Spain. We're all going to be there. It's going to be absolutely amazing. If you guys want to go right now and compete, you can. Team passes are available. Please go and sign up. Get your team there. Compete. Play with the best of the best in Europe. It's going to be amazing. But if you don't fancy getting on the sticks, then you can get in a seat and you can go and grab your tickets, and they're available now as well. So it's going to be absolutely amazing. I personally am so damn excited about that. So can't wait to see you guys in Valencia, and you boys, we're going to have a whirl of a time. A whirl? What is the word? Is it a whale?
What's a whirl? No, I just wanted to hear you say whale. What's a whale?
It's a whale of a time. We're having a whale of a time. Do you know what? I'm failing right now, so I'm just going to give it over to you boys. Bravo and Gaskin, more than capable of taking this one from me.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I've also been told to wait 1 second.
I was just capable, you're more than capable.
Yeah, that's why
Shall I let everyone know what game we actually are going to be watching? I think that would probably help as well, isn't it? We've got actually Space Station versus Cloud9. And actually, this is going to be quite an interesting one. Space Station on the rise at the moment, actually beating G1 2-0. But a closer map one. It was actually 2-1 in Oddball, so it went the full 3 rounds. And Gaskin, how are you feeling about this one? Because obviously watching well, slightly from the wings, the G1 series, Space Station going up against Cloud9, can they do it again? Can they cause an upset?
Firstly, congrats to G1 for making, well, not top 3 this time, but another top 4. Again, yeah. I think with Sentinels coming back into the equation, I thought everyone would be knocked down at least one, but Sen top 6, G1 top 4, that says a lot to me. I think G1 will be delighted with that one, but for SSG making top 3, these boys, they are frying today, but they get a tough task against Cloud9. They've already played each other once in this bracket. Cloud9 2-0'd them in the winners bracket, so I think that Cloud9 will be fairly confident, but you know, with Space Station and how they played against Sentinels, they are going to be feeling on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Onset, what do you need to see from Space Station to bring in from that Sentinel series and convert that back into the C9 one here for their tournament lives? What do we need to see on our screens?
Confidence and no fear whatsoever. And I think there's 3 players on that team, and I've taken Ace out of the equation just because he's a bit older now. You know, he's in comparison to some of the young guns he's got in his team, and they need to play like the young guns that you would expect, right? No fear, show them no respect, pick up that sniper rifle, hit those no-scopes that we've seen previously, because you have to beat this Cloud9 roster. Even though they just lost to Optic in a close series, Cloud9 will want to beat Space Station and get another opportunity at Optic in that final.
They certainly will indeed. But if you're Space Station at the moment, you are really trying to get a leg up in this series, and Bravo, who really needs to step up to try and take down Cloud9?
For me, Suppress just needs to do exactly what he's been doing. I mean, absolutely incredible numbers and also performances from him all day long. I just saw, you know, he's happy with how the team's done so far on Twitter, and I think he's already looking ahead to doing even more this evening. Suppress is fitting in so well on this team. That's not to take away anything else, from the rest of the SSG roster that's been supporting the entire squad so well. But for me, my eyes are on Suppress. If he does the same thing, I think they have a real shot at putting up a really good series.
They certainly do have a real shot. I think on the flip side of things, looking at Cloud9 just for a split second while we wait for the lobby to get actually assembled and ready to go for the game. Gaskin, is there an element of complacency that could happen? We've kind of saw it with Sentinels. You know, they kind of weren't ready for that heat, for that smoke, so to speak. It sounds really old saying that. And Space Station, they were ready for it. Cloud9, what do they need to do to make sure that they stay strong, play their game, and don't kind of, I guess, like, lose things a little bit to the way that Space Station are adapting to all of their oppositions right now?
Well, Lottie, I do think the metaphorical heat or smoke that you do speak of is definitely going to be arriving quite quickly from this Space Station roster. Not only are they coming off the back of that Sentinels victory, but beating G1 is going to be huge for them as well. When we look at previously SSG's, their struggles, the teams they kind of lose to, I think they've overcome 2 massive hurdles by beating these 2 squads. And
yeah, there is definitely room for complacency here on the Cloud9 roster. They'll be expecting to win. They're probably already going to be thinking about playing Optic in that grand final, but they need to respect this Space Station roster because the things we were seeing them do against Sentinels, I think Andy was completely right with some of the snipes they were hitting, the aggressiveness that we saw and how they were just collapsing on teams. They could beat anyone on a given day, and I don't think they are going to fear Cloud9. Maybe on a different week, Space Station might have gone, okay, you know, top 3, we've done our job. I don't think they're going to be happy. I think they want to just get to a grand final. They want to show what they're made of.
Yeah, I think they do indeed, and to show what they're made of, they need to get through this heavy series layout here. And actually, I was trying to look to see if we did have a Catalyst, either Slayer or CTF game here. We don't currently have one on the board, because I was very impressed with the starting strat that we saw against Sentinels from Space Station Gaming, getting that overshield so fast. It was the fastest overshield grab I think I've ever seen, and Ace had that one. Bringing in, I think, that priority in starting strats into this series is going to be super imperative for the Space Station roster. But Gaskin, not to ask you back-to-back questions here, but what do you see in this series layout?
We do have Slayer Livefire, which was already played by these two earlier on in the winners bracket. Cloud9 won 50-45, so it's not like it was, you know, an absolute blowout and Space Station have no chance at that one. But Cloud9 were able to get the better of them. In terms of who stepped up, Suppressed had 14 kills. I'm not really surprised because after what we saw, what he did against Sentinels on Livefire, I'm sure he had that sniper rifle in his hands. But it was Stellar and Eco who were the two players to look out for on that Livefire game. 16 kills apiece. So I think that Cloud9, once they get to that Slayer Livefire, they should be feeling relatively confident. So Aquarius Capture the Flag, I would say, is a must-win for Space Station, just to give them good confidence going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky if we you know, if they are not able to kind of get through, I think, the majority of that series later, especially the swing modes that they really need to win here to have a fighting chance. But I'm really excited to get into this one. I have been given permission to hand it over to my extremely overly capable casters of Bravo and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Man, I'm feeling for Mark here. Mark's getting roasted and toasted, burnt to a crisp. Dan, fantastic to be alongside you for this series, and normally we wouldn't be this excited, you know, honestly, about a C9 Space Station matchup, but this one's a bit different. This one feels like it's going to be a little bit different from the last few weeks for Space Station.
I mean, if we track back to Anaheim and think about C9 versus Space Station, we're questioning why on earth we're watching this on a main stage. That's how poor Space Station were back then, but they have come leaps and bounds. They've changed a few players here or there. They've been trying to find that right roster that just gel together, and it looks like they finally hit the winning formula, right? Top 3 is already, you know, overperforming by their standards originally, but now they have a chance to go that one step better, to kind of cement their moment in Pro Series history by getting to a grand final. And there is going to be a pretty, you know, peed off Cloud9 there waiting for them, and I think this is going to be a tough series, but I do think that this is going to be a far closer series than it may have been in previous weeks.
Yeah, and quite a rivalry that's building. We haven't really talked about it enough, but last week you saw G1 eliminating Space Station. It might have been a 2-1 last week. That brought G1 to the broadcast in the Elim Finals, and a fantastic performance from them overall in the bracket. And then now you look, Space Station sends G1 home, denies them the top 3, denies them the broadcast opportunity as well. So something else that we'll keep an eye on as well. But now Space Station is looking well past that, as you say, and an opportunity against C9. I think one thing we talked about last week with C9 is they were kind of already looking ahead to the grand final. It feels like they might have an even tougher road with the Space Station roster this week, just because of the 2-0 that Space Station dealt out to Sentinels.
Yeah, and even though that last week, you know, G1 were on a pretty impressive momentum run at the same time, I think beating a Sentinels just adds to that kind of confidence that we're going to see, because we talk about, you know, the top 4 teams, the big 4 or whatever, and being able to take them down, being able to solidify yourselves in that spot. If you can beat a Sentinels, you can beat a Cloud9. Sentinels were the best team in Kansas City. They won the LAN. So Space Station is saying, well, if we can beat first place, why can't we take down a Cloud9 who were only able to get second place? I don't know, it's not as simple as that, but it's funny how the brain can work in trying to give yourself confidence to win a series.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing that I'll point out is what Onset said. Space Station just needs to continue playing and not afraid, being the leader here. You saw how aggressive they were on all power-ups, all power weapons in their series against Sentinels. We'll have to see if they can do the same thing against Cloud9. Game number 1 is going to be Aquarius CTF.
It's going to be a tough start here for Space Station. Knowing how Cloud9 approach this game, it is very efficient with their flag runs once they do get the slays. But I tell you what, that's a start. All 4 are dead on the side of C9. A camouflage for Space Station, and Cloud9 left scratching their head saying, what went wrong?
It's a camo thrust heat wave for Collect as well. This is a recipe for disaster for C9. We'll see if he can get behind enemy lines. Thought about even grabbing the second thrust, but instead maybe just going to leave that bottom middle, try to get into the enemy base, and look at C9 just slow playing this.
Did they see him? Did they see a little glimmer? No, it looks like Collect has just waited at the perfect moment, waited for that support, gets the double, and now he just needs to send one of his teammates in first. This could be a run here for Space Station, but no. Cloud9 have done really well to at least get kills elsewhere and stop this push very much in its tracks.
Wow, Eco and Penguin picking up 2 kills out of nowhere. So Collect will get a double kill by the end of it. However, it shuts down the rush just like you said. Suppress with some nice work there in the high gen to pick up another kill. So he'll already have 3. Collect has 5 to his name. Nice shots once again on Eco. We'll see if he can turn 2 and a nice trade, single-handedly taking down 3 players there.
And if you didn't see Ace's interview earlier, maybe you've joined the broadcast late, Ace was talking about Suppress, saying how excited he is to have him on his team, how excited he is to have a young, raw talent like that. He thinks he's just got that ability to, you know, to throw himself into fights, to be confident, to win engagements, and we've just seen that happen exactly on our screens using the pistol to full effect.
Just trying to win this battle as well. Collect comes back for the battle against Stellar. Not easily won. The nade taps him just a bit in this 1v1. They'll trade out. Excuse me, that's going to be Bound that was top pink there. But a fantastic trade between those 2 players, and of course, unsurprising that they find themselves evenly matched. Suppress tries to come around the corner with the wave, will not connect. That flag run will stop in the gen.
Wave after wave, slowly drifting around the corner, but unfortunately, he's just a little bit the victim of timing there. Where if he hadn't been touching the flag, if maybe he had got around the corner expecting someone to be there, perhaps had heard the footsteps, but wasn't able to do so. Camo's coming up. Maybe remember, Space Station were able to get the first one. And even though they did put it to good use, they weren't able to really get a pull off back of it.
That's right. You saw actually even Collect converting in the back of the base on the straight stairs as well. However, Eco and Penguin with kills out of nowhere to stop that run in its tracks. A great defensive effort early on from Cloud9. We'll have to see if Space Station can continue the pressure, but this time it's an Eco grab of the camo as he's going to go ahead and back to his own courtyard. But look at this flank. Great shots there, great angles. Double kill comes in for Eco. 4 dead.
Would have been there to clean up the triple if he needed it, but now this is a matter of getting to the opposition space and trying to pin them back. As you know where they are, they're going to be spawning over towards Fridge. Flag can start moving, but I think with how they've tossed that flag out, you need to be making sure you slay in the front of their base, which he will do so.
Oh my god, Eco just telegraphing the plays. It's a killing spree for him. Look at him sitting far back on pink 2 so that he can't be naded out, and completely predicted the front courtyard run. That flag will go home. Eco stays alive the whole time off the back of that camo run. It's fantastic work from Cloud9. Flag run continues.
Efficient runs, that's what we know and what we expect from Cloud9, and that's usually what the difference maker is between some of these, you know, top teams and those who are around in the top 4, maybe top 6 area. But Space Station just unfortunately not able to keep up with the pace of what Cloud9 were able to do there. Still within it. Yes, okay, it's 2-0, but Space Station just needs to keep a level head here. Make sure they slow things down, calm it, reset it. That's exactly what Ace was talking about in the interview as well. Earlier on against Sentinels, they were down 2 hills, but they were able to come back into the game.
Yeah, look at Suppress picking up 2 in the high gen as well. It's great aggression. That was 3 dead momentarily. 1 is a fresh spawner. The flag run will start for just a second. Suppress with a great use of the thrust to avoid all of that nade damage. His shield actually recharged despite the fact that it looked like he was getting tagged up. Fantastic shots against Stellar there on the Fridge side. Eventually will be taken down, but Bound is last player alive in Gen. On paper, this flag should go home.
Should, unless Bound can get the damage. He cannot. It forces Ace at least to the front of the base where he was vulnerable, but the cap goes in. Space Station got exactly what they needed there. Just a little bit of breathing room, a chance to just assess the situation. They took a pause, and they were able to get a perfect flag pull, a perfect flag run, even with Cloud9 having 1 player remaining. Was not in a position to stop it, but now they just need to be careful they don't get counter-capped.
Here comes Stellar now. Has brought the flag through the gen. Tries to avoid the frags, but Collect with a nice flag. That will bring him to 15 kills, by the way. Fantastic numbers from him. Once again, leading the entire lobby in the slaying department.
All 4 dead once more. Space Station have done one thing very successfully, and that's been able to eliminate the whole Cloud9 roster on several occasions, and that is so helpful when you're trying to set up and position yourselves in some of these power places, because when you have the freedom to the entire map, of course, you've got that little bit of extra time to think about where you want to go. Tylenol gets a double, and now Space Station pushing once more.
Yeah, 2 dead right here. 2 dead for each side, though, so that will slow things down just a bit. Ace going to see what he can do in the gen. He does have some help, but they need to make sure they're focusing together. One kill will be traded out. Nice job from Ace to pick up one, almost turns two there with the sidekick. Eventually, he will fall, so things will slow down just a bit. 6:37 left in the game, still just a one flag match.
I think Space Station can smell blood here. I think they know Cloud9 look a little bit weaker than maybe once expected. Whether they're bruised and battered from the loss to Optic, I don't know, but I think you have to try and make it count here and now. Otherwise, if you allow Cloud9 to go up in the series and they start to gain a little bit of momentum and a little bit of belief, then it gets more difficult. But Collect punishing the opposition with the Heatwave there.
Collect is 18-10 against Cloud9 right now. Fantastic mechanical work there with the thrust Heatwave to take down Eco. That's 3 dead. Eco, last player alive once again. He's in the back base. And another opportunity here, a camo grab, second time we've seen it for Collect with the Heatwave as well. Let's see if he can convert here.
This is where it gets dangerous. You just don't want to get spotted out. At least he spots the first one, who is very weak. It's always slightly dangerous when you're in these courtyards and you take a fight, because you're then so vulnerable to those players who will challenge you, and there you go. You've lost your camouflage and 3 of you are dead. You did a lot of damage, but Ace is still going to be able to move this flag, but it's going to be moving both ways.
He needs to be careful here, absolutely. He's going to watch the straight stairs just to see if he can catch anyone off guard. Not finding anyone back base just yet. Bound will be the first player that he finds, and nice work with the sidekick. Wanted to avoid the trade there if he could. Those will be traded out, though. Still a man advantage for Space Station.
Looks like Space Station are going to get the return. Cloud9's flag is still out right now. And SSG get a touch. They win the engagements. They do get the touch. They've done everything they needed to do to get this flag moving. But Cloud9, they've overextended. Eco's already in the base. Ace has to win this fight. Does not. And now Eco can be a real nuisance.
Let's see what they can do. They need to eliminate Eco immediately. Also, players pushing in. That's Penguin pushing in bottom gen as well. This has been a delayed flag run. They will need to slay again to bring it home.
Eco managed to get 2. Does get traded out eventually. The touch still comes through, though, from Space Station. 2 down on both sides. Make it 3 down, though, on Space Station side. Stella has come in and done clean-up duties as the janitor, but Ace manages to get that final kill.
Ace gets the kill, gets the touch. Can he get the second as well? It's a huge double kill flag touch for Ace. That flag will go in single-handedly. Last man alive. Ace from the back of the base will tie the game 2-2.
That's what you expect from Ace, a veteran in this side. You've got some newer players, some new blood to the Halo scene, but if your veteran player can step up in those situations, that puts you in great stead for the rest of the series. Tied up 2-2 now, 4 minutes remaining, and Suppressed Collect. They've been running around absolutely frying together. 25 kills right now for Collect.
My God, everyone was wondering, where is Ace? Everyone knew last player alive. That flag looked like it was a for sure return in the high gen. Ace comes out of nowhere to get the double and the flag touch. Teammates spawn around him, and they will bring that second flag in. If you're just joining us, you picked a hell of a time to join in. This is the elimination final. C9 versus Space Station. Game 1 tied 2-2 with 3:44 left on the clock.
Do not adjust your TV set. Space Station are in an elimination final. It sounds crazy because they have struggled for so long, but they've finally risen to the heights that we knew was possible with some of the players that are on this roster. And it's crazy what we're seeing from both of these teams. Bound gets a really nice commando shots there to ensure that he helps Penguin run this flag, but Space Station making a real game of this.
They certainly are. As we say that, though, Bound with huge kills on his opponent's flag, just standing there doing what we expect to see from Bound as he picks up those kills. Amazing work with the commando as well. So while he might not have the exact same stat line as Collect right now, he doesn't worry about that at all. He's 21-17, and they lead the game 3-2 with 3 minutes left.
One of the biggest things on my mind right now is the fact that, you know, we've not seen FaZe, we've not seen E United, but Space Station, G1, these guys are going to be looking to try and take these places off of those teams who are going to be maybe lacking in practice, returning when Orlando comes around, when the Super comes around as well. And I think that certainly some of these teams who were a little bit lower down the pecking order before might be able to roll with the big dogs very firmly now, because Space Station, they are putting on a show for us here. They are 3-2 down, but we know full well with 2 minutes 35 left to play, there's still a chance for them.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. 2 dead back to back. They find themselves on the receiving end of these slays. Eco's also pushing in with the heat wave and just commanding the utility side of the map, and Ace is gonna be no match for that wave either. 2 dead though, so Space Station slowly pushing out of the base.
Collect trying to get to Suppress to help him out. It's been happening all game long. Those two have been running hand in hand, but just arrives a little bit too late to the party. Maybe slightly awkwardly late, where everyone's had a bit too much to drink and you just want to leave. And now we see Cloud9 manage to get a couple of kills on the board, but Space Station responding well with 2 of their own.
Absolutely. Still 2 dead, as you say. Ooh, and that camo still up. That will be 3 dead for Cloud9, and an opportunity for a camo grab if they take down Bound. They do without trading on top Pink. That's huge. That was 3 dead. Collect with his 3rd camo of the game, and another opportunity to convert here. They're down by 1 flag, 140 left.
31 bloody kills this man has. Make it 32. And if they're going to get a 3rd flag, this is probably their best opportunity with a camo to work with, but he's walked straight into Stella, who has a lot to do on the other side. Collect just needs to stay alive so he can try and put this camo to good use.
My God, he's making us nervous, but he picks up the kill. Somehow perfectly times the turn around the corner, slides under the grenade as well. He's got a few grenades. The flag is running from Suppress. 2 dead. This will be 3 dead if they kill Penguin. 3 dead. Bound, last player alive. They're looking for him. He's in the back of the base. This flag should go, especially with that heat wave tagging. Suppress now going to drop. He also has Ace here as well. This flag will go in. We're tied 3-3 with 60 seconds left.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, has to when Collect has 34 kills. I'm sorry, you cannot afford to be losing a game when someone is absolutely slaying like Collect is right now. But you need to hold on, you need to stop this counter cap from happening. It's happened a couple of times where Space Station got the flag in, Cloud9 then respond with a flag pull of their own. But it looks like they've managed to stop the bleeding, they've managed to stop Cloud9 from breaking into their base. So we've got 38 seconds until overtime.
Look at the shots here from Collect as well, cleaning out his whole base, just doing so much damage, getting so much info, and staying alive as well. This guy is absolutely insane. He was already a household name in competitive Halo, but if you don't know the name, you certainly know it now. Collect is 36 and 21.
20 seconds left. You can see Bound doesn't really know where to go at the moment. He's worried that he's going to get pushed as he's trying to get a last-ditch attempt at a flagpole, and that's great shots from Bound, but he is taken down. He is traded out. Space Station have lost 2, though, and Cloud9 are going to try and get this, but look at the positioning from Ace.
Ace with the great work. He knows the last player alive is also going to be Penguin, who tries to keep it alive. Ace says no from top middle here as people get ready for sudden death.
Triple kill for Ace in the final moments of sudden death, but we're going into overtime. 36 kills in those 12 minutes from Collect. Ace also picking up 20, but we cannot separate anything after the minutes we've just played. So instead, we have to play 5 more.
My God, an absolutely fantastic game number 1 to start off our elimination final, of course. An unbelievable series so far. Trades going in bottom middle. And the kill counts will extend for these players. We really could not have asked for a better game number 1. And if you're a Space Station fan, you could have asked for a better tournament. Certainly the best result they've seen so far all season long, and looking to do even better than that.
Space Station have trusted in Ace for so long. Tylenol also been on this roster for a while. Collect has been such a key factor, but Suppress, the new boy, has very much been impressing. Alongside Collect, they've really been running as a 2. And Suppress has another camouflage to work with.
See what he can do here. Slowly over the course of the game, Space Station has converted more and more with these camos we saw early on. They got the damage, they got the kills. Didn't result in the flagpole they wanted. But over the course of the game, they've slowly put more and more pressure on, as things will slow down for just a second. 1 dead for each side.
Is this where experience starts to kick in? The nerves start to kick in maybe for Space Station and the dizzy heights of overtime here against Cloud9. Complexity were able to take a map off Cloud9 earlier in the winners bracket as well. I think that Cloud9 definitely bleed, and Space Station know full well that if they can draw enough blood here in game 1, the series might also be there for the taking. But they've got to make sure they stay focused in these final moments, because Cloud9's starting to get aggressive and looking to make a pull.
Collect is the only player alive. Haven't seen him on screen just yet. Eco will start that as there were 3 dead. Collect stuck on Dynamo's dangerous place to be as the last player alive. He will be eliminated, but that will buy a lot of time for
Hello and welcome back.
Eco does reload this heat wave and can do the damage with it to follow. Does he just go for the objective here? 3 are dead. Tylenol's the last remaining player, and with Stella being in car side with him, this could be the last and final flag round for Cloud9.
Oh, it's too clinical from Cloud9. Look at the timing, look at the patience from Eco. Knows exactly how to run this flag. Nades are coming, nice damage comes in. Not done just yet. Bound is last player alive. Bound is now, let's take a look. That's going to be 4 dead. They should be on this return. This game is not over.
It is not over. Grenades are probably going to arrive from the fridge side, but the return definitely happens. You double hop it, you run the flag yourselves, and Space Station have somehow pulled off a little bit of a miracle, but great nades on the other side for Cloud9 as well to stop that run.
Collect has to drop Pink 1. He will get that kill. 2 dead for his side, so he knows that he needs these kills, as they will retire 2 players on Cloud9 to the death screen. My God. Goal line stand for Space Station. You thought the Cloud9 flag was going home. They had 3 dead during the run, but they took a little bit too long. Perfect nades coming in to stop the flag. Sudden death overtime will continue.
Holy, we have a 40 bomb, everyone. Collect has been able to pull it off at the perfect time. 2 minutes remaining. If he can carry on slaying out the way he has been, Cloud9 will be quaking in their boots. Space Station get all 4 dead once more. Could this be the flag to take this game 1?
First spawner's Eco. He spawns back flag. He does not spawn Fridge. Take a look at that. That's a big deal. It forces the flag run to stop. Suppress dies on the flag. The next 3 split spawn on the Fridge. Some wild spawns coming in there for the side of C9 might have saved the day. That flag will, of course, go back to the stand. And Space Station still controlling top middle, but they'll have to rethink the next flag run.
Found gets taken down, just aimlessly running through bottom middle. Maybe he was trying to get to Penguin. Penguin loses out on his fight with Collect as well, as everyone else has done so far. And the longer this game goes on, the more those stats are going to increase on Collect's side. So he's probably saying, you know what? Another minute and 30, maybe I can reach 50.
The man is setting some records here, that's for sure, in terms of Aquarius slays, especially in an elimination final, and especially against a team like Cloud9. There's a heat wave. Collect wants no part of that heat wave, so he thrusts in for the melee as well. 3 dead again. Eco, last player alive for Cloud9. It's a high gen run. Fakes that, goes low gen, and already across the halfway mark. Space Station, potential game-winning flag.
44 kills, and he's doing the objective. This man's doing it all, but are Cloud9 in the position to stop this? The grenades were good on the other side. Can they punch it home? Are going to see one last player, and Tylenol puts it in. Space Station take game 1. Cloud9, unfortunately, could not stop that last flag.
It's an overtime win for Space Station Gaming, with Collect going 44 and 29 against Cloud9. This is unheard of for Space Station and unheard of in the Halo Championship Series. What a way to start our elimination final.
What a performance from not just Collect, but this entire Space Station roster, who, after going, remember, 2-0 down here on Aquarius Capture the Flag, could have very easily crumbled and just accepted, well, you know, it's Cloud9. I guess we're expected to lose. But we can see those glorious statistics on our screen. 44 kills in the end it was for Collect. Still gotta, like, commend the fact that there's 3 30 bombs on the side of Cloud9 as well. Granted, there was, 17 minutes played, so more time than usual, but that is a very impressive 44.
Unbelievable game. I don't even think we gave enough credit to C9 that entire series, just because we're used to seeing them this late in a bracket. However, we gotta also mention how great of a fight C9 put up. But Dan, I think that tells the story that they were down 2-0. Second time we've seen them. Different objective game type, of course, but you pointed out Ace's interview, how they completely reset. They knew they need to focus up, and that's something the Space Station of old was not the best at. That was not their strength. Now, though, they're able to dig deep. They're able to find the comms they need, and these comeback wins in overtime are upsetting some of the best teams in the world as we take a look at the damage Collect, almost at 9,500.
9.4 get 4K. And you're right, they were able to reset. It's all well and good having, you know, someone who's got experience who says, guys, we need to slow down, we need to reset. But you need a team that is also going to listen to that and put it into the equation of finding the way back into the game, having a response, having the ability to find those kills. And I think that we are starting to see a Space Station roster now who are very much going to be in the question of teams to compete for some of these top spots. And whilst they're not going to be thinking about the dizzy heights of, you know, winning tournaments necessarily just yet, a couple more maps here against Cloud9, and suddenly that becomes a reality.
Look at this play here, closing the distance, staying alive in the back of the base. This play from Ace, picks up the 1, double flag touch there, has to win this one as well. Shields were just recharging and wins this battle against Bound, who had thrust, so that the teammates can come in an absolutely enormous moment. I cannot wait to see the goal line stand, though, in overtime here. You saw Cloud9 take a lead once again with 3 minutes left. You might have thought it was over at that point. My God, what a game number 1.
Can we talk about how efficient Space Station were with those camouflages? Like, they were so effective at being able to pick them up and then making them count as well. The first one was a little bit awkward. It didn't really do much, and then they went 2-0 down, but some of these later camouflages really did allow them to get back into the game and punish C9, who were unaware, of course, where that player was coming from. It was a triple at the end for Ace, but I think that Cloud9 were just trying to finish it there and then. But look how close Cloud9 were, Bravo, to getting that flag in.
Unbelievable there. I think a lot of people would have placed their bets that was over. Suppressed also getting the flag off the stand there to start things. Collect was the one, as you said, with huge numbers, also the one to bring the flag all the way home off that counter cap.
Yeah, he said, guys, do I have to do everything? No, of course he wouldn't be saying that, but I mean, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now on Space Station. The amount of adrenaline flowing through them after a victory like that in overtime against an opponent like Cloud9, who of course have so much honors, so much experience, so much tournament victories in their past history as well. But we somehow have to move on to another set of maps, because that was only map number 1.
It's another 4-3 overtime win for Space Station. We've seen that before. That's exactly how things went in their game number 1 against Sentinels. Different game type, different map. However, the score stays the same. Now we'll go to game number 2. Slayer here on live fire. Can Space Station repeat? Can they take a 2-0 lead in the series against Cloud9, some of the best in the world? We'll start things off here with Collect. He'll trade out kills.
So it was a game type that Cloud9 were able to win earlier on in this tournament against Space Station in that winners bracket. Remember, Cloud9 were the team that sent Space Station into the elimination bracket with a 2-0 victory. It was a 50-45 on that occasion, but the likes of Suppress, the likes of Collect, they were still doing the damage. They were still finding the kills. This first overshield is going to be huge, and Bao manages to shut down Tylenol.
Very good deny there from Bound, but you saw Ace there likely getting that. There's also going to be a drop shield to help them, so that will be a Space Station grab on the power-up for the first one. Down by 1 kill, but they will be the aggressors here on the house.
Slow down for a short moment. You could hear a pin drop on live fire, but then suddenly explosions start to rain through the map, and Ace is just trying to find someone he can put this AR to use with, and eventually does find the unexpected prey. 8-5. And this has been a solid start from Space Station. Yeah. Not only that, but they've also got the sniper rifle to work with.
Keep in mind, they were down 5-4 just before that overshield. They're able to grab the overshield, turn things around completely. Fantastic work. Nice finish from Tylenol as well on that shot, doing the work himself. They'll lose Suppress bottom middle, but that will not stop the push ahead. Tylenol going to use that last shot and then swap it out for a heat wave. Has some help from Collect. They should be able to get that kill, so they will extend their lead even further. Make it a 2-kill game, though.
That was 3 very quick kills. That leaves Tylenol on his own. He's done his job by at least getting a trade there. I think if he had gone down without getting one, then maybe his teammates would have been asking, well, what were you doing with the heat wave? Still have a lead, though, and they have that chance to just reset ever so slightly, but I think Cloud9 are going to look to try and get aggressive here, because they've got all the weapons. But Ace does manage to take down Bound.
Ace on no shields there. Very nice job. He'll pick up 1. Eventually get traded out, though, by a kill by Penguin. Bound and Penguin will be the 2 who fall, making it 2 dead for Space Station off of that, just making it now a 1-kill game as everyone gets ready for the next overshield.
Yep, this is absolute mayhem happening over towards OS. Tylenol in a really good position where he can bank some nades off of this corner, off these corners. Oh, unfortunately, can't quite get the double melee, and that's going to be a frustrating one.
A funky one indeed. Gonna have to go watch the tape. Stellar gets away with the overshield as well. It's a series of heartbreaking moments for the side of Space Station. He's trying to keep his back to the wall to make sure he doesn't get back-whacked by cuts. But just like that, Cloud9 will get away with the lead. 20-16 now. They're also going to find a player on dirt. That'll be Collect, and this might be the moment that they start to run away with things here. A pretty sizable lead, the biggest lead we've seen them with yet.
If I'm Space Station, I want Collect to have a heat wave in his hand, a sniper in his hand. I want to see him be able to put those goodies to the best use possible and do similarly to what he was doing in Aquarius, but maybe Slayer looking to demonstrate what he can do. Stellar, in his slaying abilities, does eventually fall. This game is still awfully close for Space Station. They had the initial lead, but this is what Cloud9 can do, right?
That was a great 3 dead for each side. It was a 1v1 with Suppress there. Suppress wins it. He wins his second 1v1 back-to-back, keeping this game close and within 2. If he doesn't win those 2 battles, it's a very, very different scoreline. For just a moment, Bound was the last player alive. Tylenol knows exactly where he is on the rat tunnel door. He'll pick up that first one, and just like that, it is a 1-kill game.
Gonna reposition with this sniper as well. Oh, but Eco knows exactly where he is. Bravely challenges from sandbags. Could have had his head ripped off. Penguin, unfortunately, falls victim to the 1-2 combo again as Collect tries to make it a double. Will do so, but the trade comes out. 27-29. This sniper has not really been able to stay in anyone's hands for a long period of time.
Heads up play there by Collect to grab that sniper so quickly, because the comms would have come in on the side of C9 that the sniper was dead. That would allow the push for sandbags. Eco was not expecting, I think Eco got the first kill. The rest of the players on Cloud9 were not expecting the sniper to already be in Collect's hands, so heads up play by Collect to take advantage of that. However, during all this, Ace a little bit of repulsor helped to avoid that awkward window battle. However, Cloud9 up 34-30.
And they get the next overshield as well. Suppress tried to pot the Ovi, but just died before he was able to get those split seconds to do so. And Cloud9 now not only have a 4-kill lead, but they have an overshield to work with. and a little drop ball to give some extra cover. But this good damage coming out from Space Station. I will say that today has been incredible, by the way, for Halo action, but teams have done very well at avoiding OV, melting OV. Wow. It hasn't been necessarily the crazy power-up that's happened in historic games of Halo. 34-33. What a passage of play that was for Space Station.
Case in point, perfect use of the cuts there. They put 2 players cuts who double the OV. They have a little bit of a dipsy doodle around the nest, around the C-plat box, and it's a little bit of a hard battle for the Overshield to get into. And just like that, this game is once again tied. Only a 1-kill lead for Cloud9.
Just imagine if Space Station are able to take this game too. Going into game number 3, knowing they're only 1 map away from a grand finals, they would not have expected to even be thinking about that coming into today's competition. Whilst every player believes in themselves, sometimes there is that kind of ceiling that you hit, but it seems like Space Station, we've only just touched the surface of what they are capable of, looking at what they have done today. 39-37.
What the team
I tell you
shot?
what, Bound just walked into an absolute firing squad.
Oh my God, Bound, even hitting the slide there, gets absolutely ripped. A team shot from Green. He will get eliminated by at least 2 BRs, so that will bring the game now within 1. And this is a little bit of deja vu. Keep in mind, Cloud9 was 2 feet off of the flag stand to close out the game in overtime. Now they find themselves 1 kill up here in the late game. Space Station looking to bring this game back again.
10 seconds till this sniper comes up. That's the next kind of focus point. Overshield is going to be popping as well, so both teams going to be considering both of these goodies to work with. Cloud9 have been able to get the better of Space Station for the Overshield in the last couple, but it's how Space Station have dealt with them that's been really impressive. Eco takes down 1, does find another as well, does collect, and now we're going to see an Overshield popped into Collect's chest.
Oh my God, you couldn't ask for a better setup here. He's got the Overshield, he's got the sniper, and they're down by 2. He's going to go ahead and rotate back to Cuts. Bound trying to pressure him from the bottom of scoreboard. Those nades are going to tap off just about the remaining part of the Overshield. 1 kill game here. 43-42 in favor of C9. Collect truly with the game in his hands.
How concerned are Cloud9 now? They know the sniper is somewhere on the map, so you don't want to be peeping out of the wrong angles, the wrong doorways, otherwise you might be greeted with a bullet between your eyes. Collector's waiting just to see if anyone pokes Green. It's a very common angle to check, where some people want to look to see whether that sniper rifle is going to be top tower, but it looks like Cloud9 are holding strong. They have the lead right now, and they say, hey, Space Station, you need to come to us. We don't actually have to peek you. They might even wait for this next Overshield.
Here's the questions. What angles will Collect take? So far, he's been top tower exclusively. You have to think maybe he's thinking about a nest bridge or an Overshield angle soon, because you have to guess, with the veteran players on Cloud9, they are not going to offer those peak angles. Suppress comes off of Nest, which actually gives Green options. Eco already tucks into Green. Take a look at that. That means Collect's going to have the Green option right here. Does not connect. Surprising to see them give up Nest the way they did, just like that. It's 44-43.
And love the push as well from Cloud9. They peek initially at Green, then the 2 players go back tower. They spike nade up. As we talk about spike nades, that one's a little bit of a rough one, but it's still 44-43. Can Collect hit this shot? He spots out Penguin. Needs to retreat, needs some help. And the AR is going to at least do some damage, but these sniper shots are not connecting, and it's not helping the team.
Difficult there. Still a 2-kill game, though. They certainly could have changed the course of the game. However, it's not over. Still just a 2-kill game. 45-43 back tower. Shot does not connect. Goes for a second. That will not connect. Make it 47-44. Cloud9 now only 2 kills away from closing it out.
What a different game it could have been if those sniper shots had connected. And after such an amazing game initially, Collect not able to find the same form into game number 2 here. And Bound manages to get 1 to turn it into 49-46. And Space Station, you know, they're still within it here. Just need to stay alive, but they're not able to do so. Cloud9, similarly to how they did in the previous winners bracket game, they close out Slayer Livefire here against Space Station Gaming.
50-46 is your final score. Cloud9 takes advantage of Suppress coming off of Nest, and I was expecting to see a sniper rotate onto Nest Bridge. They didn't. Instead, they are able to get Green, and they sneak a player dirt. They send several players back tower, and in the end, the push pays off. But I think it's worth repeating, Dan, if Collect is hitting those snipes, it's a very, very different game. And of course, those are the 2 sides of the scale. Pops off in game number 1. In the end, they will fall 50-46 by 4 kills in game number 2 to tie up the series 1-1.
You could argue if one of those body shots connects with the sniper with the no-scope, entirely different game. Right, you get so much of a swing with the amount of damage that sniper does, so you can clean up that kill, and then the rest of the team can come in and swoop and help take a 4 versus 3. But sometimes it's just not meant to be. You know, you've just had that incredible game 1 from Collect, but going into game number 2, even though he's had a good game, just doesn't have that kind of clutch factor in those final moments. But Cloud9 forcing their hand It has to be said. So many teams would have just kind of waited back, had the lead, said, all right, maybe do we wait for Overshield? Do we wait this game out? But they knew if they wait for Overshield, they almost give the initiative, they give the advantage to Space Station, because then Space Station can watch over that Ovi with a sniper rifle. So they make the play, they get to green, they go back tower, and I love that Cloud9 really forced Space Station to do something, but unfortunately, no sniper shots connecting on this time.
Yeah, Eco and Suppress leading in the damage category there. We'll take a look at some of the highlights in just a moment. What a game two it was. I couldn't agree more. I can't wait to see the highlights on those final pushes, but we'll start off here at 15-15. This game was so close and just absolutely jumped on Tylenol with that Overshield. I think got meleeed from the front and the back at the same time, if not flying through the player. And in the end, that was a little bit of a turning point for a little while when Stellar pops that late Ovi.
I think what is good and what I'm happy with is that we've got a competitive game here in the Elimination Finals over the past couple of weeks, because, you know, some of the bigger teams haven't necessarily been competing. We've had Optic and Cloud9 running the show and kind of running through all of the other teams until they face each other in Winners Finals and Grand Finals. And even though some of the other squads, they've given it a good go, finally we've seen another team really take maps off them, and it just seems like everyone's starting to realize how Cloud9 play in this Pro Series. As I mentioned earlier, Complexity also able to take a map off them in the winners bracket as well. And Space Station find themselves tied 1-1. So even though they lose game 2, because they had that incredible Aquarius capture the flag victory, it does mean they go into the game 3 here all evens against Cloud9.
Eco and Penguin there working together on that final kill from Keydor. Keep in mind, that's a 49-46 game. That game was not over yet if things went a little bit differently. So shout out to Eco and Penguin, of course, for cleaning up that last kill from a sandbag and Keydor angle to make sure the Cloud9 gets that win. And once again, credit to them as well. I totally agree. They knew that Overshield timing push would not have worked out well against the capable snipers of Space Station. Instead, they bring it straight to bottom tower. And interesting that Space Station really hadn't even started to rotate with that snipe. They got caught with their pants down back tower, and they will lose the game off of the fantastic push from C9. That will tie the series 1-1 in our elimination finals, and we are right into game number 3, going to be King of the Hill on Recharge.
Something that Lottie pointed out earlier is that Cloud9 have found success on some of these new maps and modes, King of the Hill being one of them, and they've been able to beat Optic consistently across these last couple of weeks on these modes. They did beat them on this map and mode combination just last week, so Cloud9 definitely know how to play this one. So Space Station need to be careful. They don't allow Cloud9 to get too far ahead, but also you think back to Space Station earlier against Sentinels. They were 2-0 down on King and they brought it back. So this could be a very exciting game indeed.
Also, let's not forget, I'm pretty sure we saw this game in the elimination finals last week, G1C9, if I'm not mistaken, and they lost that game 4-3. Essentially, just barely missed that first bottom hill, which was a pretty wild sequence of events. We'll have to see if the game will be just as close as last week. So far, C9 with about 40% of the way done. However, they do find themselves 4 dead for a moment. That's going to give an opportunity for Space Station to try to pick them off once again.
And I do think that's the biggest difference in this series compared to last week is, you know, G1 was so close in that first game, but they weren't able to quite get across the finish line and they kind of crumbled afterwards. Whereas Space Station, they did get across that finish line in that game 1. It was so close on Aquarius capture the flag, but that will give them so much hope, so much belief in this series that it's going to make it really competitive. And I do think that both Space Station and G1 are going to be the teams to watch really coming into these next tournaments with what they've been able to achieve over these past couple of weeks. They've been the overachievers of the Pro Series, that's for sure, to try and solidify themselves in that kind of top 4 discussion, if not further. But Cloud9, they've been able to get a lot of time here in this first hill.
Oh my God, Collect somehow gets away alive. Also fakes up the C-Plat play, and you could tell C9 did not know exactly where he was. He's also going to fly out, challenge the Mangler pit. Going to need some help. In the end, tags up Eco. That will be cleaned up. 2 dead still for C9, but a fantastic display of just really small movement work there from Collect around the quick jump and C-Plat to stay alive as long as he can, but only a little bit more time here for Cloud9 to close out the first hill.
Penguin getting aggressive and somehow he stays alive with the camouflage as well. He crouched, he wiggled, he jumped, he dropped, he did everything he could to possibly stay alive, and somehow Penguin not able to get those final connecting shots. And that means Ace can now really help the rest of this SSG squad to actually try and take this first hill, which would be an absolute steal if they're able to do so.
And now it looks like, especially with this mid-bridge presence, and 2 dead and 3 dead, bounds a spawner. Penguin last player alive. They might be able to do this. They need to make sure they're staying in because they had an extra second there. Desperate effort, though, comes in from Bound. As I said, he was the spawner. Long haul spawns also coming in, which could secure the hill, and it could secure the next one. C9 will steal the hill off of Bound's fantastic play. Once again, as the last player alive, he will rush in. He will pick up the perfect kill. Cloud9 is the first to strike, and they'll take a lead, and they also get the long haul spawns.
Your responsibility in that position is to stay alive, and I think Bound was unfortunate that those grenades arrived before he could dip out and get into a position to just watch those players walk by and feed that information to the rest of the team. But it will allow Space Station to push in, but 3-4, and Cloud9 have been able to hold strong despite the fact they were in a 3v4 temporarily.
Suppress probably knew it was over there as he goes into the long haul doorway, last player alive, and cannot convert on those kills, and going to be difficult for anyone to fly in to take advantage of that. Collect, though, may be able to take advantage of the presence there at back. Hydro going to pick up a repulsor and maybe think about a crafty play towards the back as well. They'll get that first kill, though. That's the first pick. That will give them perhaps an opening, but look at the scoreboard. Cloud9 only moments away from closing this out.
I imagine Space Station have let this one go, and they're going to be looking at setting up for the next. Well, as I say that, they jump on into that hill, and perhaps they've caught Cloud9 in a little bit of a rotation situation. No, they do manage to get that final point, and Space Station move right on back towards Elevator. Nice movement here from Ace.
Yeah, nice little movement there. Rotation situation, one of my favorite VHSs from the 90s. 2-0, though, in favor of Cloud9, and Eco with some fantastic shots into Whirlpool. He will take down Ace, back Elevator. A key kill here, of course, for this hill. Tylenol, though, camo in hand, an opportunity to reset the balance.
Well, but Stella sees it. Stella's got eyes like a hawk, and he manages to give that information to Bound, and Bound comes on in, clears up that camouflage, and sometimes these players are just able to spot that little shimmer, and it really can make a difference when you manage to do that initial damage to that player to get caught out and seen. Collecto with the double kill, looking to get aggressive, and it's another perfect. It's not quite a triple, but it's certainly done a lot of damage to Cloud9.
It was great shots from Eco, too. Eco was ready. He had a reticle on the top 8 doorway still. Collect with some fantastic movement and shots to win that battle, but it's been a lot of chaos here. Tylenol trying to stay alive on the doorway, looks away at probably the most inopportune time as he'll get taken down. He was one of the last players alive at back A. That will be continued time for Cloud9, who's looking very strong on this game type.
Where does Space Station go? They try a little Whirlpool push here. Or are they going to try and just break through bottom elevator? It looks like they're trying to go for a 50-50 and trying to collapse together. Tylenol and Ace are the last two remaining players. It's a 2 versus 2, so you've got to work together and feed that information. Good damage from Ace, but is there enough damage from the other side? No, so they lose that 2v2. And unfortunately now, their teammates spawn in a 2 versus 4, and this point is going to go to Cloud9.
That point went, like you said, splitting that 50-50 aside Mangler door and top A, and then sending 2 separate players Whirlpool. It can work, but you need to have the timing push perfect, and even though they got 2 players weak back elevator, unable to convert on those kills, that will mean 3-0 in favor of Cloud9, and what has been a hot start from Space Station has been so far arrested over the past few minutes from Cloud9.
So Cloud9, who have found a lot of success on this map, find themselves 3-0 up. 3 minutes remaining, so still time for Space Station to get back into it, but it's certainly going to be a large mountain to climb. This is one of those hills as well, bottom of Blue Tunnel, where you can watch it from certain areas to really make it a nuisance for anyone to stay in that hill. So Cloud9, even if they were behind, they could probably force that player out quite consistently.
Suppress trying to do whatever he can. Gets collapsed, though. Actually, he has enough damage bottom middle to help that kill get cleaned up. Eco will get away with the camo at long haul, which is dangerous for the side of Space Station. He's just going to sit sneaky for a moment and see if he can play this one out. Ooh, gets spotted out.
How is everyone seeing these camouflages
These guys have
flawlessly?
These guys have better... I mean, keep in mind, we were playing on CRT TVs.
Back in the day.
These monitors. I need to get some of the monitors these guys are on.
I mean, to be fair, you need to get a good monitor. I've been saying this to you for weeks. You're still playing on 60 hertz, Andy, and it hurts me that I have to say that. And I've told the world, and I'm really sorry about it. But we need to get you a 144 hertz, if not a 240. Come on, let's get you gaming, bro.
I've actually downgraded. I'm back to a 30. I hadn't
you just want to feel the old days.
I hadn't told you yet, but I don't want to be Eagle Eye in the camo. That's not what I'm about here. I want to play like we used to. Cloud9 with a momentary lead here on this hill. Space Station able to get quite a bit here, about 50% up here as they're able to get all the way and maybe getting a point on the board before this one is done and dusted, but only 2:45 left on the clock, so not a lot of time to play with.
Similarly to what we saw Cloud9 do earlier against Optic Gaming on Streets King of the Hill, was taking advantage of a very difficult hill to get just dwindling away at that time by playing a little bit of Slayer, forcing the opposition out so that even if that point doesn't go in your favor, you've got rid of so much of that clock that it's so difficult for the opponent to actually do anything in the next couple of hills. It did almost backfire against them with Optic Gaming, that's for sure. So they'll be hoping that Space Station don't manage to wrestle this one back.
Look at Collect, able to stay alive against that repulsor. You have to wonder if that was on purpose, because if you sit right by the crate just like he did, you'll get repulsed into the crate instead of off the map. Fantastic work, but there's 3 dead. Tylenol's the last player alive. Oh, and he does the same thing, gets repulsed into the crate, but still it's enough from C9 with that pressure now, looking to come back on this hill, and they want to end the game right here, right now.
Yeah, all 4 were dead. This could be the beginning of the end then for this map. Desperate attempts now for Space Station to dive in are not successful. Cloud9 now take the lead 2-1 in the series with a very commanding and effective 4-0 victory over Space Station there on Recharge King of the Hill. It does seem like Cloud9 seem to have the better of most teams when we get to these new maps and modes. I think Lottie was completely right earlier when she looked at that series layout with some of these teams, and she was eagerly looking out for a catalyst as well in the series layout. But King of the Hill seems to be working out quite well for C9.
Very, very different game for Cloud9 based off of the past matches we've seen them play in. They've had a tougher bracket than usual. However, in that game, looking like the Cloud9 that we're used to seeing, 4-0. Taking a look at the stats here, big outlier on the one side. Suppress going 20-12. A great performance from him, but we'll highlight, of course, the winning performances on C9. 15-12 there from Eco, 16-10 from Penguin.
Well, the best of games for Ace, but, you know, you've got 10 assists. The damage will probably tell a better story of how these teams were performing, but I think when you look at a 4-0 anyway, I don't exactly think that any of these SSG players are going to be looking and pointing fingers. They'll just accept that they were beaten on the day by a better team on that map and mode. And you know, as you look at the damage, you know, fairly even across the board for the SSG boys. Eco, though, putting up over 5k, so he was the big standout player from that game. You have to say that Cloud9, they controlled spawns very well. They set up very effectively as well when it came to King of the Hill here, and SSG just didn't seem to know what to do to try and break a setup. I think that's where they really struggled here in this game.
Certainly, there are moments where they had opportunities, right? Let's not forget, some of these hills were pretty close, but after they lost that bottom mid one once again, they had teammates spawning on C9 on long haul, and it just felt like C9 controlled the game almost completely from thereafter.
As we look back at the highlights as well, I mean, the control that was found by Cloud9, it was never really threatened too much by Space Station. There was times where, you know, 2 guys would push in and they'd get a couple of players weak on the side of Cloud9, but like this moment, for example, like 2 push in, they get players weak, but those players can then be saved by the spawners, whereas the other 2 members of Space Station are having to take a 2 versus 4. And it's just little things like that that if Space Station can tweak, if they can get better at, then they suddenly become even scarier a team. But it just seems like King of the Hill Recharge was not their game type, and they'll probably be happy to see the back of it, if I'm honest. And I'm expecting them to come out a lot hotter when we get here into Game 4.
Yeah, I think that's just a game type that you brush off, you get ready for the next one. It's certainly the most dominant victory we've seen on the mainstream against Space Station there, that 4-0. All the rest of their score lines, including the matches against Sentinels, were certainly very close as well. But that 4-0 win will give a lead to Cloud9 in this series, of course, 2-1. And if we're honest, possibly quite a momentum lead as well as we go back to live fire for Strongholds.
Yeah, and live fire is, you know, been pretty good for Space Station elsewhere in other series, but Cloud9 have also showed they know how to play it as well. And this kind of Slayer of live fire and then onto an objective of live fire has happened a few times here in the tournament today, and it does give you an idea of how these teams play and which players are going to take the power weapons, for example. So you can then start to try and isolate those certain players to try and keep them away from those power weapons. Now that you can, of course, see the player names above the heads, you can turn that setting on. If you haven't, then I'm sure you will do soon, because you very much need to, because it allows you to then call out effectively to your team. But then you can say, hey, look, this guy's going to be on C-Plat right now. We need to keep him away from the sniper rifle. Let's make sure we're nading it. Let's make sure we're putting suppressing damage to ensure that they cannot grab that power weapon, because he really can make a difference with it.
Certainly, as we go back to live fire, that Slayer, of course, so close between the 2 teams. I think we saw that, obviously, both of them, with C9, we had no doubt about whether or not they know how to play live fire. I think we're seeing Space Station also prove that they know exactly how to play the map as well. Of course, the game type's going to change things up quite a bit then.
It is going to change things. Like, I mean, we see that across like most of the maps and modes. It doesn't always directly translate from Slayer to an objective.
You get to learn tendencies, but that's about it, because it is going to be a very different play style. Certainly the pace of which we see Livefire played by some of these teams is difficult to keep up with. I think that Cloud9 are going to try and constantly, you know, push those spawns, make sure they're collapsing on SSG. And if SSG don't have an answer, if they don't have a response to that, this could snowball out of control. But if SSG play the way they did in game 1, right? If we see Collect playing the way he did, if Suppress is able to help him, if they are hitting those clutch shots, if they are making those Cloud9 players really work for their kills, then SSG can definitely take this to a game 5. And I think that's what makes this so exciting, is that game 5 is definitely possible here.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic elimination final so far. We thank you for hanging out with us. It's just past 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast for some late night Halo, and much later for you, Dan, in the UK, as we also get ready for Stronghold's map number 4. Cloud9 versus Space Station. C9 currently leading the series 2-1 in what many months ago would not have expected to be this tight of a series between these two squads, but Space Station has been on a tear in this tournament so far. We'll see if they can force a game number 5.
And remember, the reward is a grand final against Optic Gaming, who are watching, waiting, eagerly hoping that they can also find another back-to-back victory in tournaments and Pro Series, in the last Pro Series of the season as well, of course, this Pro Series 7. So not only is Space Station going to go out with minimum top 3 here, they are going to go into the next tournament as a top 3 team, effectively, from Online Performance. Collect's just managed to get 2, if not 3 there back-to-back, and he's been rewarded with an overshield.
So despite some fantastic points on the board early, already a 28-point lead coming in from C9. It is Space Station that slow plays the overshield, and now Collect with a full, essentially, overshield 75% still to play with, and they will have a trip cap as well, and they will continue scoring. Killing spree for Collect off of the opening.
Remember, Collect was not hitting those sniper shots at the end of the game on Slayer Livefire, but is he going to start to hit them now when he needs to help his team? I think he did connect with that one, but the body was already dead. Doesn't matter too much. But BNC already in control. A about to be in control as well. Space Station playing this so efficiently with their rotations, keeping Cloud9 very much questioning and second-guessing themselves when they spawn.
Collect is going to tag a player up at C. He's going to fly right over to B. Look at this, a one-man army. He actually gets nuked there. A frag and maybe a spiker as well. I thought he had a little bit of overshield even left to play with. He will eventually get taken down. And that's an aggressive push to come all the way off of C, Dan, to go all the way back to B.
You can see, even though Space Station had total control, even though they're playing it really well, Cloud9 now have the lead again, and that's just because of the amount of points that Cloud9 were able to get in those opening stages, whilst everyone was kind of scrapping back and forth for that overshield. One player went, captured B, and then joined overshield a little bit late. So that's always the decision-making process you have at the start of the game. Do you try and capture that B stronghold to gain a little bit of time, or do you commit entirely to that overshield? In this instance, I guess you could argue both points, because it's worked out pretty well for both teams.
Suppress will pick up a double off of Ace's damage, and somehow with the sandbag nades will stay alive, then help again at B. What a run here from Suppress, and he's, oh no! Looked like he was gonna drop off of the overshield pillar, but did not. Instead, he stayed up on top of it. Might have turned just a little bit late. Oh, my God! Tylenol also brains bound. 1v1 here on the overshield. Eco's gonna win that one. That will secure the overshield for Stellar on Cloud9. What a turn of events. My God, it was a Space Station lead here, 84-48, but this overshield in the hands of Stellar could change things.
I'd love to see a stat on the amount of times that people have had overshield in their hands but not been able to pop it into their chest here on Livefire, because it happens so much where it's just back and forth. Sometimes we see 3, 4, even 5 bodies fall, all trying to grab that Ovi because they know how important it is and how much difference it can make. Stella has no overshield to work with now though, and Ace challenges, but somehow Stella, I think with a little bit of help from teammates, does get the kill.
Oh my God, and he's still alive here as well. They're going to take down Talano, who just gets absolutely 2v1 there on Nest, and they will continue scoring, and we're going to have to see that in the highlights there. It looked like Suppress was about to drop off of the overshield pillar. I'm not sure if it was an observer mode thing where it looked like he was about to drop, but then didn't drop. That could be certainly quite a defining overshield, but there will be many more of those to play for. Still AB in the hands of Cloud9, as they will just about tie the game.
3 were dead for Space Station there, but Tylenol has been able to sneak away with a sneaky little sniper rifle. Manages to force at least bound down to bottom middle, but now with these angles that he's taken, it's all well and good, but they don't have the strongholds to be defending, so you almost need a little bit of aggressive play from the Space Station roster, and Tylenol probably wishing that his team would push in so he could assist them rather than him having to make the entry himself. He's going to reposition to try and do so.
Those 2 dead for each side. He's going to hit the little shot in the top of the spine, followed up with a back smack. Also sees bodies falling from the sky. He'll trade again. Penguin, though, in the feed will also pick up a double kill. So a momentary 1v1, 1v2 for Collect on the Overshield, which is up. Somehow wins it against Bound, but knows that he will not be able to win 2 more of those, so he'll back down for just a second.
Those are the perfect moments for you as a team when you're in control of the strongholds. You have A and B, and the other team has to just back down and go for that overshield because you gain time and you get the overshield. But I tell you what, those are some beatdowns to very quickly make that overshield disappear.
Oh my God, it is a double team there, but we're gonna have to say a little bit of stuff that might not have happened on land there on your screen. Ace will trade out with Stellar. It's still a huge trade with that overshield. That's gonna give them a lot of momentum. Bound was the only player alive on C9 for just a second. That will lead to the trip cap, and even though right now it's a 26-point lead for Cloud9, that could be very short-lived.
Certainly in this game so far, Cloud9 have been better at controlling the 2 strongholds, but Space Station, when they do get control, they get that total. They get 3. They manage to put so much points on the board to crawl back into the game. Well, actually not crawl, they sprint back into the game. But can Cloud9 keep this consistency where they constantly find 2 strongholds, hold for about 60 or 70, then allow Space Station gain a little bit of time? Or can we finally see Space Station set up now with B and C and really peg Cloud9 back?
Oh no! Collect not getting that kill is absolutely huge. Penguin staying alive somehow in the back of the base, but it's a triple kill for Suppress, which shuts down the entire push from the back of Green. Eco's the only player alive. He's at C. That will mean A is flipping as well. They will trade out for C, and it's a huge late game triple from Suppressed to keep the team in the lead.
And this is what Space Station have to do. Every time that Cloud9 manage to break either into C or A when they've got the other, they just flip it. They just play the opposite side of the map and make sure they have someone dipping their toes into that stronghold as well. But you need a player ratting out in B, someone who's going to be prepared to win those gunfights or maybe repulse a player off the map, for example. But Cloud9 finally do break into B. They finally get A and B in control.
Wow, AB break there, even when they had 3 players alive on the side of Space Station, so perfect rotation timing in. They do have a 2-man advantage, though, but Collect is also going to get this overshield. Should win this one against Bound, he will take him down. That's 2 dead yet again. This should be A converting. They might leave their opponents at B. They know they need to clear out the back of C here.
Collect just trying to help Tylenol, but in the end, Tylenol doesn't need the help because he's got a sniper rifle to the body to do the job for him. Penguin's trying to make that jump, but unfortunately with a grenade underneath you, you're not going to be able to do so. A and C in control. Space Station getting closer to taking map number 4 here, but still what will feel like for them a long way to go. But they're going down the right track to take us to a game 5, that's for sure.
Let's see if they bring the pressure here, because right now they have an opportunity. 2 dead. They can continue to collapse on A. They can continue to apply the pressure and not let them push out. Double big door push here coming in. A little bit of tag up on the teammate there. It looks like on Ace, but they will finally finish that one out. Ace is going to go right into A. Collect needs to make sure he plays this carefully. They've got 2 dead, they've got 3 dead. Last player's Rat Tunnel. It's a great push once again. It will be a trip cap for Space Station.
Space Station with the trip cap. Space Station taking it to Cloud9. Space Station trying to take us to a game 5. Cloud9 just have to slowly wrestle back C and assess how they are going to break this setup now. Tylenol has a sniper rifle. He can either go to big door to watch Nest, or he can control top middle. It looks like he's going to go for the latter.
Needs to win these battles. It's a big shot there on the Nest box. That's a huge kill. Going to keep an eye on Nest Bridge as well as the Pillars push here. Knows he also has to watch top middle. He'll find Stellar. Needs to stay alive, though. He'll have the comms, though. First one's cleaned up. It's a double green push coming in from Cloud9. There's 2 dead. There's 3 dead. Bound is the last player alive here. He's going to be trapped in sandbags, and that's the game. Space Station will win strongholds on live fire 250 to 150 and send us to a game number 5.
This series deserved it, didn't it? Really, when we had our game 1 earlier, there was such a close Aquarius cap to the flag. It would have been rude not to have a game 5 Slayer between these 2 teams for all the marbles. What a game from Space Station, it must be said. Even though Cloud9 looked quite good when they were in control of 2 of the strongholds, never did we see Cloud9 with total control. It was Space Station who were looking like the more experienced roster. They were thriving under the pressure. They were constantly trapping Cloud9 on spawn and pushing and taking advantage of having that extra player up. Amazing play from SSG. I cannot express how impressed I am with what they've been able to achieve this week.
And look at Collect. He's back, making up for his game 2 live fire. 19 and 10 here in that last game, making sure that he made the performance count. to send his team to a game number 5. Enormous numbers from him. The rest of the team stepping up in big ways as well. Look at Tylenol, sneaky, 12-6 as well. Taking a look here at the damage.
4.2k for Eco, not quite enough, as 3 members of SSG over 4k. I don't know what Space Station have been able to do in these last couple of weeks, aside from, of course, the change and bringing Suppressed on, which has made a big difference, but they look like a completely different team from what we saw last week. And even Cloud9 are probably scratching their heads saying, where did these guys come from? They were finishing top 16 a few months ago, and then suddenly now they're in the top 3, and they have a game 5 to get to the grand finals. This has been an outstanding week for Space Station, but you've got to get the job done still, right? You still have to win this game 5, but at least they've given themselves the chance to do so, brother.
Absolutely amazing teamwork there. Moments like that where Suppressed is able to stay alive. Here's the play, I believe, on the overshield where we're going to get to see this. He goes ahead, starts to drop, and then pivots there. Gets taken down. That was a moment of panic because it was about 90, as you see on your screen, to about 50. In the end, though, some fantastic kills do come in for the side of Space Station to start to bring the game not only back, but as you said, a trip cap, and they go on an absolute tear.
As we watch back at some of the other moments, it was a very different story with the sniper rifle as well, it has to be said, compared to the Slayer live fire we saw earlier, Bravo. We saw a lot of shots missed by SSG. They were making them count here in that Strongholds live fire.
Yeah, I agree. That was a suppressed triple there that you just almost saw the end of. At back green, another huge turning point in the game, and then Ace and Suppressed also push Big Door once again to close it out. Fantastic pushes for them. Can they do it again? Can they do the impossible? Space Station and Cloud9 into a Game 5 Street Slayer to decide who goes to the grand finals.
You know full well that Space Station are going to be confident going into this. The individual fights they've been winning, the fact they're in this Game 5 versus Cloud9. Are Cloud9 going to fall to the pressure now? Are they going to be a little bit worried about what Space Station have been able to do? Or are we going to see the Cloud9 who have often dominated in Slayers in these scenarios? A lot to do for Space Station, but it's a nice early start, a 2-1 lead.
Brock still up, bottom middle, Ace not able to grab him. You see on your screen, still up, big win there from Suppress. We'll see who could finally get these. Might have been a C9 grab already. We'll take a look off screen. Looks like those might be going into Tires. Penguin has them. It's a 1-kill game. The pre-nades come into Tires, and they will tag him up. Ace not able to finish that one. So the game will stay within 1 here, make it tied at 5 off of the opening. And what a week it's been for Space Station. 4 dead for Cloud9, just like that. They'll go up by 1, 7-6.
And Space Station just need to play their game, not the moment here, right? They can't get sucked into the fact of thinking about a grand final, thinking about the fact that this is a Game 5 versus Cloud9. They just need to do what they've been doing on other maps, taking these fights, being confident in their engagements, but making sure they are running as a unit and not letting anyone just run on their own and end up getting isolated. Because as soon as Cloud9 do smell a little bit of her blood, they're going to be like sharks in the water and they will punish you.
Oh boy, and just like that, 2 players die back A. It's a fantastic collapse coming in from C9, and Suppressed team spawning at Tram. They're going to have a moment to think about it as they have to push out of the map once again, but I tell you what, fantastic to have you with us here for this game number 5, one of the most memorable elimination finals we've had in a very long time. Space Station in their first ever elimination final in Halo Infinite. Cloud9, no stranger to this depth of the bracket, but they've had quite a road. Right now, they lead only by 2 in this game number 5.
And what looked like it was going to be all kind of swings and roundabouts back when Cloud9 picked up Bound for these Pro Series and they were able to win that initial week. They managed to then drop down a little bit lower in week number 2, and they could drop even further here in week number 3 if they're not careful, but Bound does make things known as he wins that engagement and puts Cloud9 5 kills ahead.
Bound with some choice words there and some choice shots as well. He will be the one thrusting in with the Bulldog on the Pink Street to pick up that kill. That will give them now a 6-kill lead. Will this be the victory lap for Cloud9 as they start to rack up kills and get the biggest lead they have yet in the game?
And I think that says a lot. I mean, body language, Spartan language, whatever you want to call it. I think it shows that Cloud9 are a little bit worried. You want to let them know, you want to try and use any mind games that you can, but Bound probably saying like, who do you guys think you are? Even taking us to a Game 5. We're going to show you what we're made of. I'm going to show you what I'm made of now, and I'm going to out-BR you, out-shoot you, whatever. But they've got to be careful here. You don't want to be the first to bag. You don't want to be the first to do it in case you do fall down and lose this game. But right now, 22-16, Cloud9 starting to run away with it a little bit.
Terrifying there. Penguin drops down, somehow still gets the kills on V-Rail. That's how good he is. A back-to-back comes in from Bound. Interesting geometry on the angle there. Certainly learned something in geometry class that I did not. 24-17 on the back of the Commando. It's a push from Bound, and he will trade as well. That's what this player is capable of. He will fly into the base, pick up 3 kills single-handedly. Amazing work. That's 3 dead. Ace was the only player alive for just a second, but just like that, 8 kill difference for Cloud9.
Do you have a class in America specifically for geometry? Is that a thing that actually happens?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think most school districts across the U.S. in some year you specifically take geometry. As you could tell, Bound certainly passed with flying colors, and same cannot be said for me.
Wow, that's impressive. I don't know if we ever even have a specific class in England, but we probably did study it. I don't think I was listening at the time, and that's why it says a lot for myself. 31-20. And I did do math, so that's a good thing. I know that there is a 12 kill difference right now. 32-20 is going to mean that Space Station have a lot to do here, Andy. And this is always the shame when you get such a close series, when you get to that game 5, but then one team just runs away with it. And when it is Cloud9 running away with it, it means it's going to be increasingly difficult for Space Station to actually get back into the game.
It really will be here. Now, keep in mind, they can bring this back. We've seen some epic comebacks on this game type, and easier said than done. Eco, though, whiffs both rockets there. Thought the first one might connect on driveway. Thought he might sniff someone out. Ooh. Suppressed also answering back with some shots of his own. So the game stays within 13, still an enormous lead if we're honest for Cloud9. However, it does not get out of hand just yet.
Well, sometimes what you need to make a comeback is mistakes, and to force mistakes, try and get ahead of your opponents. We saw both those rockets whiff. That's the first mistake that maybe Space Station can try and capitalize on here. They've not found themselves pummeled into the ground with rockets making the difference. But with Cloud9 only needing 11, of course you're going to lean towards them taking the victory and getting towards this grand final. But if you're a Space Station fan right now, you need to believe, you need to send all of the willpower to this SSG roster. They've had such an amazing run in this tournament. But if they're not careful, it might just come to a halt right here.
Ace just gets ding-dong ditched off a C-Balk. Perfect shot there with the Stalker rifle of Penguin, He'll pick up that one. Trades in the back. Bound's very happy to trade at this scoreline. 44-27 in favor of Cloud9. And if we're honest, Cloud9 making this last game look very different than the rest of the series. It's been a bit too easy for them, as Stellar's going to do whatever he can to stay alive in the back of the base. Oh no, fantastic commando shots against Tylenol, doing it with style. He's not done yet, still engaging, might even get this kill on Ace, and was only moments away from doing so, but 4 kills to go here for C9.
Maybe Space Station prodded the beast one too many times, and before we go into the Cloud9 lair as well. Streets just seems to be a comfortable map for Cloud9. They know how to play it, they know the avenues they need to take to get quickly to their teammates or to the enemies. 46-30, we're going to need to see something special from Space Station in this next period of play, but unfortunately, Eco's found 2 unexpected players.
Great angles from Eco. He had pressure there on B. He's going to be able to take the A-court angle. Rockets in hand as well. He's not going to miss with that one. Off the rack, and a shake of the head from Eco as well. 50-31, and he's earned that one. They will take game number 5. They will take the series and earn a rematch against Optic Gaming in the grand finals.
I mean, the fact that Cloud9 are even resorting to body disrespect, shaking their heads, shooting the body, hats off to SSG for getting in their heads, for putting them in that position. The only reason they're doing that is because they almost respect you, right? They've got to the point where they're like, okay, these guys are the real deal. This is not going to be as easy as maybe we had once thought, so we need to make a statement here to make it look like we're not weak to Optic Gaming, who they're now going to face in that grand final. We take a look at the stats, and it was a little bit of a whimper in Game 5 for Space Station, but don't take away from the fact that they've just had their best tournament to date, and they really put on a show here in this elimination final, but unfortunately they just couldn't quite get over that last final hurdle here against Cloud9.
Yeah, in the end, it's a C9 victory. We should say before moving on, as you mentioned, it's a fantastic run from SSG. It is the best performance we've seen as we take a look at damage. Bound breaking 4K. Fantastic work from him. But SSG, a run that will not soon be forgotten, and for them, what they hope is a little bit of a pace setter and a tone setter for the rest of the season. It's a fantastic top 3 finish for them, and they'll look to even bigger and better things at the NA Super, Orlando, and of course, the Halo World Championship.
And if I am squads like FaZe, United, I'm saying we better get this roster sorted quick, because these teams that were previously below us may not be below us when we get back into the game. We need to start practicing to make sure that they do not take us out of these spots that have been ours for quite some time. There's your final series layout. Cloud9 win 3-2, and the games they did win, particularly the King of the Hill Recharge and the Slayer Streets, were very one-sided. We had some really close games in 1 and 2, and then Space Station had their one-sided victory there in Game 4. But what could have been for Space Station? Maybe if that Slayer Livefire had just got a few kills a different way. So close, but yeah, I'm sure it'll feel like them so far. But it's a top 3 performance, Lottie, that Space Station I'm sure will be delighted with. But we have our grand finalist, Cloud9 Optic once more.
You know, I know we're not supposed to show bias on the desk anywhere, but I gotta say, I'm genuinely sad to a degree just because of how close that was. And I'm not more so sad that, you know, Space Station didn't manage to do it. I'm more so sad with how that final Game 5 ended, with it not being the same story that we had that entire series. I'm just so sad that they didn't have that kind of fight in them that we saw for the entirety of the first 4 games. Onset, excuse this, but before I get into the finer details, I want to hear your collective thoughts on this series.
I don't really know where to go from that lot, to be honest with you. I mean, what a series. And hats off to both teams for putting on that show, because it was... I mean, every single series today has been nuts, and I think this is the best pro series has been. I know it's the last one, but for ever. I think every single series has been amazing. We've had the underdog run from SSG, who are finally showing what we wanted to see from them right at the start of Halo Infinite. We've seen Collect putting up a 44 kill game. And then we've seen Cloud9 showing why they are one of the best in the world, right? You can have these teams who are on fire, adrenaline flowing through the veins, and everything seems to be going right for them, but you still win. And it's a close fought series, but I mean, I was just sat there a lot of the time, just staring at my screen, not saying anything, just enjoying the moment, because it was that kind of a series. And I think that SSG are going to be happy, super happy with how they have progressed. I think there's a lot of talent on this team, and for Cloud9, it's another win, right? And that's all they'll care about at the end of the day. It's a W.
Very true, and I think, you know, I think it's absolutely incredible what Cloud9 have been able to do here, and especially the ice in their veins in that Game 5 and managing to convert that into a W, despite, I think, things having a little bit more of a pressure on them going into that last and final map of the series. But I've got to say, I really do want to focus on Space Station in talking about this in terms of analysis, because of we've never seen this before, right? You know, this Space Station roster, what they've managed to do, I want you guys at home to understand how big of a deal this really is. It's not like that they've been consistently growing. They haven't. To be perfectly honest with you, I came into this series thinking this is going to be terrible. Like, this is going to be so difficult for them to even take a map. But my God, was I wrong? I mean, we're seeing a completely different team transform in front of us. And, you know, Brav, Collect stats were absolutely wild. You know, how much of this success is performances like Collect giving the team that breathing room to be so efficient with objective and what they're trying to achieve on the map?
Yeah, he was doing so much incredible stuff, but also I think across the board, every single player in SSG today, across the 2 series that we watched on broadcast, went off in huge games. Aced in that Slayer on Catalyst, right? Suppressed in so many games as well. The entire roster looks so good, and it feels like if one of them is creating the space, the rest of the team knows how to move around it.
Yeah, they do indeed. We can see right now our elimination bracket on our screen. Cloud9 win that elimination final 3-2, but Space Station, boy, was it not for lack of trying. They tried so hard and it was absolutely exceptional. Gaskin, I want to get your overall thoughts on this series in terms of Space Station. You know, why were they able to really bring it to Cloud9 the way that they do? You know, talk to me about what you saw in terms of the dynamic in this team, the fundamentals they were bringing forward that really did counteract everything Cloud9 were trying to do.
I mean, Collect played pretty good, didn't he? Like, that helped out. 40 blooming kills that he was able to pick up. I mean, I think the confidence from Space Station, we've never seen that before. Space Station usually go into a series probably expecting to lose back in the day with how poor they'd been in scrims, and the tournaments weren't going their way. There's going to be a lot of doubt in the mind of, oh, is it just going to be the same old story? But it seems like they've got new belief. They've got trust in each other, and that's so important with these teams, to trust your teammates, because not only are you then going to fly with them because you know they're going to do the damage, but also you then later can support them so that they can get that kill, and that just changes the dynamic of a squad completely. And SSG look like a squad that is reborn here, and it's a delight because we need to see more teams start to challenge C9, start to challenge Optic, so then it can push the whole region even further. And honestly, looking at it from an outsider's point of view as a European, I'm saying, well, this becomes even more scary for those Europeans who are in that kind of top 8 situation. The likes of Ascend, the likes of Quadrant, who finished top 8 and above teams like Space Station, now are going to be saying, okay, well, that top 8 isn't necessarily as easy to achieve now, because these teams have definitely put the practice in, are looking even better.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that as well, because you look at that elimination bracket, right? You look at the strength and depth that there is now. You've got G1 coming through. They're beating Pioneers. Wouldn't have said that would happen a couple of weeks ago. You've got Sentinels losing to Space Station. All these things happening. And we've still got teams kind of, we don't know where they're standing at the moment. United, FaZe, example. It's an exciting time. And I think when we get to the next event, it's going to be pretty nuts to see how everyone matches up.
Yeah, I tell you what, competition is at an all-time high, and we love to see it. It makes it ever more exciting going into all of these series, and more is exactly what we have for you guys. We're going to head to a break right now. When we come back, we do indeed have our grand final ready to go. Cloud9, despite a really close series with Space Station, find themselves rebounding back up once again to meet Optic Gaming for a second time in the Pro Series in this next part of it as well. So I'm really excited to find out who's going to end up on top. Are we having a bracket reset? Are we going all the way with Optic?
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Land grab. Final zone incoming. Standoff. Eminent domain.
It all comes down to this.
Neck and neck.
Gets the triple. Nice little double kill. Killing spree as well. Overkill potential with the rocket. He gets it. No!
Hello, lovely folks, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 7. Now, before the break, things got pretty exciting. And exciting because it just shows us the level of competition in the HCS right now is at an all-time high. It's super fierce. And honestly, the rest of the season is going to be absolutely amazing just in terms of the way teams are catching up. And at Space Station, in terms of the race they've been on, they've clearly been sprinting to the finish line, and the finish line being the Halo World Championship. I'm very excited to see where all of our teams will end up by the end of it. But of course, the Pro Series is a really good indication of where everyone's at on that roadmap. And gentlemen, talking about our grand final that we have coming up very shortly, which is going to be Optic versus Cloud9, taking a quick peek at the winners bracket. I want to quickly know how Cloud9 are going to be feeling right now, because Brav, obviously that series with Space Station, will it have shaken them just a little bit, or are they going to be feeling confident after really getting out of that quite convincingly in that final Slayer?
I don't think they'll be shaken. I think these guys are veterans. They're pros. They've been here before. I don't even think they're going to remember the series, if I'm honest. I think all of us will. But I think with the just the talent on this team and the strong mental on Cloud9, they're already just going to focus up on the grand final. Yeah, that series was closer than it should have been. Probably games that they wish they would have won. Also, if things went differently, they could have lost that series 3-1 easily if things go different in the Slayer, like both of you pointed out. However, I'm not worried about this Cloud9 roster. I think their mental's too strong. They're going to be ready for the grand final.
They certainly are going to be ready. I think I would be a little bit different from Cloud9. I'd be so shaken. You're right. I'm definitely remembering that one for a very, very long time. In terms of Cloud9 and what they need to achieve here, step by step against Optic, obviously they're going to have to reset this bracket. That's going to be really tough. And the last time we saw them try and attempt this, it didn't go down so well. What are you looking at the moment, especially coming off the back of the winners finals, for them to really clean up in order to get this done?
I think they need to get the coffee in, because it's been a long day for them, and I think they just need to, it's one thing that maybe is going to play a factor in this final is a little bit of fatigue setting in here for Cloud9. The best way to get over the fatigue is to win game one, right? Win game one, put the pressure back on Optic, and then ask them some questions instead of letting Optic dominate and kind of take that game one away, and then you're just thinking, we're not even going to send this to a second series here. We're not going to be with a chance of winning. But for Optic, it's the opposite, right? You want to put the pressure on as soon as possible. You've been chilling. You've been watching from the sides. You've been enjoying every game fight that's been going down, because you know it's just sucking some energy out of Cloud9, and you're just going to be thinking, get me into the game. Get me into this final. Let's pick up another win here in the Pro Series.
They certainly will be thinking that way. They're probably also going to be thinking about the ways that they can really just get this done as fast as possible. And Gaskin, does that lie a little bit on the series layout? Is that going to be lying in the fact that they did actually go down in the Catalyst Slayer and Streets King of the Hill? Are they going to be focusing on, I guess, a shift in terms of what their preferences are here for Cloud9?
I do think that there are definitely stronger game types for these two teams, and there are weaker game types for these two teams. But one thing that both of them have done very well in recent weeks is worked on their weaker game types to improve them for the next week. So that's when it suddenly throws those stats out the window, because you say, okay, well, this team's expected to be weak, but we know full well they've been putting a lot of time in it to make sure they are not weak anymore. Both of these teams know they cannot afford to have weak game types in any series layout. You can't afford it to go down to just luck about what you're going to be getting. You need to be good at every single map and mode.
You do indeed, and every single map and mode coming our way here, folks, for this grand final. We've got Strongholds on Streets, Slayer on Livefire, CTF on Bazaar, King of the Hill, Livefire, and Slayer Recharge. Looking at the series layout, Gaskin, to ask you back-to-back once again, anything you can pick up here in terms of either or for each of the team in terms of preference?
Stronghold Streets was won by Optic quite recently. 250 to 110 they were able to win, if I'm remembering correctly. So that was definitely a nice start for Optic, considering the fact that Cloud9 have usually been quite good at Streets and very comfortable whatever game mode. Optic really showed up in that series. They won 3-0 in the series as well, so maybe that was a factor in that grand final. But I will say that that is maybe the best start for Optic that they could have asked for, because that not only is a game type they've beaten Cloud9 very comfortably on before, but it also is going to be a nice fast-paced game type that they can really show what they're made of.
Yeah, it is indeed. Something I have noticed with Cloud9 in particular on set is that they are really good at breaking hills. They're really good at breaking hills. They're always so aggressive, but it's almost like clinical, and they're always able to push in and get their own way. Why is that? I've also been told the game is ready, so I am going to throw it on over to you boys as well while you answer the question. But Cloud9, they always seem to get their own way.
Yeah, they certainly do. Breaking hills is one of the most difficult things to do in Halo, especially when a team's set up, Andy. You'll know this as well as anyone. It's all about just getting that initial damage down, right? All about being the hardest possible kill you can if you're the furthest player up. Almost baiting a player out to give you a kill so that you can open up one of those lanes to push from.
Yeah, that's really all it comes down to. I think we're going to see time and time again with these two heavy hitters going at each other. That will be the key to the difference. But, I mean, this is, once again, the match that we came for, right? Optic Gaming Cloud9. I can't wait to get into this.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I think the first series was a little bit of a teaser for what we're going to see. I do worry that C9 may be running out of a little bit of steam, and we'll have to see how much that SSG series actually took out of them. But Optic, I think this one's there for them again. To go back to back, I think will be a huge achievement for them. And I think this is a great opportunity, especially with that series layout. I think it really does favor Optic in those early games.
I agree. And to be honest, I think as the last NA Pro Series, if Cloud9 wins this, Optic Gaming's success during the month of June is pretty easily forgotten by the time we get to the NA Super as well as Orlando. However, if Optic back-to-backs here, going to be a little bit of a different expectation going into the month of July and the month of August.
It certainly will indeed. Well, this is what we've all waited for. It's the opportunity to call someone a winner, someone a champion, and it's going to be Strongholds to start us off here on Streets. One game type that both teams certainly know how to play at this point in Halo Infinite. Optic seem to have the advantage the last time these two teams matched up. Let's see if C9 can answer back.
Yeah, fantastic game type to start off this series. We love seeing two of the best teams in the world play this game type against one another. It's going to be so tightly contested and really come down, just as you said, into opening damage and things like that will be the difference maker between these two. BC early hold here for Cloud9.
Hey, Trippy, some Trippy looking whiffy there with those shotgun shots, not quite connecting. The Bulldog, more of a whimper than a bark in that particular circumstance, but BNC will be the hold early on here for Cloud9. So a little bit of early scoring for them. You can see the APG just trying to take his time, wait for a little bit of help to come in as Optic pick up a couple of kills. Stella going to be caught off guard here, and a couple more BRs going to locate themselves on. What a strong push that was from Optic. They will be able to flip B here.
Certainly, if you're just joining us here, you might have been a little bit surprised to see Space Station this late in the bracket. Furthest run they had. They will exit in third place, but something that's not a surprise is these two titans, Optic Gaming and Cloud9, up against one another in your grand finals. Just last week, we saw Optic take down Cloud9 for the first time ever in a grand final in HCS play. The question is, can they repeat?
Optic have had a really, really strong start to this game. They had a momentary triple cap there, but Cloud9 managed to get control of C pretty quickly without losing too many numbers. But Bound and Stella have also given them a numbers advantage, and APG, who was just a second ago looking like he was going to be forwarding a push for his team, finds himself as last alive. Cloud9 get all the kills they need to, even with APG's heroic cross-map nade. And now it will be Formal, who's trying to once again be the furthest player forward to damage C9 so they can make a play on B.
Oh man, eats the nade and a stalker rifle shots. I think there was even a BR involved there as well. That's going to make it tough to push out of caution and PD for them. Eco trying to make something happen, but Stellar last player alive for C9.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Lucid's going to be flipping C here. Spawns will come in over at A and PD. I think actually PD's going to be the spawn, so Bound should just about be able to cap A, which will keep Cloud9 scoring. But 46-29, what a grenade and a finish that is from Penguin, by the way. Being a little bit sneaky in the cloakroom, up in Red Room, and it's going to be Cloud9 who find themselves 2 dead. Optic the same, though, so a little bit of a stalemate mid-map as APG gets rockets, but Eco will make sure that he doesn't die and pick up one himself.
Wow, trades out with Lucid in the end as well. Great place from Eco. One tiny thing to notice there, even those little shots from Lucid and bottom tram off of the planter into top A as Bound as capping allows someone like Formal to push in and nade top A to get the kill. So all those little difference makers across the map where you're getting damage, they can really add up.
APG has been tasked with just trying to get this A stronghold converted. His teammates are doing a great job of making his life much easier, though, as 3 players from Cloud9 will fall. B has been a constant kind of battleground for both of these teams at the moment. Bound being as difficult as kill as he possibly can. Unfortunately, he's got 4 Optic members to deal with. So Eco trying to push up the driveway should be dealt with as well. And Optic starting to just put together a little bit of a push here, picking off these C9 members one by one and maybe thinking about a triple cap.
What a run there from APG. Stellar with a perfectly placed spiker. Keep in mind, that grenade doesn't even need to be perfectly placed, but that thing was going to do 100% damage. That will eventually end APG's run, but it's a great wrap from APG. He goes from A all the way pre-nades music to take down Bound. They control B, and they will continue scoring here on BC.
The game getting a little bit closer, and this is how we expect the series to go full stop. It will be back and forth for the entirety. Trippy with the Stalker rifle. Doesn't quite get the 3, but Lucid's going to be there to pick up the pieces, though, to convert into kills. Cloud9 starting to leak a couple of kills here, Andy. And it seems like Optic are getting the better of them at the moment in the slays, and it's starting to reflect in the scorers. Now it looks like we're almost at a tie game.
Look at Trippy, not afraid to be the aggressor. Great stuff. Gets a little bit of damage, flies right into B, starts to lay down the pings on driveway as well. And look at this, stays alive. Great damage again on Tires. This is a great run from Trippy, and a lot of the damage that he's done is what's paved the way for the trip cap.
Yeah, but even with this damage being done, the trip cap's there, but all players just fall. That's going to be Optic now on the back foot, and it will be an easy conversion of not just B, but C as well. Eco, the timing is perfect for him to pick up an uncontested power weapon. Formal's going to be to his right, but he's also going to have some players to his left. He times it perfectly. He comes behind two, and that's one rocket. Double the money coming in for Kevin Smith. Eco with two, and now C9 flip a triple cap, which was in Optic's favor, back into theirs. They have all three strongholds under their control.
And just patiently watches the L for Formal's exit there, and is going to go on a killing spree as well. Fantastic work. Even stays alive to get over to Laundry. Continues to do damage as well. It's going to take a teammate shooting him for him to finally take some damage.
It's going to be Eco still alive here and still with the support of his teammates. The lead has gone back into the hands of Cloud9, but only a couple of points in it at the moment. Reload that gun, Eco. Otherwise, you're going to get punched in the face by Formal. An unfortunate piece of timing there for Eco. But Formal takes advantage of it, and now Optic will flip A. And it looks like they're going to be trying to play for those ends. The C will also go into their hands. Respawns for Cloud9 over at B, meaning they can make sure it doesn't get out of hand, but it looks like Optic will be tying the game up and maybe taking a lead once more.
Still such a close game. Ooh, Formal gets a little bit overzealous there. He kind of extends all the way out on Balcony. Eco maybe predicted that. Eventually comes back from B pillars to get that kill. That's a big kill for Eco. He's going to stay alive and wrap all the way around to back A.
Yeah, been a bit sloppy so far this game between the two teams, to be honest with you. A couple of shots missed here and there, a couple of misplays, reloads, and just little things you don't expect to see. Maybe there is a little bit of fatigue in both these teams, or maybe it's just a case of both of them kind of just feeling each other out once more and trying to find that pattern of play. For now, Penguin will escape. But 115 and rising here for C9. Eco's last player alive manages to pick up one as well, but Optic will deal with him, and that will be all dead and rockets in the hands of Lucid.
Yeah, great damage from Formal there to make sure those two kills went in. Little rocket to the roof from Lucid, killing spree. He'll pick up a double as well and stay alive in Tires, but actually gets impeded by the Tires for just a split second. Eventually, he will fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a circus work there for Lucid. Maybe he should flip that one on its side and run up the arcade street with it, but as you say, just kind of got his feet trapped in that one for now. Trippy with two and Lucid with another, though, are going to reduce Cloud9 once again to just one player alive on the map. And even though C9 is still scoring, Trippy is dealing with that last player alive. So Optic will be able to flip A and B at the same time due to the kills all falling in their favor. And that's a triple cap now for Optic.
Let's see how they play this now. They're going to maybe get this kill. No, they do not. So it'll be one dead Penguin is the first pick as well. Three alive for each side. So these next kills are going to be a huge difference maker in who goes ahead. Tie game at 134.
I mean, I got to give a lot of credit here to Stella. Even though Trippy's moving in with that Bulldog and will be able to flip C back, Stella was in a horrible position for the majority of that time. You saw him trying to be hunted down by Optic, but he bought about 5, 6, 7 seconds. And by the time the players are kind of overextended to try and finish that kill, a lot of help was coming in for Cloud9. They managed to get some kills, and Optic had to work a little bit harder, maybe than they would have wanted to. But now you're going to see Trippy moving in alongside Formal, doing big damage with this Bulldog. And now this thing is starting to bark, and Optic are starting to bite a little bit more. A will be flipped. That will be them scoring once more.
Great push, great rotate coming in there from Trippy. They had all the help. Baum was the last player alive in back A. All it takes is a one tap of the Bulldog and a team shot to take him down. They get an extra kill. They force the split spawns. They're going to get C back as well. Great timing on the Slay rotation. Still 2 dead for Cloud9. And Optic starting to run away with this.
Yeah, Trippy just being tempted by the fresh apple pie that was left on the windowsill there on Tires, and Eco popped up to say, "That's mine, my friend, and I'm feeling hungry right now," as he takes him down, as APG now moves to the back of A. Penguin should be taken down, as some damage has already been done, but Optic have been scoring for quite some time now. APG with the Stalker rifle is going to be able to do a lot of cross-map damage as well, but Optic have crossed the 200-point mark now, and with Eco and these rockets in his hands, he needs to make a play here on B, but Formal has just picked up yet another kill, but Eco threads the needle to take him down.
Threads the needle is right. What a rocket, what a thrust there. Stays alive as well, and even rockets the L. That's going to be 2 dead. Bomber metal in hand. 3 dead momentarily. APG was last player alive. Formal is a spawner. Eco will get another kill. He's 20 and 17 so far, and what looked like it was going to be a runaway victory for Optic has been halted. The game is still within 60.
It's a perfect example of what you talk about a lot, Andy. It's one thing to get the power weapon, but here on Streets, the 2 rockets, it's quite easy to get baited out by a player with a thrust or a drop wall and not turn them into kills. Eco, under pressure, turned it into 2 kills, and then he managed to convert a 3rd off the back of that, and that has given Cloud9 the opening to be scoring once more. But here comes Lucid flying in with Trippy here, and the Penguin's going to be evaporated by that frag grenade, and now he's got a flank on Eco. All of a sudden, Lucid's starting to find a little bit of space on the map, and he's hunting down C9 players.
We talk about when Lucid pops off, Optic wins games and Optic wins tournaments. Right now, he's 25 and 13 and not done yet. What a run he's had in game number 1.
Optic with a triple cap as well. He is just about going to be flipped, but Formal again with those cross map shots not only picks up 1 but picks up 2, and now Optic are just 20 points away from taking your game number 1.
Eco versus Formal there. Fantastic battle. Bulldog versus Stalker. Eco will win that one. Not over yet on the C flip here, so even though only 16 points away for Optic, Cloud9 wants to put up all the fight that they can to rally back in this game.
There's one statistical outlier in this game, and it's Penguin. He's 8 and 19 at the moment. He is having a little bit of a rough one in our grand final here for Cloud9. But Cloud9's still in this. If he can pick it up just in the last few moments of this game, then C9 will have an opportunity. But Formal shuts things down with a rocket launcher. 2 for him, 2 for Lucid, and that is going to be the game you would imagine if Optic can get control of B and C.
Oh my god, 4 dead as well. Look at Formal even shooting that pass Stellar on B pillars to stay alive through that, then converts again. Trip cap at this point, that'll be the game.
Yeah, put a bow on it. This one's done. 250 is done. It's on the board as Optic Gaming take down Cloud9 in game number 1. And they were looking just as good as the last time we saw them in a series, and the Optic have not missed a beat here.
Not gonna lie, they look spicy. They're still firing on all cylinders. This entire squad looking so good, and it's a fantastic late game run. The way that they slayed out at the end of that first game shows me once again they're on the same page.
They certainly are. They are looking strong, Optic, here, and one thing that is always a standout for me is how Optic play on the back foot. It's almost as if they don't feel like they're on the back foot when they go down numbers at the moment. They always get a pick, whether it's Formal, whether it's Trippy, whether it's APG, whoever it might be. It just creates the opening for Lucid to then move around the map with the freedom that he needs to have. But like I mentioned, one player who just had a little bit of a slow start there was Penguin, 8 and 21 at the end of that game.
Yeah, not what you're used to seeing from Penguin whatsoever. He'll look to bounce back in this next one. But once again, Lucid, 27, 14, and 6. Formal, 27, 16, and 15. Amazing numbers from those 2.
Look at the assists for Optic, right? 15, 6, 13, 15. Compare that to Cloud9. I think that tells the story big time for how well they were working together. They are some ridiculous stats.
Yeah, damage to tell a similar story if we're honest here, with Formal just shy of 7k damage. And 5k plus for every single other player on Optic as well. It's a similar story to the assist story, which is what you'd expect to see.
Yeah, Formal, I think whenever you get that Stalker rifle in his hand, he just seems to be able to deal more damage than most. It's almost as if he was born to use that weapon, right? He just, for whatever reason, it just feels comfortable in his hands, and he certainly makes it work. Trippy was doing some good damage with it as well, but there's just moments in this game where you thought, oh, Cloud9, this is what we used to seeing them. They get a little bit of control, they get a 4 dead, and they start to run away with things. But Optic never really found themselves under any kind of immense pressure for too long. I think there was a momentary triple cap for Cloud9, but it didn't really ever feel like they were in that triple cap for too long a time that it became dangerous.
It's true. We were tied here at Cloud9 with a decent lead at 1 point. We were also tied at 135, but after that, it was actually, I believe, 211 to 135 off of a fantastic trip cap run that came in from Optic, and things once again were pretty close all game, but it felt like Optic was able to convert and collapse on all the kills that they needed to.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it was pretty ruthless by the end of it. That final triple cap was enough for them to close out game number 1, but Eco did all he could in that game. He had a very strong performance, as he always does. It's very rare that you'll say Eco did not perform here for Cloud9, but there was this double kill just towards the end with that rocket launcher that really secured things for Formal. I think that was a little celebration melee, as we all know. He probably thought, I've done my job here. The game is done. I've picked up the kills. We're converting strongholds. And that'll be us 1 up in the series.
It's a lost art, the celebratory melee, you know? When you think back to Halo 2, Halo 3 montages of old, the celebratory melee when the stick explodes. Only the real ones understand it. Game number 2 coming up. Slayer on Livefire. An opportunity for Cloud9 to even the score, or maybe Optic to go only one away from closing out the series.
I think Cloud9 need this one because I know they do not like CTF Bazaars. Quite simply, they do not like playing it. They do not want to, grind out those games. I don't think that against Optic that are going to be those one flag 15-minute games, whatever it might be. So I think if they want to elongate this series here, Cloud9, this is a must-win for them, Andy.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a very familiar territory for them. Let's not forget Cloud9 with what I would describe as not the most impressive Livefire Slayer earlier on against SSG, to be honest. Collect missing a few shots that could have turned the tide of the game, and that could have been a very different series for them. We'll have to see if Cloud9 looks stronger in our grand final.
We'll also have to see if the long battle for Overshield continues, because the amount of bodies that are going to have to be buried over there at the Overshield of Spartans that have been dying as they try and pick up that Overshield it's getting out of hand, to be honest with you. They're going to have to bring Dan on to TriCast just to make sure that he can add up the bodies that are going down.
It's like my grandpa always said, when the OVs poppin', bodies be dropping. And that's exactly what I think we're going to see here. Game number 2 underway.
Yeah, Grandad Dudinsky never missed a beat with his raps. That man, I'm telling you, you can find the vinyls. It's worth a listen, but let's listen to what the BR of Formal is singing at the start of this game. Good damage onto C-Plab. It's going to be Stella, Bound, and Eco who take down 3 members of Optic. Lucid, last man standing.
What's he going to do here? Just going to rat out and rat tunnel for just a second. Of course, isolate the 1v1s. It's a great opportunity to do so. Heatwave's not going to do the trick. So stays alive long enough, though, to make sure that they don't go 4 dead. Stays alive back green, and they're going to have a chance to maybe fight for some new angles.
Yeah,
Stellar
really
wants to know where he is. Look at this.
Yeah. I think the rest of Cloud9 want to know where he is. It's like we were just shooting him like he was key to
there it is.
Now we're just gonna I found him. Stella's going. I found him. Hide and seek is over. However, APG comes and bonks him on the head to put him into the death screen. And even though it's a 5-2 lead here for Cloud9, Eco has the opportunity to extend that with a couple of nice headshots with this sniper.
Yeah, nice job there from Lucid to rat out. If that goes 4-0 instead much earlier, it's a very different result. Instead, the game is still within 3 here. Make that 4 as Eco's going to stay alive top mid. Head on a swivel, and nice job there to connect on top middle there against APG. That'll bring the lead to 8-3.
Yeah, not many people would have thought, wait, we're missing someone here. I'm just going to check my back for a few seconds. Eco is that player. Now he hits another body shot onto Trippy, immediately cleaned up here by Penguin. 10-4, kind of lead you want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan. The Overshield isn't going to be up for a few moments, but another body shot, another body shot. I mean, if he hits a couple of heads here, this game's over, but it's just body shots, but they're being cleaned up immediately here by Cloud9.
Amazing stuff there from Eco to just sit top middle and command it, almost like lockout style. I think the last time we saw someone do that was Bonfire on Exit Wounds. He would sit top middle, S2 jump, and just wait for people to pop up and do exactly what you just saw. Body them and then finish them on the perfect timing. All of that performance and fantastic control will give Cloud9 a 14-7 lead in game number 2.
Now we've seen some shots hit on this Overshield, and Stella just gets distracted and takes a little bit of damage, which allows Formal to move in. The teamwork from Optic there, kind of underrated, you would imagine. Just that one player poking, prodding at Keydor, not allowing Stella to get a clean shot means that this is the avenue back into this game now for Optic.
Ooh, look at the little angle from Formal. He's going to repulsor jump up. Tried to catch Eco off if he could, but instead Eco's going to let his shields regain. Optic going to be happy to keep the game close. Keep in mind they were just finding themselves, their opponents doubling their score. So Formal going to fly back into Big Door and try to clean up the skill on Rat Tunnel, but it's a little bit of hide and seek. Eventually the Optic teamwork will bring the game within 4.
Yeah, that kind of play from Penguin doesn't show up in the stats, right? But he's just completely melted an Overshield. He's bought enough time for his team to get in the map. And even though it's a -1 for him, he's created so much for Cloud9 just by milking that Overshield for that amount of time. Trippy's Heatwave hits like mine never will. I'm just going to say that right now. I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
That was Formal.
Halo Infinite.
Formal.
Formal? Excuse me, sorry.
Unbelievable stuff from Formal to win that in what was essentially a 1v2. As soon as he turned the corner on Dummy Door, he was going to get finished, but he just double taps there and finishes in a play that I would never be bold enough to make, but there's a reason the man is on Optic Gaming. Formal, one of the best to ever do it. 19-16 here in favor of Cloud9.
Pretty sure that Optic has got 2 sniper rifles here as well. You saw Formal with one for just a few seconds. That's been turned over into Stella's hands. Trippy has a couple of bullets left, just trying to find some angles. And this has been a very slow-paced game here of Livefire Slayer. Usually we say this is a fast game type, and teams like to get aggressive, like to try and force the plays on each other and force the pressure. But at the moment, Trippy may create the opportunity to push with that Hail Mary grenade across map.
It's the Hail Mary all the way to Antarctica on Penguin. Will take him down. Still just a 3-kill game here, 22-19, but Trippy trying to find out what angles he needs to isolate here to help the team the most.
think Trippy didn't realize those two C9 players just spawned at green. He's going to rotate instead towards tower. And at the moment, Trippy just can't find any targets. He's only got 2 bullets to work with. Maybe Bound will be a victim, but again, just turns away at the most inopportune moment. And Trippy just can't get a break at the moment. He cannot find an angle, and he cannot find anyone to fire onto.
Gonna stay alive and be thankful that that ledge is here. APG. Overshield does pop, wants to make sure he doesn't get back whacked. Pushes on back tower into a 3-man C9 push. They were ready for it. They isolate Trippy as well. One more battle here. Formal is there to pick up the scraps. 1v1 against Eco. Sniper in hand. Tries to hit one, will not. We'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, Eco, unfortunately, tries to nope out just as Lucid arrives. So Formal just buying time, just playing behind that pillar, and has 1 bullet to make a difference here for Optic Gaming. It's tied up at 25-25. A body shot onto Stella might make things interesting, but that drop ball is going to be huge. Now they can command all of this lane without taking too much damage.
Let's not forget, this game was 14-7 in favor of Cloud9. It's quite a rally back from Optic Gaming.
That looks like the moves. They're going to be sneaky ones coming in from Lucid. He needs to be like a snake with a pair of slippers on here, make no sound whatsoever. Doesn't let the bounce behind that pillar. Now he does take some shots. He tries to challenge. Bound looks like he's on top of this one, but there's the help this time. It's Formal who keeps Lucid alive. It's almost like the tables turned from just a few seconds ago.
Great teamwork, and once again, what a rally from Optic Gaming, and they look like they were out early on in this game. Not the case. They bounce back. Lucid gets a good amount of damage on Keydor. We'll have to see if they can convert. A few of those do come in. 2 dead for both sides. Tied at 31.
31-31. 6 minutes and 20 left in this game, and the overshield coming up in around 15 seconds or so. So we'll have to see where the kills fall. And it's Eco who picks up the first. Formal will be back in the game and back on the map before that overshield does pop. So it's not the end of things here for one team or the other, but it might be the end of that overshield push now for Optic as Lucid finds himself last alive, tries to clean up Penguin, but there's Bound chunking away with a heat wave.
Bound just trying to get a little bit of shots there. Going to be able to grab that overshield, and that is a clean wipe. 4 dead, 36-32 with the overshield in hand. If Bound plays this right, they can almost secure a victory at this stage in the game.
I don't think that Formal spotted him out there, but it looks like Optic are trying to wrap the other side of the map here. Now it'll be a flank coming in from Bound. He finds 1, he should find 2 onto Formal as well. 3 players fall for Optic, and now you're seeing the lead just start to open up a little bit here. Stella also with a sniper has the chance to make that gap even bigger.
Good trade for Formal there on that overshield. Looks like he just did enough damage, but Stellar with the sniper up top and several shots yet to play with could be pretty disastrous for the side of Optic. It's a 6-kill game.
He just spotted out APG as well. You can see the pings are going to come in. Ooh, APG just raises an eyebrow and says to Stella, hello, I know you're there, and now you know I'm here. But Stella just watching bottom middle. Eco and Trippy gonna trade kills out respectively for their teams. That's better for Cloud9 though, because they have that advantage now, Andy. They are looking strong. Trippy challenging and will pick up the kill and the snipe.
Trippy wastes no time. He knew as soon as Stellar missed that shot, that was his opportunity to hit the second BR shot and then the melee. He's gonna steal the sniper away, and it's moments like this where I'm dying to hear the lunchbox comms, because what he's able to do with this squad to help them bounce back in live fire slayers has been amazing historically. Now it's just a 4-kill game.
Oh, Trippy just picked up 2 as well. One of those with that sniper rifle. Bound gets taken down as well.
Triple for Trippy.
And Optic are back in this game. Trippy with the play. He gets 3. Cloud9 all 4 dead, and it's a 3-kill game now.
I think 2 of those 3, as you said, were with the sniper rifle as well. Eventually the weapon will run out of ammo, but not before. It's a 3-kill game. Let's see what the drop shield could do. They will trade. 1-kill game here. Cloud9 up by 1.
Overshield coming up in a few moments as well. 5 seconds. Lucid is on it, and Lucid can clear out the cuts here as well. But 2 players are going to fly. Lucid banks a nade, but gets taken down. Somehow Eco comes out of that battle with his life, but the overshield comes out in the hands of Formal.
I think it's a team nade. Eco gets a kill on the feed with the BR. I don't think that's what it was. It might have been a team nade here. 47-46. Cloud9 still up by 1.
Bound pushes bottom middle as well onto Formal. He's making it work so hard for this kill. Formal cannot finish on Bound. Oh my word, Bound just destroyed Formal with a little bit of help from Eco, and now Cloud9 find themselves 1 kill away.
Oh my god. Still just a 2-kill game though, not over. Cloud9 needs to find the pick. If they don't, they could pay the price here. Lots of time on the clock, so no big rush here. 3 minutes to go.
What a moment in the game that was. Optic do not make use of that overshield. Formal just could not finish that kill off.
Oh boy, Eco might flank pillars here. Let's see if he goes.
Optic cannot afford to make any kind of mistake here. They need the first pick. The sniper rifle is going to be up as well, so maybe someone's managed to get their hands on that. Maybe it's going to be a bait from both teams. But Bound is the man. Who else but Bound to get the 50th kill to make a play, and Cloud9 tie things up here at 1-1.
Wow. Back-to-back incredible games of Live Fire Slayer in your elimination final and your grand finals, down to the absolute wire. C9, though, with some huge plays, even though we saw Trippy popping off, in the end, they put together some good overshield plays, and they're able to close it out with that final kill, winning 50-47.
I mean, just a few moments in that end game, right? Around that overshield, Eco somehow staying alive in the cuts, and I think, as you say, a teammate maybe came in at the most inopportune moment, and the overshield at the end, even though Optic get it, Bound just moving around the geometry and just being such a tough kill, getting the damage, using the repulsor, a little bit of help coming in. It was Cloud9's teamwork all over. Penguin a little bit slow in that game once more, but his teammates picked up the slack. And look at Stella, 16 kills for him. That's the kind of stat line you want from B in a big Slayer game.
A big game indeed, and stepped up when his team needed it. 50-47 is your final score. Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to be able to see that play with Lucid with the heat wave and the cuts towards the end of the game, because I do believe it was a team nade, which in a 50-47 could be all the difference maker. We'll take a look at the damage as well to see across the board exactly how things went down, and C9 certainly slaying in that category. 3 players over 4,000.
Yeah, not surprised to see Trippy quite low as well. He had the sniper rifle in that mid game and was just kind of just looking for targets. Just couldn't find anyone to fire onto. So I'm not surprised there was that moment in the game, or kind of 30-40 seconds, where he wasn't doing any damage because he just couldn't find anyone to do it too. But I mean, it was such a close game. I think we were tied up at 31 at one point, and in that end run, Optic, it felt like they were coming back. They got that 3 dead that they were desperate to do, but it was just Cloud9 clutched up in those final moments. I don't know what it was. It was Bound doing some magical things that only Bound can do. APG, I felt sorry for him here, though. It's the last thing you want to see when you walk around the corner of Ovi.
Poor timing push there from Optic. It's unfortunate. Right there you see Optic, and they start to trade back tower. Here we were tied 29-29. Like we said, this one was just so close the entire way through.
Lucid getting taken down bottom middle, and Trippy here. Oh, he gets one. This is the repeat of the triple that got them back in the game. Finds 2 with that beautiful headshot.
Oh,
Bound.
my.
Well,
wow.
Bound got destroyed as well.
Big shout out to our observers there for letting us catch that. We did not see it on the main feed, so grateful that we get to see exactly how that played out, because did it ever keep the game close? Take a look. This was 45-44.
And this is the final moments here. Lucid looking to push top middle. Bound with that sniper. I think he's got sniper. No, it's a BR that closes things out. You can see that Lucid wanted to make a play on that sniper rifle to give Optic a chance to get back into it. But now we go to Bazaar. Now, I think this is a mental test for Cloud9. We've seen them play, I think it was against Optic. Was it last week in the Pro Series, or maybe the week before? And it just felt like Cloud9 didn't want to be on the map. Optic kind of just brushed them aside, and it was very, very simple for them. I think if Cloud9 really want to send this to a reset, they have to grind out a result here on CTF Bazaar.
I think they do. I think it's certainly, I agree, mental test. This game type always a little bit of a mental hurdle to get over, just because it can require so much to bring those flags home. But I think a good opportunity for C9 to play off the back of that momentum of that second game, that first win of them for the series, and see if they can start to get a 2-1 lead, because maybe you start to slowly chip away at the momentum of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I think you're happier going into a Capture the Flag Bazaar if you just won the last game, in comparison to knowing this could be your last game of the tournament, right? It's a funny thing, the brain, it plays tricks on you a little bit, and it certainly can work in your favor as well. But I mean, what are your thoughts on this next game? Because Optic have been pretty strong historically on this game type.
Yeah, for me, I mean, the longer we go, especially now that you're only seeing Bazaar Flag being played, not Bazaar Slayer, Bazaar Flag becomes more and more of a coin flip based off of 2 things, right? Do you get the extra kill? When exactly did you get your 3rd and 4th kills, and where are they spawning? Are you splitting them? How far have they OE'd? It's a little bit coin flippy there. So I think, honestly, the team that's simply able to put together the plays in the exact moments will be the one to take it out. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, though, for sure.
Yeah, want to see teams controlling that mid-map as well, and the power-up and the power weapons are coming up on the map. We've seen how influential the overshield is. A lot of the time, the overshield is the only thing you can use to break through that wall of a talented team, right? And try and really get into the base and create an opportunity for that flag run. We've also seen some pretty crazy grapple runs developing. People throwing that flag down on top of the market and then using the grapple to get the momentum right across and kind of swing it through the double doors. So expect to maybe see that if a player has that grapple on board. But for now, a massive pivotal point in this series in our grand final. Whoever wins this, if it's Optic, they're one game away from calling themselves champs. If it's C9, well, maybe they're thinking about a reset.
Could be a long night of Halo. We'll have to see how much gas C9 has in the tank. Game 3 going to be Bizarre CTF the first time we're seeing this on stream here this evening. Starting things off with an early kill for Stellar, but lots to play for here, of course. The two titans of competitive Halo in North America. Sentinel surprisingly knocked out earlier by Space Station Gaming. The question is, of these two, who will win the final online NA Pro Series of the year?
Sorry, Bound, that is just not where you want to spawn.
Unlucky.
That is
unlucky.
Yeah, go next. That's Overshield in the hands of APG, though, and it's going to be the flag in the hands of Optic. Even though Stellar got the first kill in the match, it was Optic who completely dominated the rest of the Cloud9 members on that Overshield side. And already off the break here, you can see that perfect shadowing back here from APG. Form was going to say, you have the cap, I'm going forward. And Optic, in the first minute, Andy, off the first push, have a flag on the board.
Interesting decision there to send your Overshield player with the flag. I guess he's thinking maybe someone could like shoot double doors, but traditionally you'd send your Overshield player out into this mix earlier and then let Formal finish that run, but maybe they were thinking Formal needed to have full shield recharge anyway. In the end, doesn't matter, not important, a little bit too nuanced. 1-0 here in favor of Optic Gaming.
And now is the test here for Cloud9. Bound will be taken down. That's 3 players immediately into the death screen. Again for Cloud9. It just seems... one thing that's notable for me in Cloud9 is that they're not very willing to, play the tough game, play the nerdy game. And what I mean by that is, like, just stagger themselves in the back of their base. Wait for a pick. Be that defensive wall. They want to get out as quickly as possible, which sometimes works in their advantage, but against a team like Optic, I think you just have to show them a little bit more respect.
I think so, and a lot of these game types, especially when you talk about spawning in the back of the base on Bazaar or spawning in the back of the base on Catalyst, they do require a little bit of resilience and a little bit of willingness to wait for each other, to try to push out together, even if you just feel like holding forward. Easier said than done. I was expecting a backpack sooner. Eco, though, will clean up APG there to pick up the 1 kill on the map. Lucid quick to save the day after that in the lockers.
Yeah, I got a little bit worried that Eco might have just put his pad down for a few seconds there, but he picked it up just in time to get the kill. But the Overshield, like you say, is Cloud9's, and you're going to see Bound being aggressive. You always see Bound being aggressive, but when he's got that extra layer of protection, the man doesn't need to be asked twice. APG, though, will remove it. Not sure how much would have been left after that battle had commenced, but Cloud9 have 2 Optic Gaming members down. Lucid is going to pick up 1, but he's going to be no shields, and C9 have the opportunity to get in the base and cause some problems.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Going to be pretty tough, though. 3 players alive here in the back of the base. The green gun hits for Eco. Noob combo's been a popular weapon of choice here today in our final Pro Series of North America. Eco forced to do a little bit of a 180 there. He'll stay alive in bar. A little bit of scrappy there. Somehow gets the back whack as well on Formal, and C9 onslaught continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon to see a little bit of a fist fight going down in the bar. We've all been there. If you've been in the UK, you've certainly been to Weatherspoons and experienced it. But for now, it's going to be Formal who's the last player alive, and he's actually coming off respawn. So Cloud9 moving that flag for the first time, but Formal as last alive or first respawner, he's managed to get the rocket somehow here.
Somehow stays alive. He's got 2 to play with as well on the pillars, which is pretty big. He knows he needs to make sure to connect on these. Finds 1. Wisely rocketing the base of the thrust area, not the top back wall. Finds 2, creates distance before rocketing, and might even get a fast return here.
Yeah, this will be an easy return. All the players will be spawning on the rocket side of the map just because of the fact that he picked up that kill on Penguin on the thruster. So that spawn would have been blocked momentarily. The rest of C9 spawning away from where that flag's moving. And off the back of the huge play coming in from Formal, now he is just a pest for C9. The flag is still moving. Bound gets taken down as well. Formal just biding his time, waiting for that re-challenge. And now with all players in the death screen, all players respawning from Cloud9, Formal has the simple task of strolling home and putting in the second flag.
Gonna go ahead and bring that flag in. I mean, textbook textbook play there from Formal. We were talking about bar fights earlier. I'm reminded of Bass Ruten's technique of create distance and grab a chair. That's exactly what he did with that rocket launcher. He's able to get that flag return as well. 7:44 left on the clock.
Memory unlocked.
2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. They're looking strong here in game number 3.
They certainly are. And that is, core memory unlocked there for me. Formal is going to be on top of the Rockets and looking to cause some more pain. And this time he's going to be using a battle rifle.
There we go.
It's 3 for Formal. And with that, there's going to be another flag moving here for Optic Gaming. 4 dead. Lucid puts in the 3rd, and that is going to be Cloud9 maybe mentally broken here on Bazaar.
Formal looking like a man who knows what to bring to a fight. He's 17-5. On the Cloud9 side, no one has passed 7 kills yet. Make it 18-5. Formal putting on a show and a frenzy.
A frenzy for Formal. All he needed was an inspirational bar fighting technique talk from Andy Dudinsky, and the man has stepped up. This is huge from Formal. Questions are sometimes about his performance recently in those big games, those big moments, but no doubts about who is dominating the map right now.
What on? He might do it again. Another triple? Oh my God!
Formal's doing what he wants at the moment. He's playing with his food. It's looking all too simple for him. Cloud9 just feeding the kills towards him. Lucid gonna go for the touch on the flag. Optic probably thinking about putting this one home again. 2-4 for Cloud9, but Lucid does need to be a little bit careful here. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous to putting that flag home. Stella's going to be challenged here by Trippy. Won't be a surprise to see Trippy winning this one as well. Eco flying out top middle. It's another flag here for Optic. No chance for Eco to stop this one. Lucid will put in the 4th, and with 6 minutes left on the clock, we say Bazaar doesn't normally go to 5. Well, it might be a good opportunity to do it now.
My God, how quickly this got out of hand, and even though we do see Bound with an overshield pushing in, 5:49 left, 4-0 in favor of Optic. Just unbelievable slaying numbers coming in across the game. Finally, Cloud9 will start to make something happen, and it would require some fantastic Halo, but 5:38 left to play with. They could put some flags on the board.
Yeah, really important kill there on Stella, on Lucid. He was just being a nuisance in the hut. The spike grenade just to flush him out. A couple of kills going their side. Penguin cleaning up the damage, and finally Cloud9 will be able to at least get 1 flag on the board here. They've got it back to their base, and that will be going in just a few moments time. Eco's the man with it in his hands. He picks up a thrust just to add a few style points onto it, but 5 minutes left in this game. I'm telling you, it's possible. 3 flags in 5 minutes if they get some control, but Formal already starting to shut things down here.
Even with Formal 25-9, it's crazy to say that this is still possible that Cloud9 could bounce back and come back in this game, but they certainly could. They'll need to put together some of the best Bazaar CTF play they've ever done. Fantastic little green gun there. Formal still trying to make the push happen, but Cloud9 find themselves 2 dead, and Optic Gaming looking to close this game out and not even let that be part of the story.
Yeah, fantastic little green gun, one of my favorite books for the recent times. Eco also going to be one of my favorite BR to watch as he picks up a kill, and also I think you can see just putting a few shots. Yeah, just walking his way towards Formal. APG is ignoring all the nonsense and moving this flag forward once again here as 2 players have fallen for Cloud9. So APG has a chance here to move this one forward. Eco versus APG off the respawn. Eco just winning that fight pretty comfortably, takes down Lucid as well.
Yeah, I think he got a kind of thrust spawn there, I think, because APG kind of threw a courtyard, started Rocket for just a second, a little bit of a wacky time in terms of spawns that were going to come in there for Eco. So with each passing moment, Optic's pretty happy with this, and Formal's pretty confident he's probably going to end this with a 30 bomb.
Probably the only thing he can do to improve what has been a pretty impressive performance, to say the least, from Formal on Bazaar capture the flag. Bound will get 2. Trippy's going to be challenging. Eco knows there's another player close, and now there's another 2 in front of him. That's the difference, right? When we're seeing Cloud9, it's 1 by 1. It's, pushes a little bit uncoordinated. When we see Optic, it's always 2 BRs on 1 player.
Fantastic play from Formal there. I'm pretty sure he was sitting bottom tree and actually went back to thrust to double that angle, which is a pretty non-traditional play, but something you would only see really out of the brain of Formal. Taking a look here, 3:30 left in the game. Cloud9 still with 2 dead, trying to still make another flag run happen, but that's a huge double from Lucid in the back of the base.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Lucid there, just being such a nuisance. Eco gets another touch on that flag, and Bound picks up a kill on APG. So work here to do for Lucid.
Oh boy.
Oh, homework assignment complete. That is an A star for Lucid.
And my God, made that look way too easy. That was 4 dead for C9. The last player's alive in lockers, which means the flag goes home. And with 3 minutes left, it will still be a 3-flag lead for Optic Gaming.
APG will have a rocket to play with in the end of this game as well, so as if it's not difficult enough here with Formal finally crossing that 30 kill mark. The man is plus 16 right now, by the way. That's just Formal. That's what I'm going to say. That's just Formal. He has games like this occasionally where he just makes it look easy. But APG with the Rockets is going to be able to lock down all of this side of the map at the moment. And with 2 minutes 30, it seems like time is now the factor for Cloud9. It really is going to be tough for them to get back into this.
His positive KD is almost the amount of kills that the players have on the other side, which is absolutely wild to say. 2:22 left, and as we said, Optic going to be very happy just to control mid-map at this point. Let the clock tick down, and continue to put on the slaves on the board.
I think it's at the moment Formal doing the latter, but the previous, sorry, but it's going to be bound to.
I think so too.
Lucid's going to fly in. We're having fun tonight, everyone. We hope you are as well. The overshield goes down, but it's going to be Trippy. He should be in a position to at least do some damage to keep Cloud9 off of it for a few moments. Penguin gets it in his hands. Now, I tell you what, Andy. I'm not Dan Gaskian, and I don't welch on my bets, right? But if Cloud9 managed to tie this up in 1 minute 40, right? Then I will shave my head, my friend, okay?
That's not a good bet.
That's not a good bet. No, I've got nothing. See, I can't even shave my head. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't grow.
It's true. It's true. 34 kills for Formal here as they look for really what has felt like a victory lap, if we're honest, for the past 3 minutes. After unbelievable slaying and multi-kills at the mid-game, have put huge amount of flags for them on the board, and now with a minute 14, it's essentially impossible for Cloud9 to bounce back, and they're just adding a few more kills to the board.
Yeah, you just got to worry how much this is going to hurt Cloud9 heading into the next game as well, right? It's such a long road for Cloud9 in this final. If they want to win and call themselves the champs, have not only got to extend this series to a game 5, they've also got to win another one after that against Optic. And with the way that Optic are just pressurizing in them the moment, with the way that Formal is shooting 34 and 18, by the way, I just kind of see this bizarre capture the flag being maybe the straw that breaks the Cloud9 back, so to speak.
And Stellar has decided to no longer participate in the tree there. He will fall. That will bring Formal's kill count to double now. 36 and 18 in this game. That flag's being ran home, and that really will be the final victory lap here for Lucid.
It certainly will. And Penguin and Trippy are... they're kissing in the back of the base there. Unconfirmed reports, but it's what it looked like to the player outlines. It will be 5-0. Optic Gaming got 2-1 in your grand final.
Man, Optic Gaming looking so strong here, and what a convincing performance in that game number 3, Bizarre. We wondered how strong they would look. They came to play, and to be honest, it was, like you said, a demoralizing performance for the side of C9. When you see Optic cap 4 times mid-map off of enormous plays from Formal, it's hard to bounce back on that game time.
Well, let's see if they can do it, though, as we move forward. Bizarre capture the flag is now just a nightmare that they've woken up from, hopefully, Cloud9, and they will be kind of locked in as we head to Li-Fi King of the Hill. I think it is our game number 4, an opportunity for them to maybe express themselves a little bit more than they were able to do on capture the flag. There's only one stat to really look at here. I mean, they're all pretty good from Optic, but I mean, 36 and 18, 11 assists, 21.7 KDA. It's a Formal show, Andy. It's a Formal show.
The man is built different, and that is quite a performance. As you say, there's not much else to talk about. Multiple triple kills for him as well throughout that game, and did it from the mid-map. Let's take a look at the damage. I think there's one line of damage we're going to be looking at as well, and one of these is not like the others. Nobody else even on 7K. Formal is 8K plus.
Yeah, and shout out to the, unfortunately no longer with us, Richie Benno, legendary cricket commentator for the Chew 22 at the end of it. I mean, 8,222. That is some pretty ridiculous statistics coming in from Formal, and a good performance that I think Optic probably as a lineup we're hoping for in these big grand finals, and certainly him will be hoping for as well to see more of to close things out.
Certainly, we've done a lot of talking about Formal stats and performance. Here was the creating distance and grabbing a chair as he's going to get that and getting that flag return as well. But we've talked a lot about his numbers, and rightly so. Amazing performances on screen as well, but got to give a shout out to the entire Optic team. Without what they do around the map, there's no way that a player like Formal can put up those stats single-handedly. So really a team effort here from Optic. They look so strong in game number 3.
They certainly do. Now, Cloud9, what have you got? Are you going to be able to kind of brush that one off? And are you going to be able to come back into this game with a bit of fire to prove that, you know, you want to send this to a second best of 5, that you don't want to give Optic the glory of going back-to-back here in Pro Series and calling themselves champs? We'll find out in the next few moments. I feel like the first hill, vital here for Cloud9. If they can start to get a little bit of control, start to dominate, start to hit some snipe headshots, then C9 can be back here.
Yeah, like we said, pressure is on for C9, and I think if Optic wins both of these back-to-back, it changes the narrative of the season. I think heading into the NA Super, Sentinels also has their sights set on them a little bit differently, but if Cloud9 can bounce back, maybe start to erase all the progress that Optic has had this summer. We'll have to see if that's the case. This is do or die for Cloud9.
Stellar versus Formal. No surprise to see Formal win his first 1v1 in the game after his performance in the last, but it's going to be weapons turned over here as the overshield will be popping.
Great covering fire, an easy grab there for Optic. You expected a little bit more resistance from the side of Cloud9, but Formal's going to just walk right in.
Off the back of it, he's going to pick up 2 kills as well. Where is Lucid, though? He's the last player alive here for Optic Gaming, and he's trying to challenge inside of that hill. He knows this player just being a nuisance around the back of green. If Cloud9 could deal with him quickly, there might be an opportunity for them to set up here. 2 still dead for Optic. C9 in and around the hill. But Formal going to be here in a 1v1 with Eco. Eco, you got to get the kill, at least the trade. And he will do so.
Yeah, good trade for Formal. We'll have to see if the damage is enough, though. It's a tough push out of bottom pillars if you're trying to push on this hill. And once again, C9 already setting up here. Well, only 1 dead for each side and not able to put that many points on the board. So little moments like that where Formal's able to just poke and create some chaos prevent Cloud9 from getting any sort of setup.
Penguin with the trade. It'll be 2 for 2 across the board. Unfortunately, Found finds himself first up, and Lucid's going to be sat in the hill with a sniper rifle. Such a good position to be in with this sniper. You don't have to do anything crazy, just hit a couple of bodies, and all you're going to do is rack up time for your squad. Optic are the team who have been in control of this first hill for the majority of the time. You see 2/3 of the way to calling it their own and putting that point on the board.
Trippy now, same exact position that we saw earlier, and Optic's forced to continue to fight out of bottom pillars, but so far it has paid off for them. They've been able to put points on the board while maintaining this angle, so Heatwave and BR here still going to fight from bottom mid.
Brown should deal with him, though. You can see there's a little bit of a scrap going down inside of the hill. Lucid gets taken down, but will manage to somehow just, before he goes to the grave, drop a frag grenade, which is going to deal the final player from Cloud9. This has been so scrappy at the moment, but maybe the scrappiness is about to end, because here comes Formal charging forward with an overshield in his hand.
Wow, interesting play from Eco. Take a look at that. Eco stays alive, sandbags, nades the player out of green, then he gets to green to get an angle on the overshield instead of playing for the overshield. Really interesting and effective plays from Eco there.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw something get destroyed as quickly as that overshield was when I was given a gift token to a donut shop, because I've got to be honest with you, I felt pretty sick afterwards, but you know, things got out of hand. But it's going to be Optic Gaming who still are trying to force their way to take this first hill. C9 trying to do what they can, but Trippy ain't missing right now. 2 battles that we've seen him in the last few moments, and he's floored both the players in front of him.
Yeah, that was 3 dead once again. Stellar was the only player alive momentarily. That one should be the first hill going to Optic off of that damage. Yes, they will be the first to score on the first hill, and I was actually going to say, Onset, I've seen you eat an abnormally large donut. I want to say it was absolutely enormous. It was yeah. Oh, way bigger than your head. Yeah, and you got a big head.
And I got a big head. Let's see what Lucy can do. Let's see if he can find some regular size heads, Spartan size heads with his sniper rifle. There's going to be a body and there's a killing spree for him. Starting to find a little bit of momentum as well. Trippy's been the standout though so far in this game. He's sat on 10 kills, the only player to break double digits so far, but Optic sat inside of this hill and Cloud9 not able to get anywhere near it so far. Looks like Penguin's trying to break a little bit of a hold that Optic do have. Eco's trying to challenge as well on the nest, but there's the cleanup. Look at the teamwork coming in from Optic. 2 full here for Cloud9, and this might be another hill going to Optic.
I mean, Lucid just weaving those angles. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the comms during that play, because he just dips, dives, and dodges in between those angles, consistently watching Nest the whole time while avoiding those grenades. And just like that, they go up 2-0, only 2 hills away from closing out the tournament.
Yeah, not only the kills going their way now, but the hill moving and the overshield coming up. So Lucid's going to be flying in. Look at the confidence this man is playing with right now. Flying in with a sniper rifle, looking for no scopes. Trippy gets the overshield, and Trippy is going to be on cleanup duty here. He doesn't get that beat down there, which might be a little bit frustrating for him, knowing that he should probably have a few more shields than he does. but his teammates have done enough work for Optic to be sat inside that hill once more.
And they clear out Eco there on concrete as well. They're going to continue scoring, especially if they get this kill. C9's on a bad spawn cycle right now. They're just trying to fly in the back of the base. 3 dead again. Stellar's the last player alive, and this looks like it's going to be another Optic point.
Trippy just locking down bottom middle as well. You can see anyone that comes through this cave is just going to be blamed, as simple as that. But it looks like the push is coming in on the right side. Bound picks up 1 at least to take Formal out of the game. Lucid will trade that out, and now you can see that Trippy working with his teammate inside of the hill, but they've got nothing to do because Lucid's just going a little bit crazy top middle.
My God, look at the numbers already. Trippy is 17 at 7, make it 18.
Challenge him. Challenge him. He's confident.
He's doing it.
You love to see it from Trippy. Really is just trying to put the pain onto Cloud9 right now, and Cloud9 is really feeling it. You can just see the pushes are looking one by one, a little bit stagnant, but Formal, he's on the flank right now, and this is a smart play from Formal, trying to get back tower, trying to lock down those spawns for his team.
It is 2 dead once again here for Optic, as Formal's going to try to go ahead and see. Now, I don't really need to do the fast jump here. He's going to just take the long way over to the hill, but you have to remember, Cloud9's such a talented team. Do they have the gas in the tank? They have the skill. They could bring this game all the way back, but it's a question now as we take a look at the clock, almost midnight East Coast here. Do they have what it takes to bring this game back and bring the series back?
Yeah, almost 12 a.m. here in there, 12 p.m. sorry, in the UK at this point. But I tell you what, if this goes to a second best of 5, I've still got the energy to go, because this has been such a fun day of Halo to watch so far in the North American Pro Series. But Penguin is gonna
doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it. Bound is gonna at least keep him alive for now, and Cloud9 will get the hill. So even though they don't get the overshield straight away, they will get the hill. Formal now moving in with the sniper rifle. Overshield still down. They need to communicate this. Lucid is gonna be there. There's a triple for Lucid, and that might be the dagger into the hearts of Cloud9.
And of course he hits it with the back of the headshot there with the BR. That overshield is still down, and you have to think Penguin, a little bit of a misplay there with just seconds off of grabbing that. Instead, he accidentally repulses, and they don't convert on that overshield. Of course, they will still convert on the point, so it will be 3-1. Not over yet, but 3 minutes left in the game.
Well, the good thing here for Optic as well is that they're not relying on Formal this game. Is Trippy has actually been the standout. He's 20 and 11. But off the back of this, C9 have got the overshield. Maybe that one hill is all they needed for that play. But a 3-man push coming in from Optic Gaming, swarming top mid. Stellar last alive. What a push that was from Optic.
We talk about inopportune timing all day. The second that Penguin happened to look away from sandbags, he finds himself on the receiving end of 3 BRs that absolutely nuke his overshield. Unfortunate there for the side of C9, and now Optic about 75% of the way done on the 4th hill.
Yeah, and this would be the last hill as well, that all they need to do is capture this hill and they could call themselves champs. Bound is going to be trying to pressurize. He's forced off by Trippy. Turns around to help out his teammate. He doesn't need it. 2-4 here for Cloud9. Penguin on an island at the moment, floating in the sea. Trippy trying to find him, but Penguin will be finally taken down. Stellar getting desperate. This is Optic's game. This will be Optic's win once more. Optic go back to back. They are your champs here. Cloud9 just couldn't put up the fight.
And what a performance from Optic to not just do it for the first time last week against against Cloud9 for the first time in competitive play, but now back-to-back beating Cloud9 yet again in official competitive play in a grand final. And like we said, it changes the course of the story for Optic Gaming just a little bit.